Welcome into day 7 of Paris 2020 Paralympic Games. It is the sport of cycling that we present to you today, and arguably the toughest form of it, the individual time trial. And throughout today, we will hand out 19 gold medals across 4 different classes of impairment here on day 7. Well, conditions are good, 17 degrees. Key thing though for the riders, no real wind to consider. I've got to say, if riders are allergic to one thing, traditionally it is the wind. The venue, well, it's in the eastern suburbs of Paris. It is Clichy-sous-Bois, and we expect the crowds to be out in numbers to support the more than 200 riders in action today across the entire globe. And there is a good example of the lack of wind. Now, it could pick up later in the day. First up this morning, it will be the women in the C5 individual time trial, so those in a cycling setup, what you traditionally would see in terms of the way a bike is set up, and for those riders with a lesser degree of impairment. We will also have the tricycles for you, for those athletes that suffer from balance. We will also have the hand cycles for those athletes who have a level of impairment which means that they cannot utilise their legs and therefore rely on their arms, and that is the session schedule for you. So the women's C5 and then the women's C4, so the lower the number, the higher degree of disability or impairment. And then we will go to the men's C2, C1, followed then by the individual time trial for the women's C1 and C3. And then later in the day, the hand cycle events as well for both the men and the women, and then those athletes with a visual impairment in the B division. And we will see the tandems come out on the course for that. It is a 14.2 kilometre course, relatively flat, the odd little elevation, but nothing that should force the riders to have to get out of their time trial positions and having to change their gears too much. So start list here for the first of our women's time trials features the great Dame Sarah Story. Marie Petoulet of France will be the first rider off. Nicole Murray of New Zealand there, already having picked up a bronze in the women's individual pursuit. The 2 Italians of Mili and Creti, keep an eye on both of them. Very strong athletes who have spent the last 3 years just looking to go from 4th and 5th to possibly 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Our second event will be the women's C4 individual time trial. Meg Lemon of Australia there, Keely Shaw of Canada, and the very strong American contingent of Bosco and Morelli. Now, joining me in commentary this morning, Commonwealth Games gold on the road back in 2010 in Delhi, Australian Rochelle Gilmore. Morning, Rochelle. Welcome. The toughest form of cycling, the individual time trial. It's you against the clock. It's you and your ability to suffer.
Yes, Mark, not my favourite category of events, that's for sure. I need people around me to push me and to chase and to win and to want to beat. It's very, very hard to push yourself to that maximum exertion of pain against the clock.
We've just seen all the different time trial and the different start lists. What's really pleasing to see is just how big paracycling has grown. We've got athletes there from Morocco, Poland, China, Brazil, Germany, Spain, as mentioned, Australia, New Zealand. It really now is truly global, so much more depth, and it's just amazing how the sport grows between Paralympic cycles.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen so many new athletes coming into the sport, and also at an older age, which I love about the Paralympic Games, is that we see riders that don't restrict themselves to an age. They've lived their life and they've decided, okay, I'm going to put all my efforts into Paralympic sport, and we see a lot of athletes in the Paralympic Games at older age than we do in other sports.
Yeah, well, it's a non-weight-bearing sport, and so you can come into it a little bit later. You can actually get improvement in cycling probably a lot quicker than perhaps some other sports. As we continue to look at the start lists, I'll tell you what, it is going to come down to the smallest margins, the smallest percentages, and these are the hand cyclists, those that instead of using their legs will be using their arms, using their hands to pedal their particular bikes. Luca Mazzoni there of Italy, Cody Wills, New Zealander Rory Mead living in the United States, and great to have Israel's Amit Chateau, also competing at the age of 41. So the scene is set. First rider set to go at 8 o'clock. As we continue to roll through the lists, and great to see Nicolas Peter Dupree of South Africa, 44 years of age, and really good example there. Cornigliani of Italy, 55 years of age, versus, say, Maxime Woodiers of Belgium at 28. So the contrast there in age.
Yeah, it can be a huge difference. I heard a quote from Dame Sarah Story saying that she'll be competing against athletes here who were not born when she was first winning her gold medals at the Paralympic Games. And
we'll certainly talk a lot more about Dame Sarah Story. After all, she is chasing some remarkable records today, and her history in both swimming and paracycling, well, almost unprecedented. And we understand that today she is looking to try and win her 13th gold medal in paracycling, to go with the 5 gold medals that she has already won in swimming. And then if she can win the road race as well, that will give her a total of 19 gold medals in all. As we continue to go through the list, so racing throughout the day, Emma Lund there of Denmark, Mareki van Zost of the Netherlands. A lot of these athletes have already competed on the track, and you'll be familiar with a lot of the names.
Yeah, absolutely. It was delightful to commentate on the track events here in Paris. And a lot of the riders here do need to participate in 2 events.
Now, let's just talk about warm-up protocols, well established at this level. So these athletes, it's 14.2 kilometres. It's not a long way. So therefore, you've got to have your nervous system up. You've got to be warmed up. There's not a lot of time to come right. You know, sometimes time trials over 40 kilometres or even 60 kilometres. There is just a little bit of room if perhaps you're not that warmed up. So the coup de bâton, one of the great traditions. Yeah, one of the great traditions. It goes right back to the 17th century. The coup de bâton, it's happening at all the venues, not just at the Paralympics, but also at the Olympic Games as well. And really, it's just symbolic of saying, right, we are about to go, sit back, we welcome you to watch this, let's enjoy the coverage. Prior to the coup de bâton, Rochelle, we were just talking about the importance of the warm-up.
Yeah, sometimes a warm-up can be more lengthy than the actual event. It's so important that the riders do get out there on course, especially, like we said, it's a 14.1 kilometre circuit for these athletes. Not too technical, not too many corners. So it's raw power, and it's so important that they do get out there with their legs extremely warm. So a lot of riders would have been up for the last few hours just going through their protocol of getting ready, and some people will divide their warm-up into sections, and others will just say, okay, I'm going to use this 45 minutes to get myself completely warmed up. Some will incorporate some sprints, just activation of the muscles, and they are racing relatively early at 8 a.m. in the morning, so it's quite a difference.
So it will be the wonderful athlete out of France, Maria Poutulet. She will be the first athlete on the course. She'll get plenty of support wearing the colours of her country, the home nation, of course. And she comes in as the reigning world champion in both the Scratch and Omnium events on the track. She's currently ranked 16th in the world, was 3rd in the road race in Tokyo, and 4th in the time trial. So she does get underway, officially underway in the time trials here on day 7 of Paris 2024 Paralympics. And so it's about getting out quick, getting into a nice rhythm, getting a nice high cadence. And what we mean by that is the revolutions per minute, and hoping that they can become one with their machine.
Absolutely. I think the time they spend on their time trial bikes makes a completely huge difference in how their performance goes. A lot of riders can get carried away with just riding their road bike and their track bike, but the time spent on the time trial bike is so important.
Next athlete up will be Paula Ossa Velosa of Colombia. And she was 4th in the road race in Tokyo. She is the current Pan American champion. She won that last year in Santiago in Chile in 2023. Got the skin suit on, the aerodynamic helmet, and the importance of aerodynamics.
Well, I can tell you a lot about that. These riders, they would have been through wind tunnel testing for all of their equipment, through from the helmet, the speed suit, the 3D printed handlebars they now use, the bikes, the tyres, the pedals, the shoe covers, the materials, the gloves, the hand position on the bike. Everything has to be absolutely spot on.
And it needs to be, doesn't it? Because historically, when you look at the great time trial events around the world, sometimes it can come down to less than a second. Sometimes it's a second, 2 seconds. And aerodynamic testing will actually say, even the helmet, there is so much just in the aerodynamic helmet. Great look here at Marie Patule here. Just to look at their lovely position, not a lot of upper body movement, beautifully balanced, beautifully poised.
Yeah, it just takes riders a little while to get into that position of comfortableness and just in the zone.
Now Heidi Galgain, the second of our French riders, about to get underway. So all the nerves out for her. And she is the 2-time 3,000 metre individual pursuit champion. So she won that at the World Championships in 2023, 2024. So she brings plenty of pedigree, an endurance athlete on the track. Can she transfer that 3,000 metres into 14.2 kilometres?
Marie Patule, she looks absolutely superb. She was the first rider off, and she is in good morale after winning a gold medal here in Paris on the velodrome in the 3,000 metre individual pursuit.
Yeah, notice there that she's on a big chainring on the front, and she'll be on a small little cog at the back, and that's what we call a gear ratio. We'll talk a little bit about those throughout the day too. It's all about that right gear. It's all about individual physiology. As Eleonora Meli of Italy will be our 4th rider away, and the Italian, well, she's ranked number 3 in the world. Can she live up to that billing on the UCI rankings? Again, the high aero bars on the helmet, on the what we would traditionally just call the drop bars, and that's been a real revolution. Historically, the aero bars were a lot lower. Now we seem to be in a more upright position. Seems to be very much the default setting for a lot of riders these days.
Yeah, a lot of the head tubes, the headsets have become smaller to allow them just to play a little bit more around with their position. As we're watching Ossa Velosa.
Interesting here, really high cadence, isn't she? She likes to spin a lot more, and she's not quite in her hardest gear there. She's in a mid-range gear at the back. That's a really nice camera angle, just showing that she's still got 2, 3, 4 gears to go. As we now have a look at the New Zealander, Nicole Murray, picked up a bronze in the individual pursuit. On the track, Nicole Murray, so looking to try and see if she can pick up another medal here. She was 6th in Tokyo in the time trial, 6th in the road race. She won the Omnium at the Glasgow World Track Championships last year in Scotland. And so she carries the hope of a nation of 5 million.
Yeah, she certainly did her nation proud on the track with a bronze medal. Taking home a medal already. She'll be in high morale as well out there on the course. Yeah,
New Zealand is always well received here by the French. They love their rugby in France, and of course the New Zealand rugby team is the All Blacks, and it's arguably, I guess, the team everybody wants to try and beat, and the French certainly have a huge respect when it comes to New Zealand and its rugby. Hopefully that transfers out onto the course today for Nicole and those supporting and watching this event. And now Claudia Creti of Italy, 3rd to last rider to go.
A little bit of a wobble off the start there. These starting ramps are very difficult to navigate, given that you have a holder, but the holder's not allowed to push you, which means you need to get the pressure on the pedals just at the right time coming off that gate and down the ramp.
You automatically see too just a slightly different position from her, isn't she? She's slightly more upright. But it'll come down to individual physiology, won't it? I mean, you can test in the lab and say this is the best aero position, but if it's not efficient for you, there's no point. You've still got to be over the top of your gears.
Yeah, I think the first thing they do in the aero lab is that they look for the ultimate position of the bike and the equipment, and then they see if the rider can adapt to that position. If they can't, then they'll have to tweak it a little bit. So they go for the optimal position of the bike and the equipment, and then they try to see if their athlete can get the optimal power outputs in that position.
Well, Marie Patoulet already through 10 kilometres, only another 4.2 kilometres for her to go. And now we go to the very fancied Australian, Alana Forster, on her way. Again, carrying the hopes of the mighty sporting nation that is Australia. And, of course, she comes in. She was first in the scratch race at the World Track Championships in 2023 in Glasgow. She's actually a doctor, and she was second in the time trial World Championships in 2023 as well.
Yeah, just last year and behind Dame Sarah Story. So it will be an interesting race here because we have our gold, silver and bronze medalists from this year's World Championships earlier in March. Last year's World Championships in Glasgow, gold, silver and bronze. We have here out on the road.
Just looking at the course map sitting here in front of us, it's a good course. There's only a couple of sort of almost right-hand or left-hand turns here in France as we now look at the great Dame Sarah Story, a remarkable athlete. It's already 12 gold medals in paracycling at the Paralympics, looking to make this 13. She's won 5 in the sport of swimming. That's gold medals. She's got a total of 28 Paralympic medals in all. Very much the athlete to beat.
Absolutely. Without a doubt, she's here to win 2 gold medals, to add to her medal tally and to break those records. She's already a household name in Great Britain, and she is fully focused on winning gold medals in the time trial and road race. But it will not be easy because the 2 ladies from France, they're on a mission. They were very competitive on the track with gold and silver in the individual pursuit, and Gauguin came off with the silver medal, was very disappointed. She really was hoping for that gold medal, but as I said, our first rider that went off the ramp, Marie Patoulet, she is in absolute fine form.
Oh, I just love the setup of the French riders. Boy, don't they look beautifully set up. That helmet just tucked in nice. You've got to be a little bit careful dropping the head too much. That pointy aero point can sometimes come up a little high and act as a sail. One thing we have seen too, though, Rochelle, is that we've seen a real change in the technology in regards to widths of the tyres, air pressure these days put in bikes versus maybe what we've seen historically. It used to be thin tyres with a lot more air pressure. These days it's a wider tyre with less pressure.
You're very right, Mark. For a race like this, I would have went for a 19mm tyre with 130 psi. Are
you talking back in your day?
Yeah, I'm talking years and years and years ago. So
140 psi pressure in it?
Yeah, 19mm. Now we'll see riders riding 25mm tyres with as little as, say, 80 psi to 90 psi, depending on the rider's weight, of course. And that is because there has scientifically been proven that the more tyre that is in touch with the road, the more propelling forward action you get. So
it's almost counterintuitive, though, isn't it? You know, where you go, well, what, less pressure, wider tyres. That just, you know, your automatic inclination is that means slower. But, as we say, counterintuitive, the science says it in fact goes faster. Now, a slight little rise here on this course. There's nothing really serious. There is a area of the course which goes up to about 5% gradient. So it's what we would describe as a power climb, but it still requires concentration. It's still going to require a shifting of the gears. As we now see Dame Sarah Story.
Yeah, she said she loves coming to this particular games because there's a crowd rather than trying to finish her career in Tokyo where there were no spectators, and she's delighted that both of her children can be here to watch her. That's one of the most important reasons that she wanted to race here in Paris, so her children could watch in front of a big crowd and remember the history. And we go back to Patoulet here.
Yeah, a couple of little left-hand turns here, but taking the apex nicely as well, just making sure that she's taking the straightest line she possibly can. Just starting to see maybe just, maybe because it's on a slight uphill here, just a slight change in form there. Perhaps not as smooth as we saw earlier.
We can see in the body language when a rider starts to rock around a little bit on the saddle that showing a little bit of fatigue, because the most important thing in a road time trial is to stay as stable as you possibly can for aerodynamical reasons, to make sure that maximum power can be put through the pedals. And that is why when we see riders starting to move around a little bit, we sense that they're feeling a little bit of fatigue, trying to just use all of their core and upper body as well, just to keep those pedals going around.
Yeah, I often say that, and very hard here, but you know, in any sort of type endurance event, don't look at the facial expressions of an athlete. Some will automatically put that pain face on, others will have that poker face. Look at the form of a rider. And Mealy here, certainly not as smooth. She's tending to sort of push that bigger gear. She's tending to just fight that machine just a little bit more. That does not mean, though, that she doesn't have great cycle economy or efficiency. But certainly not as smooth on the slight uphill section. And of course, we shouldn't underestimate too the degree of impairment, which sometimes means that the cyclists don't necessarily have the ability to be perhaps as smooth as others.
That's right.
So this is the women's C5 individual time trial. So traditional bike setup. So athletes who have a lower level of impairment but still have an impairment which would ultimately affect them from perhaps participating in elite level in able-bodied cycling.
Yeah, so C5 being the least impaired and C1 being the most impaired. So the C will stand for cycle, the normal bicycle, I guess, and 1 would be the most impaired, and 5 indicates the least impaired of this cycling competition. So women's C5 individual time trial.
And you will see some of these riders too ride in open races amongst able-bodied athletes, even at the elite level. We know Dame Sarah Storey has competed at an A-grade level, which makes her even more extraordinary.
Yeah, I've had the privilege of racing alongside Dame Sarah Storey myself in elite professional competition, and she certainly is an extraordinary athlete. That's all we can say about her, because if you look at her palmarès and her list of results, it's absolutely incredible to have won so many Paralympic gold medals.
One thing we have noticed too today, Rochelle, is that they're all riding the disc wheels on the back. It'll be a slightly different in terms of how they have this set up, whether they go with a deep carbon rim wheel on the front, as we've seen here with Nicole Murray. She's gone with a slightly deeper carbon rim than perhaps we saw with Dame Sarah Storey. That will come down to individual preference.
Yeah, I'd find on a course like this, it's pretty straightforward, not too many corners and very little wind, that the deeper the front rim is, the more aerodynamic advantage you'll get. Now, in saying that, you need to have the upper body strength and capability of keeping that wheel stable as well.
So back to Marie Patoulet. And so far, we'll just see if we can get you some times just through our timing system here. And now onto the CIS system that we do have in studio. And now we start the next of our races. Now, this is the women's C4. So these are athletes who have a higher degree of impairment from the group of athletes we've just seen start. So we've seen the C5 underway. This is now the C4. And first up will be Kate O'Brien of Canada.
Interestingly, looking back at the C5 category, we are now onto the C4 category, but in the C5 category at the halfway mark, we saw Gourdin of France go through that intermediate split, first intermediate split, as a fastest rider. We hadn't seen, only Sarah Storey hadn't gone through that split, but she was the fastest at that point.
Key thing as we go back to this remarkable athlete out of Canada, Kate O'Brien, she competed in bobsleigh for Canada from the years 2010 through to 2015. And in 2020, she won the World Championships in the 500 metre individual time trial on the track. And she's from Milton, Ontario. And now the second New Zealander we've seen in action. This is Anna Taylor. And she was the World Omnium Champion back in 2023, so a multi-talented rider. 10th in the time trial in Glasgow. But did pick up silver in the individual pursuit on the track in the 3,000 metres. So, another one who knows how to suffer.
It was an absolute delight to see Amy Taylor take a medal on the track for New Zealand and boost her morale and confidence coming into the road time trial here for the C4 women's category.
You just see here from Kate O'Brien a little bit more cautious around the corners, and this is again because she has a higher degree of impairment, and she has gone with a pure road setup. So she clearly, based on her own level of mobility, has decided that that is the best setup for her. As we now go to Li Jiwei of China, 32 years of age, and ninth in the time trial in Tokyo, world scratch race champion this year in Rio. Oh, she's come off the ramp though.
Yeah, it's difficult to, like, as I said, just to measure and judge that she'll jump back up and have a restart there.
Just take us through that. So the clock's still running for her?
Yeah, sometimes the judges will, if there was a mechanical disadvantage, a mechanical mistake, they will give a restart. But in this case, I think it was the rider's fault, which means that she keep running and she'll be losing time.
So back to the women's C5 individual time trial, and this is Alana Foster of Australia, who currently updates us, currently sits third in terms of the particular time checks throughout this 14.2 kilometres. So at the last time check, it was Heidi Galgain who had a narrow lead over Dame Sarah Story, and then Alana Forster of Australia. So we go back to the women's C4, Emily Petricola.
44 years of age. Household name in Australia. Many achievements to her name, and she'll be one of the big favourites here in the women's C4 individual time trial.
Yeah, gold in the individual pursuit in Tokyo. And second in the time trial in 2020 as well. Second in the road race and time trial in Glasgow last year at the World Championships. So we go back to the women's C4. Taylor here of New Zealand. Looking nice and smooth too. Nice high cadence. Just have a look at that gear ratio. So big chain ring on the front. Normally, what, 53 teeth or 53 cog on the front, and then a mid-range gear there. So that's what we call gear ratios. I'll get you just to explain the gear ratio.
The gear ratio it is a rollout. So if we talk about their maximum gear being a 53 on the front, 50...
That's the number of teeth on the big chain ring on the front. Yep.
Yeah, the number of teeth and the number of teeth on the rear cog combined. How much one pedal revolution will move you, which are maybe 1 point something metres, and that's where you get your gear ratio from.
Now Kelly Shaw of Canada, second of the Canadian athletes underway. So she was fourth in Tokyo in this event, but third at the World Championships in Glasgow. So we have seen an improvement, certainly in the years since Tokyo. She would love to get herself on the podium today, the Canadian.
Yeah, she's a fantastic rider as well. 30 years of age, Keely Shaw. And she says a ritual is the night before a race. She has to plan the next 24 hours down to the minute. Every single minute has to be planned out on race day. Now back to C5 category, as we are watching out on the road.
Maria Petule.
Petule is not gone through the first time check too well, actually, in sixth position. But the most interesting thing about the C5 category is that Sarah Story was 7 seconds behind Heidi Galgain of France, who is on an absolute mission after that silver medal on the track. She was so disappointed she didn't smile on the podium.
So now Meg Lemon of Australia will get underway. Another impressive athlete out of Australia. What a sporting nation they are. Third in the time trial in 2:20. Now ranked second in the world coming into this event. But another athlete who has put more layers of training on between Paralympic Games. As we go back to
Anna Taylor of New Zealand.
Yeah, still looking nice and smooth there. Good cadence.
Beautiful sock height there, and there is a UCI sock height rule, which is an interesting and conversational topic in cycling. Sock height may not be any higher than halfway between your, say, calf or tibia from the knuckle bone on the outside of the right leg to the knee bone. So there is a maximum sock height.
Well, Dame's... Next of our athletes to go in the women's C4, Samantha Bosco of the United States. And, well, Bosco comes in ranked 6th. She was first in the road race and time trial in Glasgow in 2023 at the World Championships. And so now Dame Sarah Story, I wonder how often she's put under this much pressure. She really just has dominated the space, whether it be in the time trial, the road race, or on the track. But now for the first time, maybe in a long time, under real pressure here. And that pressure's coming from the French athlete, Galgain. And you can see the difference there, 7 seconds back.
Well, a very interesting fact about Dame Sarah Story is that since she started competing in paracycling, she has been undefeated in this particular event at the Paralympic Games. This would be the first time ever she's competed in the C5 women's road time trial without winning. And if she doesn't happen to win.
Now going back to the women's C4 individual time trial, and it is the athlete now out of Switzerland. And this is Mathilde Dorig, Francisca, and looking at that really high cadence, so going out in quite a low gear, trying to get those legs turned up. This might be the first athlete to come in close to the finish line, and it will be Patoulet.
It'll be interesting to see if Patoulet has been able to bring back much time since that mid-time check where she was in 6th position.
Yeah, you can just see the hurt on the face there, absolutely putting herself well and truly into the hurt box. Will come down. Now this will be the benchmark time for everybody. This will now be officially the first time of the day. So once she crosses the line, she's technically on the road in the gold medal position. On the road. Back to the women's C4, and now Sean Morelli of the United States, very much the race favourite, 3-time world time trial champion back in 2015 and 2017, 2018. She won gold in Tokyo in both the road race and the time trial. Cautious through that first left-hand turn. And the second now, arguably our race leader, potentially on the road. What a performance it will be here from Heidi Galgain of France. We'll have to wait for the time, and it is.
It actually looks like Galgain has finished faster, maybe overtaken out on the road Patoulet, because Patoulet was the first rider off the ramp, and we've had 2 riders finish at the moment. Yeah, so first place goes first on the road at the moment, cross the line, Heidi Galgain of France. She has bettered the time of Patoulet by 1 minute and 22 seconds. Our next rider to come in should be our Colombian Osa Veloza, as we're looking at on our screen right now.
Yeah, just have a look at the grimace there. I like to describe it as the war face or the ugly face, or however you want to do it, and I mean that with the greatest degree of respect. It's just what it is. Oh, it's a brutal sport. It is tough. Literally breathing through your eyelids, just trying to get that oxygen any way you can. The legs are burning, razor blades attacking the lungs. Oh, it's tough. You've got to have a head like granite, don't you? Really good performance. So that is that time, 20:26. So she's well over that. So 2 minutes and 21 seconds back. And so good performance coming there from Paula Osa Veloza of Colombia. Oh, wonderful images, aren't they? Really good coverage off the road here.
Well, it's playing out to be a very interesting C5 individual time trial for the women, because Sarah Dame Story is out on the course. She was the last to go off the ramp, and I can tell you the time that we've seen posted by the fastest rider finished so far, Heidi Galgain of France, she has a blistering fast time to be 1 minute and 22 seconds ahead of her countrywoman, Marie Patoulet. Oh, we see now back in the C4 category, a pass by Australia's rider. Well,
yeah, not allowed to draft here, not allowed to sit in the slipstream. It is an individual time trial. We're up on this little uphill section here. So coming back down to the finish line in the women's C5. And it is the Italian rider. Just trying to work out which. There's two Italian riders out on the course at the moment. We've got Eleanor Mealy and Claudia Creti.
Well, this should be Eleonora Mealy coming into the finish. She's not going to beat the time of Gorgan.
So Eleanor Mealy picks up a time of 22 minutes and 27 seconds. It does put her in the bronze medal position at the moment. But here comes now Nicole Murray of New Zealand. Let's have a look at what time Murray picks up to move into the third bronze medal. She'll need faster than 2:27.9.
Well, it's second place at the moment for Nicole Murray, just behind French rider Heidi Gorgan.
But 20 seconds back, isn't she? Almost, or a minute 20 back. Just showing the class here of Heidi Gorgan. What a performance so far. Now, for the first time, the blowtorch has been put on Dame Sarah Storey. She is in the ride of her life. She'll be getting splits. Can she find the second half faster than what she went through the first half? Because through that first half, she was 7 seconds back. Can she find a way?
Well, the younger generation, Heidi Gorgan, who sets the fastest time so far, she's only 19 years of age. And I can tell you what I experienced at the Velodrome in Paris is that when she took silver against a teammate from France, she was the only rider I've ever seen to take a silver medal at a Paralympic Games and not be happy about it. And I think for that reason, she's gone out absolutely hammering this course, trying to post the fastest time.
Okay, so folks, the time to beat, 20 minutes 26.84. Settle back. This is going to be an absolute nail biter as we now see Alana Forster of Australia come down. Let's see what Forster puts in. And Alana Forster now moves into the silver medal position in a time of 21 minutes 0.48. Nicole Murray now goes back into third place. It's still Heidi Gorgan of France who leads. Now here comes Storey. Every ounce of concentration, every ounce of energy through every pedal stroke. She stops the clock and she will, she'll take it, will she? Will she take it? 20.22, and she will take it by 4.69 seconds over Heidi Gorgan of France. So the great Dame Sarah Storey, unofficially at the moment, still one rider left out on the course, might have just won her 13th gold medal in paracycling at Paris 2024 Paralympics. What a performance on the back end.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Yes, we are now into the C2 category of the men's C2 time trial, and the first rider off,
Papangalis of Greece. Nicholas Papangalis of Greece is the athlete underway at the moment. So he is 7th. Well, he was 7th in the time trial in Tokyo.
Well, the last
3
rider,
years ago.
Last rider of the women's C5 has now come in to finish, which means we can celebrate another win of Sarah Storey. She has done the absolute impossible to take another gold medal. It's just phenomenal. The story cannot get any better, Mark. We know she came into this with 12 gold medals in cycling, 5 gold medals in swimming, and she has now just taken a medal tally to 13 gold medals in cycling at the Paralympic Games.
And the pressure that she was under too. And now the athlete out of Peru. And this is Israel Hilario Rimas. And look at this, remarkable, isn't it? High cadence there. You can just see the degree of impairment just using the one leg, and that is a remarkable start, having to take that hard left-hand turn to start with. Want to just try and get that bike up to a good speed and then tuck into that aerodynamic position. So we've finished the women's C5. We still have riders from the women's C4 out on the course, and now the men's C2 underway. So Arshad Shaikh of India, relatively new to the sport, looking to try and be one of those athletes that becomes a bit of a pioneer for para road cycling in India and hopefully inspire the next generation. Off to a very good start. So we will just go back and confirm for you those 3 medalists in the women's C5. So Alana Forster of Australia will win the bronze medal. Heidi Galgain of France the silver, and the big story, her 13th gold medal in paracycling. Dame Sarah Story wins yet again another gold medal by the smallest of margins, just 4.69 seconds. And so this is the men's C2, so athletes with a high level of impairment. And so Telmo Pineo of Portugal gets underway. And he was 11th in Tokyo, 12th in Rio, began cycling way back in 2009. And so got the full disc on, deep carbon rim wheel on the front. Nice thing is that you've always got somebody to chase. Worst thing is being the first athlete to go. Just mind you, can be empowered sometimes being the first athlete. Often you get the television cameras on you, and that can be a bit of a lift. But plenty of support out here on the course for all of these athletes. Mirzo Erov of Uzbekistan gets underway. And this man here, he picked up second at the Asian Games in Hangzhou last year in the 3,000 metre individual pursuit on the track. Now back to the women's C4 individual time trial out there on the United States. This is Samantha Bosco. So Samantha Bosco, through that first time check, currently sits in second place, just 2.78 seconds behind Franziska Matilli Dorig of Switzerland. Leads this particular division through that first time check.
Very disappointing to just get news that Kate O'Brien from Canada has DNF'd, so she will not finish the women's C4 individual time trial. Very disappointing for the Canadian Kate O'Brien.
Hilario Ramos here, looking fantastic. Really got that bike going well, got that machine going well. As the next of our athletes gets underway in the men's C2. And it is the athlete out of Great Britain, Matthew Robertson.
Yeah, 25 years of age, Matthew Robertson. He started racing his bike seriously at the age 12. He said he'd always longed to ride a bike, always looked up to the top racers and said to myself that if I could do it, both on the road or track, I'd like to give it a go. And here he is, racing at the Paralympic Games.
Just love the engineering that's had to go into these bikes to allow these athletes to be able to perform to their maximum based on their degree of impairment. Now, Yves Vromant of Belgium, 40 years of age. He will be the fourth to last rider to leave. And so the man from Belgium, well, silver in Tokyo back in 2021, world champion in 2022. So he certainly got the pedigree in the class. Can he find it today?
Also won a silver medal on the track here in Paris in the 3,000 metre individual pursuit, so certainly got some endurance about him, and will be very motivated to take a medal here in the men's C2 individual time trial.
Yeah, beautifully set up, isn't he?
He is riding very, very smooth. He looks good. He looks motivated.
Yeah, nicely balanced, isn't he? Just looking at that power through those pedal strokes. Just, they ride a lot these days on power meters, so and that's all about the energy they put through each pedal stroke. And now Shota Kawamoto of Japan, never ever ruled the Japanese out. It's almost an inherent quality, their ability to suffer. Gold in the 3,000 individual pursuit in the C1 to 3 category. Bronze in the C2 3,000 individual pursuit, but won the Asian Para Games last year in Hangzhou in China. I always ask that question though, is it an inherent quality, the ability to suffer? Sometimes you can coach it, sometimes, well, people are just born with it. But you've got to know how to hurt in this event.
We're back to the women's C4 category here. We've got some riders coming through to the finish. We've got some individual time checks from the 5.8 kilometre mark, and the fastest was Franziska Matilda Doreg of Switzerland. Second, Samantha Bosco, and third, Australia's Amelie Petricola. As we're now back with the men's C2 individual time trial.
Yeah, and this is Alexandre Laut of France, and he will get a huge reception around this course. Got to control the emotions though. It's easy to get a big adrenaline rush. You're on such a big stage, adrenaline will pick you up, but at some point it will bring you down. You can't train one way and then turn up and try and race a different way. So if you know the adrenaline's going to come, you know that you're going to maybe get a little bit carried away, you've got to show your body in training how to do that so that it's not foreign on race day.
Well, for a C2 athlete, Alexandre Laut of France, he looks very, very professional on the bike. He became a huge, huge fan favourite on the velodrome here in Paris. He won a gold medal in the individual pursuit, shows he's got great endurance. He won bronze in the 1,000 metres on the track. He is one of the big favourites for the men's C2 category, back with...
Yeah, the defending champion out of Australia, the world champion in 2019, the great Darren Hicks. Can he go back-to-back? He won gold in Tokyo. 29 million people on the edge of their seats back home in Australia. Will he add his name and write yet another chapter in their rich sporting history? So all the entrants or participants, athletes in the men's C2 individual time trial are underway. They're all out on the road. So now what we're waiting for is to see the women's C4 individual time trial draw to its conclusion as we go back and have a look at this remarkable athlete out of India, Arshad Shaikh.
Yeah, he's riding really well, the 31-year-old. He competed in Taekwondo at a state level prior to his accident, and he also competed in bodybuilding, para-archery, wheelchair fencing, para-swimming, para-athletics. Absolute love for the sport, and he is now putting all of his efforts into the Paralympic Games in cycling. Raced on the track.
Yeah, fifth also at the Asian Games last year. As we now start to see our first riders starting to come in the women's C4 individual time trial. So we've got Anna Grace Taylor there of New Zealand, who looks like she's been taken over by one of the two Australians, either Emily Petricola or Meg Lemon.
Looks like it could be Meg Lemon there from Australia, who's taken the... It's Petricola, one of the big favourites for this race, one of the gold medal favourites. She crossed the intermediate time check in third place, Petricola, and chasing the gold medal. She was 14 seconds down from Franziska Matilda of Swiss and Samantha Bosco of the USA. So Petricola, she did have some time to make up, but she has finished at the top of the leaderboard. So two riders have finished this competition. First at the moment is Emily Petricola, and second is Anna Grace Taylor of New Zealand. So Australia and New Zealand.
Yeah, so just confirming there that time to beat is 21:48, and we can tell you Anna Grace Taylor currently sits in second, but she was 2 minutes back from Petricola. As we go back out onto the road, the American athlete there was Sean Morelli of the United States. And now progress out on the course in the men's C2 individual race. And it is number 46, which was Telmo Pineo of Portugal. And now the women's C4 individual time trial coming down to cross the line will be Keely Shaw. Let's just have a look at time here from Keely Shaw. 21:48.44 to beat. What number does she put on? She will move into the silver medal position at the moment on the road. 20.75 seconds behind Emily Petricola. of Australia, so a good performance for her. The thing is, when you do finish, you've still got your number on the board, haven't you? The pressure is still on the riders on the road.
Absolutely. So we have a great competition going on there with the women's C4 individual time trial as we now turn back to the men's C2 individual time trial. It's Piano, the first rider we saw go out of the ramp. Here we have another Australian coming in, Meg Lemon from Australia.
So Lemon will come down. That 4.28 seconds underneath that leading time, so she moves into the gold medal position. So on the road at the moment, it's Australia first and second, Keely Shaw of Canada third, but we still have China, Switzerland, the two athletes out of the United States and Canada still to come. It is still game on. In fact, my apologies, Kate O'Brien, of course, out earlier, did not finish. And so now Morelli, very much the favourite, the two-time Paralympic champion on the road and the time trial back in Tokyo.
She's got Australia in position 1 and 2 to chase down. Here we go for the finish. Can she do it?
So Bosco of the United States looking to try and come down. Can she go under 21.44? Love the aerodynamic helmet, set up beautifully. Form still looks good. Brings it all the way through to the line. And 4.92 seconds under Meg Lemon. So now she moves into the gold medal position. And so Meg Lemon moves back into the silver. Emily Petricola into the bronze. But Franziska Doireg of Switzerland still to come, who was the fastest through the first time point on this 14.2 kilometre course.
And this woman, Sean Morelli, I think she may have passed the Swiss rider out on the course because it looks like she has just finished across the finish line. And
here she comes now. So Franziska Doireg of Switzerland makes that final little left-hand turn. Now straight down Broadway through to the finish line. That is the time to beat. She'll be desperately hoping to get herself on the podium. Sitting a little bit further back, not as far forward in that aerodynamic position. Let's have a look at the time, folks.
Oh, she's putting everything into this. It's a high cadence all the way to the finish line.
And she might move herself possibly into the bronze medal position. So 5.09 seconds.
She doesn't.
And she will move into bronze. So Meg Lemon, still of Australia, the silver. Bosco of the United States first.
With the big favourite, Sean Morelli, still to arrive. I don't think she'll be far away. What a great ride by Bosco. And Meg Lemon and Swiss's Franziska Matilda Doireg. She goes into bronze medal position.
So, and now number 166. And we're not sure what's going on here with Sean Morelli because she looks somewhat laboured here, unless she is just putting a massive gear, and therefore the cadence is quite low. I just wonder whether, yes, she is. So she's in a very, very big gear there. Thus, we're not seeing the high leg turnover. So it's almost creating the illusion that perhaps she doesn't perhaps have the energy that we've seen from other riders. But that is her way of riding. Good aero position. We'll keep an eye on that as we go back out and just update you here on the men's C2 individual time trial. And number 47 is Mirza Yarov of Uzbekistan. It's just about concentration here. It's just about trying to keep that pedal cadence as smooth as we can. Back to the women's C4.
It is Morelli coming into the finish. This will be very difficult and close to see if she'll take the win. The
time that she has to beat is 21 minutes 39.24, so she's got less than 10 seconds to get across the finish line. Can she do it, the American? Or will she be upstaged here by Bosco, her fellow countrywoman?
Well, she has been.
Well,
that's a disappointment for Morelli.
Yeah, the defending champion. It's going to be, might even fall outside the medals here. We'll wait for it. We'll confirm it for you. So Sean Morelli, you're comfortably back and well and truly outside the medals this time around. So certainly not her day, but she is arguably the reason why everybody else in this field trains as hard as they do. They know the reputation. They know what she's done, but she will finish in 6th place today, Sean Morelli. currently 6, still a number of riders still out on the road. And now back out onto the men's course for the men's C2. And Matthew Robertson here of Great Britain, number 40, and making a big run, charging through his field, is Eiffel Tower of Belgium. And our next division about to get underway, the men's C1. Li Zhongyu of China, 36 years of age.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
And comes in silver in the individual pursuit in the C1 to 3,000 metres on the track, as well as the C1 3,000 individual.
Hello, Michael.
So, good look here at the form of Matthew Robertson, looking to try and bridge the gap up to Eiffel Tower of Belgium. So good crowd just starting to build here in this eastern suburb of Paris. And getting underway now, Michael Tuber of Germany.
Well, he's 56 years of age, but he does have a big bag of medals to his name. He's won gold at the Paralympic Games in 2004, 2008, 2012, 2016. He knows he's an experienced rider.
Oh, 56, I love it. It still gives me hope, doesn't it? Remarkable. Remarkable. Yeah, look at that, beautifully balanced too.
One of the big favourites here from Belgium.
Yep, romance. I love the setup too. He's very far forward, isn't he? He almost takes you back to sort of what Graham Aubrey did with track cycling back in the 1990s, almost in the Superman type position. So very far forward. And you'll see a lot of time trialers, they like to go right forward on their seat. They tend to use their hamstrings a little bit more, maybe perhaps, than their glutes. And now Rodrigo Fernando Lopez of Argentina, and 6th in the C1 individual pursuit in Paris. He won bronze in the road race and time trial all the way back in 2004, so an absolute veteran.
The exhaustion.
Oh, it's a brutal sport. It is a brutal sport. I keep saying it. You've got all the metaphors, and I remember talking to a rider saying, what does it feel like? He says, look, it's literally razor blades attacking the lungs. I thought that was just such a wonderful analogy. It's not particularly an encouraging one, but it's a wonderful analogy. As we go now to Carlos Alberto Gomes Soares of Brazil, a 29-year-old, 7th in the individual pursuit in Paris. He was 8th in Tokyo, but he has been 5th at the Time Trial World Championships back in 2022. And they were staged in Canada.
He says his most memorable moment was winning the bronze medal in the C1 road race at the 2022 World Championships way back in Canada. Gomes Soares, he is looking good through the first corner, very stable. And we are back to the German rider of the men's C1 category.
Yep, Michael Tuber. Yeah, gold in Rio and in London. 7-time world champion, this man. Remarkable, isn't it? 7-time world champion.
Yeah, he looks remarkable on the bike. He's got very, very good cadence at the moment. You can see he's got a very aerodynamic position. As we go back to one of the other big C1 favourites in Liang. He's done very well on the track as well.
Liang Weikong, one of 2 Chinese riders in this field. And world road race champion back in 2023. And 2-time silver medalist so far on the track. Again, he's gone with more of a a road set up. So based on his impairment, he doesn't believe that the aero position and the tuck position is the best one for him. And the first of our riders in this division coming down to cross the line. And have a look at the time there. So Papangalis of Greece will register a time. That is in the C2 individual.
Hilara Rimas.
And he currently moves into
silver position behind Papangalis.
So Papangalis in the gold medal position, time of 20.12, and Israel Hilara Rimas currently sits in the silver medal position from Peru. As we now go back to our next rider in the men's C1, and that is Maciejewski of Poland. As we see our next rider finish in the men's C2, and that is the rider from Panama, and that was Esteban Goddard Medica in a time of 24:01.55. Alexandre Liut of France.
Yeah, one of the big favourites after winning gold medal on the track in the individual pursuit. He has high morale. He became one of the crowd favourites there inside the velodrome. We could barely hear ourselves speak when the Frenchman took gold in that 3,000 metre individual pursuit.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
And now the man from Morocco, Hatem El Amaroui, 33 years of age. The man from Morocco, 12th at the World Championships in Glasgow, just 21 years of age, big future, early in his cycling career. But I tell you what, you know, the great thing about being young in this sport, you grab the experience from it, but then you've got that ability, haven't you, that the improvement level is almost exponential going forward. Lovely aerial shots coming as we look at the Australian rider here in the men's
C2 category.
C2 category.
Darren Hicks of Australia, the gold medalist from Tokyo in the individual time trial.
Well, he's already made up huge time, hasn't he? So let's just have a look and see what Darren Hicks can do.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So Mohammed Shaharudin now begins his time trial journey in the men's C1 individual time trial. A man from Malaysia. And he was 5th in Tokyo, 8th in Glasgow, 3rd in the scratch race in 2020. Back to the finish now of the men's C2 individual time trial. Let's have a look at the time here, and this will be Edvard Vromont, and he will move into the gold medal position, a time of 19:26, and he's 45 seconds quicker than Papangalis of Greece, and 2 minutes quicker than the bronze medal position at the moment of Israel Hilara Rimas of Peru. What a performance from him.
Well, he's emptied the tank, that's for sure. Looking for a gold medal after silver in Tokyo.
Now, big one here. Let's just have a look and see what Matthew Robertson's done. Time of 20.52 in the bronze medal position at the moment, 20.52. But it is still Vromont of Belgium who leads. And now, Senska of Germany underway in the men's C1. So Pierre Senska, 4th in Tokyo, but he's a 5-time world champion in the road race. The Portuguese rider about to come down, Telmo Pineo. And will finish at the moment in a time of 23:04. That'll put him in 6th place. And now Shaikh of India. I've spoken a lot about this guy, remarkable athlete, Arshad Shaikh. I think his, in fact, it's, yeah, just coming there, just confirming that for you. In fact, it is Arshad Shaikh of India, who has, well, dipped his toes in every sport you can imagine. And I just wonder, in time, his legacy will be the fact that he's inspired that next generation of young Indian athletes to take up the sport. Looking strong, though, all the way through to the finish. The big challenges coming in the background there from Alexandre Liut of France.
But one of the big favourites now contending against the time of Vermont, 1926. Will he come within distance of winning position? He's got a rider to chase.
It's going to be close for the Frenchman. Does he take Vermont of Belgium?
Like he will.
And he will. He will get him by 2 seconds. So Alexandre Lehout of France at the moment moves into the gold medal position of the men's C2 individual time trial, but just 2 seconds over Edvard Vermont of Belgium. Papingalis of Greece still sits in the bronze medal position. Wonderful performance from him. However, we've still got Darren Hicks of Australia who can upset the whole lot, the defending champion Hicks.
Well, Hicks was through this time check in second position, but not behind Lute. He was behind Vermont. So this is looking good for the Australian Darren Hicks. Can he bring it home? Will everything run as smoothly as he'd hoped?
Well, 19:03, he takes this left-hand turn. 19:24.45 is the time. He's going to have to kick out of this corner hard. He does. Does he get back into that aero position? Does he believe, folks?
19:24, the time to beat. Can he do it? It's going to be close.
Settle back, Australia. Here we go. Might just be outside of it, is he?
Or the finish line being a little bit too far away for Darren Hicks.
Look at the hurt. It's going to be outside of it. 15.63 seconds back. We'll move into the bronze medal position, though. We'll pick up a bronze medal.
So with one rider to finish, it's Lute in the lead, Vermont silver, Hicks in bronze. With now all riders completed, that is our final classification for the C2 individual time trial.
Yep, we'll just confirm that for you. What a remarkable effort. I'll keep saying this. These athletes 3 years ago win these gold medals. It then forces everybody else to train hard. He is the reason that Edvard Vermont, Alexandre Lehout get up and train as hard as they do on those days where they're lacking motivation. What is Darren Hicks doing? Darren Hicks is probably out training. I need to get out training. And sometimes when you are, you've always got a target on your back.
One thing you can say about Darren Hicks is that he emptied the tank completely and he won himself a bronze medal. He could do no more than what he did. Alexandre Lute comes off a gold medal on the track. He was high morale. Edvard Vermont from Belgium in silver. Same thing, one of the big favourites after a really, really good start on the velodrome. And Darren Hicks has managed a bronze medal at the Paralympics here in Paris. That's the men's C2 individual time trial complete.
So just having a look at just some images there of the eastern suburbs here of Paris. The Clichy-sous-Bois is the region. As we now go back to the C1 race in the individual time trial, those athletes with a high level of impairment that ride your standard road setup. And so this is number 29, and this is Liang Wei-Kong of China. And at the moment, it's Machuski of Poland, who through 5.8 kilometres has the smallest of leads over Michael Tuba of Germany by just 0.85 of a second.
Well, Tuba looking very strong. Here's Lute, the winner of our C2 men's.
Just 19 minutes and 24 seconds, a remarkable time, and what an inspiration. And how great is this for the host nation of Paris and France to see, and yet another one of their athletes. We're going to hear the national anthem play out. He's going to have a Paralympic gold medal put around his neck. And again, I keep saying it, the legacy is the inspiration, the aspiration that next generation take from watching this. Those 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds, 8-year-olds watching it, perhaps with a level of impairment, saying, I want to do that. I want to be that guy.
Well, he is an inspiration. 2 gold medals from Paris here and a bronze medal also in the 500-metre time trial on the velodrome. So Lehout is a big household name here in France now. As we turn our attention back to the C1 individual men's time trial, it is Liang, one of the big favourites. He'll be in the medals for sure. That's his ambition here. But it is Michael Tuba of Germany who is absolutely flying out on course.
Yep, Machuski, Tuba. Now up on this uphill section here. Now this man here, of course, world road race champion in 2023, did that in Glasgow. But road racing, very different individual time trialling. No slipstream, no sort of bunch dynamics. Now looking to just get that little climb up the hill. But again, he's not on that traditional aero setup, is he? Relying more on just a traditional road bike with just the drop handlebars.
Well, let's remind you that the C1 category is the most impaired of the para-athletes here at the Paralympic Games. And
his impairment clearly must prevent him from being able to get into that aero tuck position. And so he's going to have to go with the best setup he's got.
And purely using the power of his quads. He's a strong, strong rider, Liang. We've seen him perform phenomenally with 2 gold medals at this Paralympic Games already on the velodrome. He's won the individual 3,000 metre individual pursuit and the 1 kilometre, so he certainly has got morale about him.
Well, this is just also developing into a really good race, isn't it? There's not a lot separating the top 3 riders at the moment. We've seen actually out on the course, just coming up on our timing system here, Muhammad Shahrudin of Malaysia has actually moved into 3rd place through the time check of 5.8 kilometres, of course, meaning that Liang Wei Kong, who we're looking at the moment, through that 5.8 kilometres, technically is now in 4th place. However, as we saw earlier with Dame Sarah's story, it's all about negative splitting the back half. It's all about how you ride the second half. As we now go to our next event underway, and that will be the women's C1 to 3 individual time trial. And getting underway first will be Suprema Custodia da Silva. And she was 9th at the World Championships in Glasgow.
The Brazilian rider, 32 years of age, she's got off to a good start. You can see she has that right prosthetic, which can sometimes, now with all the advanced technology, they can get extremely good powers, balance, coordination through their prosthetics.
Yeah, that's just a great piece of engineering. And that's, I think, what we should also underestimate is that Paralympic sport, particularly in sports like cycling, it's a bit like Formula One racing. Actually, it drives a lot of technology and innovation, which then athletes who have a disability actually benefit from that. They actually get to tap into that technology, and therefore it allows them to better enhance their everyday life, their everyday ability to do things. So the Colombian athlete now out on the course, Daniela Carolina Muniva Flores.
She's 29 years of age, and she's been cycling since she was 10 years old. Yep. So she took up paracycling as a Paralympic sport in 2015.
Yeah, she was 4th in Rio, 8th in Tokyo, but she actually has been a world time trial champion back in 2017, 2021. But then, of course, you see the progression, don't you? You see the depth in the sport begin to increase, and suddenly, as you say, you inspire that younger generation, and then it's the younger generation that actually end up coming and beating you. And I think a really good example of it is actually Tiger Woods in golf. A number of people Tiger Woods inspired now getting beaten by those athletes. And now Mel Pemble of Canada. This is a big field too. This is arguably one of the larger fields in this time trial, this women's C1 to C3. And she was 8th in Glasgow, but she is a 3-time world track champion.
And Mel Pemble certainly had some good performances on the velodrome as well. The Canadian's very proud, and she's looking smooth as out there for her start of the women's C1 to 3 individual time trial. These times will be factored as we have 3 categories within one, C1, C2 and C3 in the same individual time trial. So the times will be factored for the gold, silver and bronze medals.
So basically what we're saying is that there will be a formula that will be used, a percentage, an algorithm to determine ultimately who ends up winning. So we will have that automatically in front of us. These athletes will be calculating them themselves in their own heads. There's now Rochelle Timothy of Ireland will get underway. And the athlete out of Ireland was 14th in Tokyo, 5th at the World Championships. So a rider who is still looking to gain further experience.
Yeah, Rachel Timothy, she was an inspiration on the velodrome as well. So all warmed up and ready to go. Right within her comfort zone here in the women's C1 to 3 individual time trial.
Yeah, I mean, the nice thing is the later in the day you go, you can go and talk to your fellow countrymen, fellow countrywomen who have gone before you, have a bit of a chat to them, say, hey, look, is there anything we need to be aware of? What are some of the environmental factors? And just little bits of information that they can maybe provide you, having been on the course already. Nice thing is the wind is still not up, so they're not having to factor the wind. Every cyclist is allergic to the wind. The Indian athlete now, Jyote. So our next athlete in the women's C1 to C3 individual time trial is Jyote Gararia of India.
26 years of old, 6 years of age, competed in para rowing before she switched to paracycling. So we now switch over to the Moroccan rider. And she is looking quite comfortable. A little bit of rocking and rolling, but the impairments make it really tough for these riders to stay smooth. It's El Amaroy here in the men's C1 that we are looking at. So no rear disc wheel, but two very, very deep rimmed carbon fibre wheels there for the Moroccan.
Yeah, just trying to cut that apex, cut the corners. And we can tell you that just in this particular division, that they have had a slight change through the first time point of 5.8 kilometre. Ricardo 10 Argiles now leads that particular division.
Yeah, Argiles being one of the big favourites as we now see back to the women's C1 to 3 time trial. It is Brown from the USA. Clean start out of the ramp. Yep. Looks comfortable. 28
years of age, Clara Brown. And she was 5th in this event in the time trial in Tokyo. And she was 3rd, or 2022 world champion. So she does have some pedigree. As we now go back to Pemble of Canada.
Love the sound of that disc wheel, the aerodynamics.
I was about to say the same thing. It's nothing more intimidating hearing that sort of crunching, sort of grinding noise when it comes up behind you in a time trial event. And now Amanda Reid of Australia gets underway, and she is a 5-time world track champion. She won the scratch race and the Omnium, an absolute class act. And now we come back down to the finish now of our men's C2 individual time trial, or C1 individual time trial. And that will be Michael Tuba, who will finish in a time of 21:18.14. Now, he is very much one of the pre-race favourites. Has he put a number on the board good enough to win this? He won gold in Rio, he won gold in London, he's a 7-time world champion.
Yeah, he'd definitely be expected to be one of the favourites. He went through the time check at the middle time check fastest by a long way, actually. Had a very big advantage, so he's come in as the fastest and only rider to finish so far.
Wang Jiomei of China gets her campaign underway. And she was 6th in the time trial in Tokyo. She won gold in the individual pursuit in the C1 to 3 division. And now number 153. That is our athlete from Ireland, Rachel Timothy. Rachel
Timothy. She is having a superb ride out there, everything running super, super smoothly. You see she's in one of the biggest gears on her bike. As we now turn to one of the other.
Yep, Daphne Schrager of Great Britain. So silver in the 3,000 metre individual pursuit, 4th in the time trial. in Canada in 2022 and 2021. She'd love to go better than fourth. She'd love to get herself on the podium. And so that factor there, 97.02. So she's got a higher degree of impairment, and that will be then factored into that algorithm at the end regarding the times. And now coming down to the finish of the men's C1 individual time trial. And let's just have a look here. So that time to beat, Michael Tuber of Germany, 21.18. And this is the Chinese athlete.
Lee, he's a little bit outside. He came through the middle time check in 10th position, so he's not going to be much of a contender here against Tuber. Well, he's one of our big favourites out of the gate for the women's C1 to 3 time trial. It is one of China. She is looking high cadence, very fast out there. She's on a mission.
So just updating the C1, just the two riders across the line. So Li Zhongzhu of China currently sits in second place, but still the likes of Ricardo Tenagilis of Spain, who was actually fastest through the 5.8 kilometre time check, still to finish. And we'll bring those finishes for you as we now look here at number 31. So Pia Senska of Germany, second of the German athletes. And Senska, fourth in Tokyo. As mentioned, 5-time world champion. So opportunity to try and get himself on the podium. As we come back, have a look at the athlete from Brazil, Carlos Alberto Gomez Soares. And the Polish athlete now also coming down to finish, and that is Machuski. Now keep an eye on Machuski. He is a quality bike rider, and he'll go very, very close here, Machuski. So you can see the finish line. I just wonder whether this ride might just be strong enough to move ahead of Michael Tuber. Let's just have a look here. 21.14. It's going to be close. Comes down. It's going to maybe just miss out on the line, is he? Oh, just 0.8 second out of the gold medal position for Machuski. We talk about the importance of aerodynamics, taking the right corners, the subtleties in equipment. That is an example of it. Still a number of quality bike riders out there, but at the moment, Michael Tuber leads by just 0.8 of a second over Machuski.
Unbelievably close.
Now, Li Zhangzhu about to come down. And time of 22.47. So it's going to be well outside of first and second.
Well, Liang of China's looking good. He's got a time to beat of 21.18. It's 22, 23.
Got to get a hold. He'll move into the third position. Yeah, so third place at the moment for Liang Wei Kang of China. And we've just had...
Tenagilis is not in yet.
No, we've just had Rodrigo Fernandez Lopez finish in a time of 25.07, currently sitting in sixth place. Li Zhangzhu has gone to fifth. Carlos Gomez Soares currently sits in fourth place. And now the Spanish rider who potentially could upset all of them. He was fastest through 5.8 kilometres, Ricardo Tenagilis. Let's see what he can do. 18.39. Time he needs to beat is 21.18.14. Looking at the clock on our television, we're not sure how far from the finish he is, but what a performance from him. You do sense we potentially are looking at our gold medalist. As we now go back to our next rider in the C1 to C3 women's race. Our athlete out of Switzerland, and that rider is Florina Regling. Now she won gold in the women's C2 road race in Tokyo. She was bronze in the individual pursuit, so another rider of real quality and class. Number 156. And that is the first of our riders in this women's C1 to C3. And that is Clara Brown of the United States. As we go back to the conclusion of the men's C1 individual time trial. Time to beat, 21.18.14.
It's going to be an interesting one. Tenagilis, he was one of the fastest through that time check. Well, the fastest. The rider from Spain.
Now Anna Beck of Sweden gets underway, and she was world champion in Glasgow, silver in Tokyo. So one of the real class riders. As we go back now, 2 more finishes in the men's C1 individual time trial. Oh, it's a tough sport, isn't it? Coming down here, look at the pain, look at the anguish. They leave nothing out there. It is a lonely sport at times. And so Shahruddin of Malaysia, 109.77 behind our leader. But the big thing is coming now here. We'll see this rider finish, but let's keep an eye here on the Spanish rider, Ricardo Tenagiles. He crosses the line. He will move into gold medal position comfortably too. 38.61 seconds faster than Michael Tuba. And therefore, the gold medal will go the way of Spain. Michael Tuba of Germany will pick up the silver. And it will be Maciejewski of Poland who will pick up the bronze, with one more rider still on the course. So it could still change, but that is how officially it finishes at the moment. In fact, Pierre Senska has finished in 4th in a time of 21.58. So gold to Spain, silver to Germany, bronze to Poland. And now back to the women's C1 to C3 individual time trial. Another one of, that was Michael Seeger of Germany finishing. So next athlete out of Japan. And Keiko Sugiura, one of the real race favourites, the Japanese athlete. Gold in Tokyo in both the road race and the time trial. 53 years of age, folks. 14.2 kilometres, 10 kilometres of hope, 4.2 kilometres of truth. It's who's prepared to suffer the most, who can hurt the most for the longest. Really beautifully balanced bike rider.
"53 years of age, still going strong. Sugiura of Japan. Some beautiful pedaling style there. Definitely been in the wind tunnel. You can see that hand position perfectly positioned.
Well, there's just zero upper body movement whatsoever, is there? You can just see that, just as smooth as they are based on their level of impairment. It is remarkable. Again, just going back, if you have just joined us, we've seen just the slightly wider bike tyres these days, one of the real innovations. Number 144, Amanda Reid of Australia, just on the slight uphill part of this course. So the Australian, the 5-time world track champion.
Yeah, she comes out of the South Australian Institute of Sport, comes from St George in Sydney, very close to where I live, number 144, but she has been passed by the Chinese rider, one of the big favourites.
Yeah, Wang Xiaomei has gone through. Now, I can just tell you, through the 5.8 kilometre time check, Daphne Schrager of Great Britain did lead by 4.56 seconds over Clara Brown of the United States, and then just a further second back here to Wang Xiaomei. So it is still game on, anybody's race, but through 5.8 kilometres, it's Great Britain, narrowly over the United States and China.
Yeah, 3 big favourites there after the first time check, but still 7 or 8 riders to come through that first time check. We're watching Wang at the moment. She's gone through the first time check in 3rd position so far, but as we said, many riders still to come through the time check. And Sugiura of Japan, well, we have not seen her pass through the first time check yet, so she is the final rider off the ramp and looking quite strong.
Looks smooth though, doesn't she? Just pushing that big gear, so she'll have a big chain ring on the front, and then she'll probably be in a lower cog on the back. So traditionally you have 53 teeth on the front, and then your small chain, the smallest little cog on the back for those that are non-cycling aficionados might be what we have 11 teeth, and the next one might have 12 or 13. So you have what we call a gear ratio. So you might see them riding a 53.11, which is their hardest gear, 53.12. Their next hardest gear, 53.13, 14, 15, and then sometimes it can change a little bit. They'll have a really big cog on the back if it's a hilly course, And in the big races like the Tour de France, Italia, they might even go as high as a 27-28.
Ooh, that was close. The last decision to go on the left-hand side of the road. But what we did see here at the Olympic Games on this type of road time trial course is because the hills are not so significant, that riders were just using one front chainring.
Not having the smaller one, yep.
Having that aerodynamic advantage and using mountain bike rear cassettes, the cluster of cogs on the back, just to ensure that they keep the chain as straight as possible for maximum power output, and safety of not being able to drop the chain by having those two chain rings as well. So watching Schrager.
Yeah, Daphne Schrager here of Great Britain.
She has been absolutely flying. Fastest through the first wave check at 5.8 kilometres. However, still a handful of riders to come through that first time check. We have a new leader through the time check.
Yeah, so Fran Brown, her fellow countrywoman, has actually gone through that 5.8 kilometre time check. Actually 5.68 seconds quicker than Daphne Schrager and 10 seconds quicker than Clara Brown. Now, what does that mean? Well, that just means that maybe they've gone out quite quick. Can they hold it, though, over the back half? Very easy to go out, get caught up in the emotion, get caught up in the crowds, and maybe ride a little bit harder than you need to, only to pop a little bit on the back half. So we'll find out shortly, but just look at the head movement there, look at the hurt going on, concentration. I can tell you this right now, she is suffering.
Yeah, Schrager, she was second through the first time check, but she's Tenalguis, the Spanish rider who has won the men's time trial here. Wow. What an inspiration.
Winner of the C1 division, and what was really just an epic battle. And isn't that just great to see? The camaraderie between the riders, absolutely fantastic. And so there we saw Ricardo Ten-Aguiles of Spain and Michael Cuba embracing each other as we now get underway with our next division here on day 7 of Paris 2024 Paralympics. And that is the men's hand cycle event. And the first rider away is Amit Hajdeh of Israel, a 41-year-old. And so this is all about the triceps, not dissimilar to what you see on the road setup. Everything's obviously reversed. So using their hands to leverage those pedals. But similar scenario in terms of the gear setup, the gear ratios, the chain rings they all use.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Korea, right here.
So Andrea Escal in the women's H4 to H5 individual time trial. Much more upright position. Again, a lot of technology and testing goes into these. There will be certain things they can and can't do under the UCI regulations, but the body of this particular hand cycle, you can see the carbon fibre and the aerodynamics in it. Number 191 is Susanna Tangen of Norway, 35 years of age.
Well, they refer to the hand cycling as the Formula One of sport because these machines need to be meticulously designed for aerodynamics and power outputs. It is Leah Dion of Korea. Encouragement out of the start gate. She looks good, powerful.
Yes.
Of Korea.
Picked up silver in the road race in Rio and world champion back in 2014. So she certainly brings pedigree. She's got the experience, and I think half the time, sometimes at an event like this, is having the experience, being able to deal with the occasion. When you come to an event like the Paralympics, you've got games, villages, opening ceremonies, media scrutiny, and it can be overwhelming. It's what we say, the event sometimes is greater than the sum of its parts. Going back now to the women's C1 to 3 individual time trial. And out on the course here is Jian Wangwei of China. And we can tell you that Mikey Hausberger has the fastest time through 5.8 kilometres. And so Fran Brown of Great Britain, who held that earlier, now currently sits in third place. And Beck of Sweden has almost moved into the silver medal position just through that time check. And our next athlete underway is Sun Bian of China. And she was second in the road race in Tokyo in 2020 and also picked up a silver medal in the time trial as well. So the Chinese athlete, very much one to beat. And so as we go back to Andrea Iskau of Germany. And fifth in Tokyo, gold in London in the road race and time trial. So certainly a wonderful athlete, but just have a look at the carbon body there, the aerodynamics, so important.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Giulia Rufato of Italy will get underway. One of 3 Italians in this race. So third in Glasgow at the World Championships in 2023, and she's actually a physiotherapist by profession. And she is 36 years of age.
Yeah, and last year in Italy she received the City of Mestre Award for sport. So she is very decorated in Italy as a parathlete. As we see her catch on the road in the C1-3 time trial, it is Great Britain's 1:43 making the pass. It's Fran Brown. She is on a good time here.
But she did trail Mikey Hausberger of Germany through that 5.8 kilometre time check by 16 seconds, but that doesn't mean too much. It's all about the negative split. Now coming down, one of our first of our athletes to cross the line will be the Colombian, by the looks of it, Daniela Carolina Muniva Flores. And she'll put the time on the board. Now, of course, it will be factored based on level of impairment as well, so we will confirm that for you. So Flores will come down, 23.2946. So real time is 24 minutes, 12 seconds, 75, but it's factored in based on her level of impairment to 23.29.
Yeah, her level of impairment being C2. So the C1, C2 and C3 in the same competition.
Go back to the Korean athlete here in the hand cycle, women's H4 and H5. And this is Lee Do-yeon, silver in the road race in Rio, world champion back in 2014. And then next of our Italian athletes, and Katie.
2, 1, go.
So Katie Erie, 6th in Tokyo in the time trial. Bronze in the road race back in Tokyo, so she knows what it feels like to be on the podium at a Paralympics. Again, a more of an upright position. And that Formula One type setup. Interesting, different wheel combination too. We've seen some of these riders go out with smaller wheels on the back, a larger wheel on the front.
And you can see on the hand cycles, the rear wheels are tilted inwards for traction and control. We're yet to see specifically designed tyres for those inverted back wheels.
So Jamie Whitmore here of the United States. She went through the 5.8k time check, 46.71 seconds behind our leader, who was actually Danielle in fact, through there was in fact Mikey Hausberger of Germany.
Yeah, one of the big favourites, Hausberger of Germany. She went through the 5.8 kilometre time check fastest in the C1-3 individual time trial. But back to the hand cycles now.
Yep, Sandra Stockley, third at the time trial world championships in 2022, 8th in Tokyo, but second in the road race. So really good. And our next of our athletes to come down and hopefully get across the line in a time that Rachel Timothy will be happy with. She is from Ireland. She is pushing really hard. Look at that wonderful performance from her. Absolutely left nothing out there. Suffering like you cannot imagine. That is gutsy from the young Irish woman. Really good performance from her.
I'm currently sitting second on the finishing timing board. Only 2 riders to finish, and it's Colombia's Minerva in the lead. All the visors just come off.
Yeah, and it crosses the line here. So we've just seen Custodia de Silva finish, and now we have had the first of our American athletes come across the line, Clara Brown. Now, she technically is in the gold medal position, and the Canadian Mel Pemble has just crossed the line. She currently sits in 4th, so just giving a bit of clarification. Clara Brown crosses the line in a time of a factored time of 22:58, so it doesn't change based on her level of impairment.
She's in the gold medal position at the moment. The American Clara Brown in the C3. She's a C3 rider, but racing against...
So Danielle Carolina Munivar Flores is second, 23:49.46, and then Rachel Timothy of Ireland currently sits in 3rd place. But the big names still to cross the line in terms of rankings coming in terms of order, as we go back to the women's H4 to H5 hand cycle. Chantal Heijnen of the Netherlands, world champion in Glasgow and Portugal. Portugal back in 2021. So one of the big names underway, wanting to just get into a good rhythm early, get that gear selection correct, and then just try and keep that heart rate as high as she can, but even. Doesn't want to be having the heart rate going up and down too much. Doesn't want to have to be changing gears too much. And now our Chinese athlete, and this is Qian Wang Wei. In fact, it might be Wang Xiaomei, number 152. We'll confirm that for you. It is. So let's have a look at the time that she needs to beat. Now, nothing will change here for her. There's no factored time here. The time she needs to beat is 22:58, and that will move her into the gold medal position, the Chinese athlete. So Clara Brown of the United States moves into the silver medal position on the road as we speak, with a number of riders still to come. And Daniela Munivar Flores currently sits in the bronze medal position. Underway now is our Austrian entry, and what a wonderful pedigree she does bring to Moshkovic. Svetlana Mochkovic. She was world champion in 2015. She was 3rd in London, 4th in Tokyo. So another athlete with plenty of experience, 41 years of age. And now coming downhill, number 155, Anna Beck of Sweden, back to the women's C1 to C3 individual time trial. Now, big hope here. One of the first of the British riders looking to try and come down. It is Schrager of Great Britain. 22:44 is the time to beat for Schrager. So keep an eye on the clock here, folks. Look at the hurt on the face.
Oh, she's going to do it.
Going to do it comfortably too. Really good performance from her. Currently sits in 1st place, does Daphne Schrager, over Wang Xiaomei of China and Clara Brown of the United States. As we now go back to the women's H4 to H5 hand cycle. And our next athlete is the second of our Dutch riders in action, and this is Jeanette Jansen, bronze in the H4 to 5 time trial back in Tokyo. And she won the road race in Tokyo, so quality rider. As we now wait to see Amanda Reid here of Australia. What can she do, Reid? So she's well outside of that winning time at the moment, but she will have a factored time based on her level of impairment, so that time will change. We'll confirm that time for you. So let's see, with that factored time, where that places her when she comes down and crosses the line. Time to beat. And that will currently put her in 6th place. So real time 26:06, factored time 25 minutes 19.73 seconds. And now it is Maike Hulschberger of Germany.
And she's the rider that went through the time check at 5.8 kilometres in 1st position. However, the second half of the course is a little bit hillier, with a tough little climb out of the seat, you can see. And we have seen the first, second and 3rd place riders at this moment from Great Britain, China and USA They went through the first time check at 5th, 7th and 6th position. Here we see the difficulty of getting off the bike with such fatigue. Takes so much help from the supporters, and that's what it means to empty the tank. A gold medal winning position at the moment as it stands.
Okay, second of our, Fran Brown is our athlete, is that fact. So Fran Brown at the moment coming down to see what time she can do. So Fran Brown 21.08. Let's just have a look at the time here. Now, she's got a higher degree of impairment here, such you can see the factor percentage down there of 90.85. So she'll go very close to moving into the gold medal position here. Will Fran Brown of Great Britain. Just have to wait for it. Again, just another one who's got that grimace on, and I can tell you folks, it's not a smile. You know, it is very much a war face. Or
she's stable, she's strong, she's looking good. The finish line is approaching.
And it will be, yes, it'll move her into the gold medal position, 21.46. So Fran Brown moves ahead of her fellow countrywoman, Daphne Schrager, into the gold medal position. Schrager now into silver. Wang Jiomei of China into the bronze medal position. But now a big challenge here coming from Florina Rigling of Switzerland. Keep an eye on the time here too, folks. As we now do see our Chinese athlete, Jian Wangwei. So it is still game on. I'll cross the line, wait for it. And so nothing changes at the front. Fran Brown still in the gold medal position, but Florina Rigling of Switzerland now moves into the silver medal position, and Daphne Schrager of Great Britain into the bronze. Wang Jiomei into 4th place. Still a number of riders out on the road. Oh, look at the hurt.
Well, the Swedish rider Anna Back, she moves into silver position behind Fran Brown. Rigling still in bronze. Everything changing very quickly at the moment.
So Fran Brown in the gold medal position, Anna Beck of Sweden the silver, Florina Rigling, who's just crossed the line, in 3rd. So Beck, who was the last to finish, 21.54, silver medal position. Daphne Schrager now drops down into 4th place, but Sugiura of Japan still to come. The big favourite, the winner of the time trial and the road race in Tokyo, the veteran. And what a remarkable athlete she is at 53 years of age. Oh, look at the grimace. And this is Mikey Hulschberger. Let's see if we see this order change again. Just 2 riders left on the road to determine the medals. Good, strong finish from the German. Look at that. Literally just biting the bullet, asking herself. The body says, the mind says no, the body says no. She crosses the line and she moves into the gold medal position with that performance, 21.30.45. Fran Brown now moves into the silver. Anna Beck the bronze, with still the great Keiko Sugiura to come. So only one athlete can change the order here. Does she have the ability to do it? Now,
the current gold medalist, Mika Hausberger, she takes her 2nd gold medal of the Paralympic Games here in Paris after winning the 500-metre time trial on the velodrome. She had fine form, first fastest through the time check. She's gold medal position with 1 rider to finish. As we move back to the men's H2 individual time trial.
Yep, and so we go back to the next event, and this time it will be Amit Hashdeh of Israel. So a small field this one, but a quality field. So that is the next category underway here on day 7 of Paris 2024 Paralympics. You are watching the individual time trials for those athletes who have entered in the road races. And those road races, of course, will come over the next 3 days. But this is tough. It's a lonely sport. This is just about you. No aerodynamics, no bunch. And so interesting there to see Hashdeh pushing a slightly bigger gear back to the finish of the women's C1 to 3 individual time trial. And she'll cross the line a minute 8 back, so the defending champion can't find a way to get herself on the podium, so Keiko Sugiura will end up finishing in 6th. It will be a gold medal to Maiki Halsberger of Germany, Fran Brown the silver, Anna Beck will pick up the bronze from Sweden in the women's C1 to C3 individual time trial. And now back to the men's H2 hand cycle individual. So this is the New Zealander, Rory Mead. A lot of people back home in New Zealand be watching him with plenty of interest. Man who used to participate in motocross and was amongst the very best in that. Lives in Columbus, Ohio these days. 5th in the road race. And the Israeli athlete, well, 6th in the time trial in Glasgow last year at the World Championships. 5th in the World Championships in Canada back in 2022. And number 187 in the women's H4 to H5 time trial. And lovely camera work here from, and this is Cornelia Wittmer of Austria, just showing the extraordinary athleticism, the triceps, the biceps, the shoulders. Big roar will go up for Florian Jouanet of France on his way. Yeah, just the upper body strength, just remarkable. The lats that run down the side of the body, the arms. You've got to, oh, yeah.
You can imagine the lactic acid built up in the arms in this event. A little like boxing, I would say, the feeling of lactic acid and having to continue, and the gear changes.
Clichy-sous-Bois in the eastern suburbs of Paris is the venue for this 14.2 kilometre time trial. Just an absolutely magnificent city. Just want to congratulate too the people of Paris and the people of France for just turning out in such droves and numbers to support these para athletes. The crowd's been simply remarkable. Number 196, Anna Maria Vitillaru of Italy was the athlete we just saw. And now Cody Wills of the United States. 4th in Glasgow in the road race. 7th in the time trial in Glasgow as well. So what can the American do? You automatically see pushing maybe a slightly easier gear from what we saw perhaps earlier from some of the other athletes. So plenty of motion here at the finish line.
Maiki Halsberger, the gold medalist. C1 to 3. Sensational gold medal there. Just to add to her tally, she'll leave. Well, she'll have one more event, but already 2 gold medals here from Paris.
So Rory Mead, the New Zealander, and the famous black and silver fern. Again, I mentioned it earlier, but if you've just joined us, New Zealand highly respected here in France, mainly due to the excellence in the sport of rugby, which the French do love. Of course, they hosted the Rugby World Cup last year, the French, and did a fantastic job on that. Luca Mazzoni gets underway, the Italian. Silver in the road race and time trial in Tokyo, gold in Rio. So when we do refer to Glasgow, we are talking about the World Championships last year in 2023. So did a wonderful job too, Glasgow last year, in hosting those World Championships. This year they were staged in Rio de Janeiro. As we have a look at Mazzoni.
Yeah, the Italian, he's 53 years of age and he's motivated by his son's presence here at the competition. He said, the joy of my son, when he sees me coming first, he said, there's nothing that can beat that. When I finish second, he almost doesn't even look at me. So.
Oh, kids can be tough, can't they? As we have a look at Sergio Garot Munoz of Spain, and this man gold in Tokyo, gold at the World Championships in 2022 and also 2021. So that's why he is going last, because he is very much the athlete to beat, and explodes down that ramp, high cadence automatically. Now the key thing here is when they do start to get fatigued is the head movement, being able to hold that position. And it's all about They'll work on power meters, they'll then do a lot of time trials, they'll do a lot of racing, they'll download those numbers, they'll look with their coaches and go, right, this is the level of exertion I put out today at the highest level. Now I need to replicate those numbers in training. Again, training is just dress rehearsal from race day, right down to your nutrition. You know, if you're going to be racing at 9 o'clock in the morning, get used to doing workouts at 9 o'clock in the morning so the body's constantly in tune.
Rory Mead, New Zealander, he is looking very, very comfortable there.
Yeah,
nice style.
Love to get himself on the podium, the New Zealander.
So he's got some hydration hooked in there as well, which is very, very important for para-athletes because some of them can be compromised in hydration with their severities of their impairments.
You can just see him taking a little bit of a sip there, but he's smart too. He knows where to do it too. You know, when you're on a slight downhill, you've got a little bit more momentum. That's when you want to drink. You don't want to be trying to take a drink climbing up a hill and your heart rate's high and then suddenly you sort of go into a state of hypoxia because you can't breathe. Almost feel like you're drowning. So there's a lot that does go on, a lot of concentration required. Don't underestimate the importance of staying hydrated. Some wonderful shots here coming from our helicopter crew. Lovely aerodynamics. Really good. Just look at the technological innovations here. As I said, a lot of these innovations in sport will actually carry through for people, as we do have a look at Garate Muniz here of Spain. And that is Sergio Garate Muniz of Spain, the defending champion, the #1 seed for this particular division. Lovely setup there, those carbon full disc wheels with the deep carbon rims on the front. Oh, look at the American just absolutely charging here. Cody Wills just chucking down a massive gear, absolutely just chucking it down. In fact, it's Masters, my apologies. So
yeah, good. Oscana Masters of the United States, 35 years of age. She has huge, huge tyres on that tricycle. Very aerodynamic. You can see the work that's been put in to the design of this bike. And she is on a mission, the American Oscana Masters. She's pushing a relatively big gear as well as we head back to the men's H2 individual time trial. Juanway of France.
yeah, again, that's a really nice setup. Having a look at that gear ratio there, that sort of oval type chainring too. So a lot of innovation going into the oval versus the traditional 360 degree chainring, circular. As we go now to the women's H4A5 again, and we did talk about through the 5.8k time check, it was actually Chantal Heinen of Netherlands who led narrowly over Oksana Masters. And now Masters just beginning to make her move again. That gap was 24.86 seconds just through 6 kilometres, so significant lead to the athlete from the Netherlands. Sun Bian of China was 31.13 seconds behind the Dutch rider. As we said though, really easy through first 6 kilometres to take it out very quickly, only to pop on the second half. So really nice battle here between number 186 there, which is Svetlana Moshkovic of Austria, being overtaken here by the American.
It's got to be good for the mental morale as well when you're overtaking an athlete.
Contrast there between the deep carbon rim wheels of the American and the full disc here being shown by the Austrian.
Yeah, well, it's all up to individual testing. They do so much wind tunnel testing at this level. You can just see the carbon parts. There's titanium parts on the bike as well to make them as light as possible.
So Florian Jouani of France, number 96. And Amit Hashdai has gone through 5.8 kilometres in this particular event in a time of 9:40.98. So it'll be interesting to get a bit of a read here in terms of how these other athletes are tracking. You would expect the athletes, based on starting order, to get quicker. And now coming down, are we, to the finish line in the women's H4 to H5 time trial. And it will be Sun Bian of the People's Republic of China. just have to get a bit of thing. In fact, so Andrea Eskau is the first athlete across the line, and then Susanna Tangen of Norway, and it is Andrea Eskau of Germany who leads in a time of 26.35.88. But more athletes to come, still waiting for Chantal Heinen of the Netherlands, who was fastest through 5.8 kilometres. So it is still very much game on.
So this event, H4, hand cycling 4, there is no factored time, it's just one category. So the time they cross the line is the time they finish with.
And here is Sun Bian of the People's Republic of China, and she'll cross the line in a time of 25.13. So she takes the lead comfortably by 1:22 over Andrea Eskau. So she is currently our gold medalist on the road. And what we mean by that is if the race was to stop right now, that's how it would finish. But still plenty of action going. So there is Jeanette Jansen of the Netherlands overtaking number 186, Svetlana Moshkovic of Austria. So the Dutch rider looking very comfortable, enjoying the slight downhill run here. They'll be in their biggest chain ring on the closest to them and their smallest cog on the front. And now the start of the men's H1 time trial. So the hand cycles, those with the highest degree of disability. And it will be the Belgian rider who does get underway. And that is Maxime Woodies, who won gold at the World Championships in Glasgow in 2022, was a bronze medalist in Tokyo back in 2021, or Tokyo 2020, as it was formerly known. And again, just concentration, so important. Taking those straightest lines, cutting the apex, all just adds up to seconds. Patricia Holder is our next rider to go. A man from the Czech Republic, 4th in Tokyo 2020, 4th at the Glasgow World Championships in 2023, UCI World Cycling Championships.
Controlled start there, you can see he's got his feet strapped in as well. Very aerodynamic position. And it's all about strategy, isn't it, this time trial? As we said, it's not always those riders who go through the 5.8 kilometre time check that finish the fastest.
Well, let's have a look here. So Lee, 3:22.94, well outside at the moment, but really good performance from Doyon Lee, who's aged 52 years of age. And so we can tell you that Sun Bian of China still continues to lead with that time of 25.13. Go back to our men's H1 hand cycle individual time trial. Fru of Switzerland gets underway. And 2017 world champion, 32 years of age, so really in his prime. Mind you, sports scientists and stuff will tell you 27, 28, 29, 30 come to the Paralympics, and I can tell you what, they'll be shifting those numbers because we've seen athletes in their 50s doing incredibly well winning medals. As we now go back out onto the course for our women's H4, H5 individual time trial. And now just having to negate these pretty tough corners. As we chop and change. And just look at those carbon cranks there. That is the arm that connects the handles to the frame. Cornegliani underway. The Italian, silver in Tokyo, 4-time world champion. Won those world championships in cycling back in 2018, 19, 21 and 22. So looking to add Paralympic gold to, wow, really what is a complete resume. And now more of our riders in this women's H4, H5 about to finish this time trial. And look at the suffering. Cannot describe to you. High heart rate. Comes down, crosses the line. We'll wait for it. So, it is Giulia Rufato of Italy. Time of 28:40. Currently puts her in 5th place. And now we've just had Chantal Heinen cross the line, 23:51, moves into the gold medal position. The athlete from the Netherlands goes past Sun Bian.
Well, she's going to take some beating. She was 4th at the Paralympic Games in Tokyo.
And our next athlete crosses the line, and that was Katie Ayeri of Italy. She'll finish, well, at the moment, she's in 4th place outside of the medals, time of 27:07.35. 3 minutes 15 seconds back on Chantal Heinen.
Yeah, Chantal Heinen ranked number 1 at this moment.
Anna-Marie Vitalaru is the next athlete on the course. Let's see what she can do. She is well outside that time too.
Ja, dat was ook zo fijn in de auto. Dat was echt super fucking hard gereden. Opzetten wachten die auto inderdaad echt reten deze man. Echt klas.
Wow, wonderful images. And now let's have a look here at Vitalaru of Italy, 41 years of age. It's going to again be well outside that time, but really gutsy, honest performance from the Italian. Such a class act, such a wonderful bike rider.
Well, that time of Chantal Heinen, well, it's certainly going to be very, very hard to beat. Superb ride from the rider of the Netherlands, as we see Italy come in for 3rd, bronze medal at the moment. So it's number 1 Heinen, number 2 from China, it's Sun, and from Italy in bronze, it's Anna Maria.
Okay, so now the big chance here is the American, Oksana Masters. Now, she was 24.86 seconds down on Chantal Heinen at 5.8 kilometres. But can she negative split the back half? The time that she needs to beat is 23:51.44. So she is starting to run out of time. She's starting to run out of road. You can just see the chain ring there. Deep carbon rim wheels, disc brakes there on the front. Still beautifully poised. Her form at the end looks as good as her form at the start, which is always a good sign.
She does look like she's bringing this home, but to make up 24 seconds over the second half is a huge ask.
So our Swiss athlete, by the looks of it, Sandra Stockley, now coming down. And boy, I tell you what, they'll be looking at that finish line. They would have just had to play the ultimate head game and just trying to break this course down piece by piece, get through the next 500 metres, get through to that next tree. Such is the pain, such is the suffering that does go on. And let's check the time there. So Stockley, she'll now move into still 7th place at the moment on the road, 28 minutes and 28 seconds. And now the American. So here we go, folks. Oksana Masters, what does she do? Let's have a look at it. Crosses the line and she goes into the gold medal position. She does by just 6.24 seconds over Chantal Heinen and Sun Bian. Well, that is remarkable because she was 16 seconds back at the 6 kilometre mark. And the difference, in fact, in the finish was 24.86 seconds. What a back end from her. Wow, what a performance.
Unbelievable performance by Oksana Masters of the USA. She is in the gold medal position with 3 riders left to cross the finish line. 10 riders started, 3 to finish.
Well, Jeanette Hansen now. Jansen coming down. Let's have a look what she does and where this puts her. She's going to be well outside that time, so it's not going to change the medal order at the moment. So it's still the USA, Netherlands and China, gold, silver and bronze. And then we'll have Svetlana Moshkovic and Cornelia Widmer of Austria, and crossing the line now, and a very good performance indeed is our athlete from the Netherlands, Jeanette Jansen. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the level of suffering that is required to win a medal at these Paralympics. And now it is the Austrian, Svetlana Moshkova, who will come down. Good performance from her. She ultimately at the moment is in 8th place.
We just missed the Dutch rider, Jeanette Jensen, come in, 4th position. So she sits behind the gold, silver and bronze medalist with one rider yet to finish, and it is the Austrian.
Cornelia Widmer still to come as we go back out onto the course for the men's H2 individual time trial. And so a good performance coming here from the Italian. And that is Luca Mazzoni. Yeah, wonderful shots, great images. Our camera crew out there on the bikes, which is a skill set in itself, just capturing not just the technology, but the effort and the technical ability required from these athletes. And you'll see the power meter sitting there on the bike. That'll be based on wattage. That'll provide them some data. So that'll measure how much power they're putting out every time they turn those cranks. And it has been a real change, a revolution over the last 15 years. But look at the celebration. That's what it means to be Paralympic champion. Fantastic, wonderful, wonderful images.
Well, it's Oksana Masters of the USA who takes the gold medal here in Paris for women's H4 to H5 individual time trial.
And now Cornelia Widmer of Austria coming down to finish. Really gutsy performance from her too. 45 years of age. Just to get to the start line is remarkable. And then to deal with the occasion and to come out here against some of the very, very best and benchmark yourself. You know, for some athletes, it'll be the perfect day. For others, well, they might have just been off just slightly. But really good performance here from Widmer, coming down and crossing the line, getting wonderful support from this very big French crowd that are starting to gather around the streets here. And now just a chance to try and recover. Back to the men's H2. And this is the man everybody wants to try and beat, Sergio Garate Muniz of Spain. Again, you can just see that hydration system there, really important. Making sure that you stay hydrated, keep the energy levels up. It's always hard to do, and it's easy to do when you're in an aerobic state, when you're just out training, but when you're actually under duress, to actually absorb and drink is not easy. When you're trying to breathe, your heart rate's high, and that just adds to that state of hypoxia. So you've got to choose your points on the course where you do drink and eat. And of course, what they do drink or take on board in terms of gel type food really just comes down to the individual. There's not necessarily a right or a wrong. So the next of our riders underway in this men's category of the H1 individual time trial. And we've just seen Patrik Joda of the Czech Republic get underway.
2, 1, go.
Our next rider underway is Chateau of Thailand. And so you are watching the next event, which is the men's H1 individual time trial. Women's, my apologies. The women's H1 individual time trial. So we've got 19 medals that we are handing out here today across the different categories. And factored time there, 62.65. So you'll have different athletes with a different level of impairment, and therefore they will have a system which will be based on a mathematical algorithm to make the adjustments time-wise. Now Katarina Instasova of the Czech Republic gets underway, 59 years of age. What an athlete. Wow, 59. Okay, nice high cadence. So really turning those arms over very quickly, up around about 100 revolutions per minute, which you'll see a lot of professional bike riders riding a similar type cadence. Some riders will prefer a higher or a lower cadence and push a slightly bigger gear. Good performance here from Chateau of Thailand. 20 years of age, so one of the younger athletes. So you contrast that between Katarina Astova, 59 years of age, versus a young athlete of 20 years of age. And go back to our men's race. And that was the men's H2 individual time trial. Next athlete underway, Malavasi of Brazil.
The 29-year-old from the capital of Brazil began cycling in 2010. Back to the men's H2.
Yeah, this uphill section, tough, isn't it? Particularly with that, you know, higher degree of impairment. That this really is tough, because this is now just pure strength. And this will have, you can just have a look here, just trying to keep that steady. This is the men's H1 individual time trial. So the hand cycle, those athletes with the highest degree of impairment. And we are just trying to break this down in the head. We're looking at the Swiss athlete there, Benjamin Fruit, the 32-year-old. And now back to the women's H1 to H3 hand cycle individual time trial. And Roland Garros of Thailand, 21 years of age, just another youngster. And just now having to cross the finish line there, and we'll register that first time of the day in the men's H2 individual time trial. So that time there by Florian Joannet of a 25.19. So that is the leading time at the moment, but still the other riders still out on the road. I can tell you though, the fastest time through 5.8 kilometres was Sergio Garotte Munoz.
A big job for Florian of France, who's at the top of the leaderboard after the finish line, to bring back 11.6 seconds from that intermediate time check. So Garcia from Brazil off the start in the women's H1 to 3 individual time trial.
Yeah, Mariana Garcia, 5th at the World Championships in 2022 in Canada, and 4th last year at the Pan American Games in Santiago in Chile. And now just trying to maintain their concentration here. Just trying to negate and negotiate this very tough little climb. And here is Fabrizio Cornigliani of Italy. Look at that, look at the concentration required, just trying to break that climb down in his head.
Yeah, it was only 3.8 seconds behind our Belgian rider, Maxime Hordes, at the intermediate time check.
Next rider crossing the line, and we will pick that up for you. And that coming across the line, fast and furious at the moment. And so we've just had Luca Mazzoni cross the line and moves into the gold medal position in a time of 25:18.83, so 46 seconds quicker than Florian Joannet. And then we've had the Israeli athlete Amit Hashdai finish, currently in 4th, and now Sergio Garotte Munoz of Spain crosses the line and moves into the gold medal position in a time of 24.33 and exactly 45 seconds in front of Luca Mazzoni, who sits in silver, Florian Joannet of France in the bronze medal position, still waiting for Rory Mead and Cody Willis, the only 2 athletes still out on the course that can change that order. Back to the women's H1 to H3 individual time trial. And we have another one of our Italian riders, Francesca Porcelato, silver in Tokyo, third in Rio, and a 4-time world champion. Now here comes Corey Mead. Let's see what the New Zealander can do. Comes down, and as he changed the pecking order, he finishes in a time of 29.22 to sit in 5th place. So it is still Sergio Gorote Munoz of Spain in the leader's position. Luca Mazzoni of Italy, the silver, and Florence Juanet, the bronze.
Well, he knows with one rider to finish that he's in the gold medal position, and that is the sound of delight.
Sergio Gorote Munoz of Spain will be the Paralympic champion in the men's H2 individual time trial, as we now go back to more of our competitors in the women's H1 to H3 individual time trial. And one of many Americans participating here. This is
one of our favourites from
Katarina
the USA.
Brim. Yep.
Katarina Brim. She was the World Championship gold medalist in 2022 and in the time trial, and also the gold medalist in 2022 in the road race. So let's see how she performs in 2024 here in Paris.
Yep, Pan American champion as well. So back to the H1 individual time trial, and Cody Wills, in fact, still out on the course here in the men's H2 individual time trial, number 100.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
And now Lauren Parker of Australia, big hopes on her shoulders, gold in the triathlon already. And she was part of a famous race back in 2000 and in Tokyo 2020 when she lost that triathlon gold medal really in the last 10 metres of the race to the American. Well, she's won that triathlon gold, which was really what the focus was. Now, this is a bonus for her. But knowing the fact that she swim and can also do the hand cycle and the wheelchair, she will be aerobically very, very strong. So
she'll have the mental advantage of being the current world champion in this event from Glasgow 2023 as well. The Australian, one of the big favourites. So we turn our attention back to the men's H1 individual time trial.
Yeah, last athlete out on the course. It is still, in fact, the men's H2 individual time trial. And so Cody Wills coming down, and well done to Cody. A time of 30 minutes and 1 second. He will end up finishing 6th for the American. Another valuable experience for him, and hopefully inspires a group of athletes back in the United States to take up this particular sport. If in fact they do have a level of impairment or a disability. And out onto the course we go. Number 92, Fabrizio Cornegliani of Italy. Now came through the 5.8 kilometre timing point at 11:04.03, just 3.87 seconds behind Maxime Hodiaz of Belgium, who went through in a time of 11 minutes and 16 seconds. So Hodiaz is currently the leader on the road, but it can all change over the second half. Nicolas Peter Dupree of South Africa, number 93, was third through that 5.8k time check. So number 180 here, JD Malavazzi of Brazil, 29 years of age. Just moving past number 181, Katarina Anstanova of the Czech Republic. Anstanova, 5th in Tokyo, 9th in Rio. And Mariana Garcia, 5th at the World Championships in Canada back in 2020, 4th at the Pan American Games last year in Santiago in Chile. And great to have the Brazilian representation. Yeah, good to see people spread out across this 14.2 kilometre course. Really good look at the technology there. So that computer with the power output, that chain ring, and she'll have decided what size chain ring she wants based on her own individual physiology. just look how much effort they are exerting, using every bit of core strength that they have, having to use different muscle groups to try and compensate for their level of disability.
You see the concentration on trying to get those deep breaths in as well, get the oxygen into the lungs and the oxygen delivered to the muscles. Her arms will be full of fatigue right now. The lactic acid will have built up. She is trying to race her way to a gold medal here in the women's hand cycle, H1 to 3. So 3 categories, factored times.
Yeah, it's a steady little gradient here of about 5%. And so they're having to get their gear ratio right. They wouldn't have changed gears too much on this course. They're relatively flat, but this is where they would have had to make some gear change. Still just trying to keep that cadence nice and even. So they'll be in a harder gear on the flat, but they'll still be maybe spinning at 95 or 100 revolutions per minute. They'll be trying to maintain that on the climb as well. Now, some athletes, when you do start to fatigue, you tend to lean and press on harder gears, which can all... Yeah, just talking to herself, reassuring herself. Oh, wonderful images. The squeals we can't quite hear, but they'll be grinding, they'll be making that sort of... I don't do that noise too well, but you know what I mean.
Oh, she has a full screen of data in front of her, but at the end of the day, it just comes down to what effort they're capable of. Now with the men's.
At number 93 here, Nicholas Pietia Duprez of South Africa. So 32.15 seconds down on Maxime Rodes of Belgium through that 5.8 kilometres.
He's 44 years of age, Perez, from South Africa. Tokyo 2021, 2020, Tokyo Paralympic gold medalist in this discipline.
Yeah, another nation with a rich sporting history, big rugby nation, South Africa. Again, they'll be getting the respect from the French crowd, who also love their rugby, another one of their big rivals. You talk to the South Africans and they will tell you that when they let the French people know where they're from, they automatically bring up the rugby. That's what they're probably known for more in France. And this young man here trying to make a name for himself and let people know that, hey, it's not just rugby that we dominate in, it's also the sport of cycling. Such a class act.
Nicholas Pietia Duprez from South Africa. He also swims 3 times a week, 3 kilometres, incorporated into his training. And you can see that he is very smooth and controlled in this effort.
Just have a look at the power meter. They're really nice. That just gives you a really good look at the numbers that he's pushing. He'll have time running. He might even have his heart rate connected to that. But more importantly, the power output. He would have trained on watts. How many watts every time he turns those pedals are going through the bike. 5 kilometres to go for him. So he's at that point now where there's no plan B, is there?
No, it's everything you got left in the tank now. He's got all of his equipment dialed in. You can see that carbon fibre aerodynamic flare, that blade on the back of his bike, and his wires are all tucked up nice and neatly aerodynamically behind his saddle. And take a little breather through the roundabout, give his arms a little bit of a rest, and then power on.
So now the men's T1 to 2 individual time trials. So these bikes are a tricycle, and these athletes generally, in regards to their impairment, it's to do with balance. So therefore, we see the traditional road setup, but obviously the back is set up with the tricycle setup. And so they'll have a high degree of impairment, of disability. But it's all about balance here for these riders. And so we are underway with Hugeland of Denmark.
He's gone out very, very fast, high cadence, high speed into the first corner. Backs off a little bit. As we say, balance is one of their biggest impairments, so very carefully through the Danish rider through that first bend.
And while it's a tricycle type setup, don't underestimate just the technology. Same technology that you see in the traditional road bike, well, that'll be the same technology they use here, the deep carbon rim wheels. There'll be a lot of work done in the labs in regards to the aerodynamics of it. You can just have a look here. They'll be incredibly light, but it's also making sure that you don't compromise the weight of a bike with the engineering and safety of the bike. There's our next athlete. Will come out of Korea, and athlete is Kim Yong-gi, 39 years of age. And got that support rider there in the background. Another rider that's relatively new to the sport, but again, hopefully trying to inspire and create some aspiration back in his country for athletes possibly with a similar impairment or disability to take up the sport. Very much demonstrating what can be done.
Well, you can see here a little bit of using the slipstream, which the commissaires will be watching very, very carefully as we have different categories out on the course at the same time.
Now, it looks like he's gone with a more traditional old-style setup with his tyres. Look like they're quite narrow tyres, and you can get away with that a bit more on the tricycles, but we have, if you've just joined us, talk these days where the tyres tend to be a lot wider than they once were, a lot less air pressure.
So the Colombian Juan Jose comes out of the gate very, very focused. It's Betancourt.
Yeah, third in the road race in Tokyo and sixth in the time trial. So an athlete who has got himself on the podium, knows what it feels like to have a medal put around his neck. And again, a 25-year-old, so a big future ahead of him, is Betancourt Quiroga of Colombia. Back to the front, our Korean athlete, Kim Yong-ki.
Geez, 39 years of age.
And you'll see all the traditional road setup, drop bars, again from a balance point of view, can't be on those aero bars. So these are athletes who's, due to their disability, struggle with the balance side of things. And now we go down to the Romanian. And this is Theodore Matacan of Romania.
And you can see he's using slightly wider tyres, but not too big, not like we've seen on the cycles. Let's just straighten his helmet up there, make sure everything's right before he gets settled in.
Interesting, he does have the aero bar, so he clearly believes, based on his level of impairment or the disability that he does have, that he still has the ability to come forward and feel comfortable doing that. We go now back out onto the course to the women's H1, H3 individual time trial. And so this is a look here at Anne Vincent of France. And so that is a very, very busy schedule. 19 medals, gold medals to be handed out here in the time trials over the day. As we go back and have a look at Jindřich Masin of the Czech Republic. So Masin, he's got a PhD in chemistry, and he was 13th at the 2023 World Championships in Glasgow. This man here absolutely just kicking along. Number 136, looks fantastic. Juan Jose Betancourt Quiroga.
He is absolutely flying. He's got his hands in that aerodynamic position as well. So he's got a lot of things to think about whilst he's out on the bike. But breathing deeply is one of the main things they need to do. He's got a radio in his back as well for communication with the vehicle.
Giorgio Ferroni, the Italian, is next to launch himself into this time trial. Silver in Tokyo. He's a 9-time world champion. And he was 5th at the London Olympics 2012. So Ferroni, the Italian.
He also competes in mountain bike at national level as well, so likes to mix it up a little bit. He's got through that first corner nicely, and now he'll just settle into his rhythm. He's got one hand on the lever just so he can change gears as he increases his pace. He's got a brake lever on the top bar as well. So a lot of these bicycles have huge impairments, and to optimise the impairments of the riders, as we are now back in the starting gate.
Yep, Dennis Connors of the United States gets his campaign underway, 39 years of age. Won the road race at the World Championships in Glasgow in 2023, 5th in the time trial in Glasgow at those same World Championships last year. So he certainly enjoys the bunch dynamic. Can he transfer that into this time trial today?
Yeah, he loves to use his paracycling as well to started a Project Hero in 2016, a non-profit organisation that focuses on mental well-being for military veterans. As we now see a couple of Belgian riders coming together out on the course in different categories.
Well, this is Woodies of Belgium, looking to try and come down to the finish line. See what sort of time they can register. So keep an eye on the time here. So Maxime Woodies of Belgium.
And just the first rider through the 5.8 kilometre time check. Let's see what time he can finish off with.
Yeah, 35:11.13. Now, that is the time to beat. Now, we say first through that time check, but then in the second half, as Rochelle's pointed out, that's where the big climb is, and that's where things can change very quickly. Go back to the tricycle, go back to the men's T1, T2. And plenty of action in that, and we'll bring you all the coverage of that. Number 93 here is Nicolas Peter Dupree of South Africa. Really just having to focus here. And our rider now out of Belgium, Tim Challen, second in the road race in Tokyo 2020, third in the time trial, and was world champion in Canada back in 2022. Very aggressive start too from the man from Belgium.
Should be one of the big favourites. He considers himself in form here at the Paralympic Games in Paris. One of the faster riders we've seen through that first corner, straight back onto the pedals, a lot of power going through the pedals.
Yeah, just see here our women's individual T1 time trial. In fact, it's men's T1, T2 time trial, my apologies. And it is Matacan of Romania, Theodore Matacan. Jaeger now of Germany, Maximilian Jaeger, 24 years of age, 2023 World Time Trial Champion in Glasgow at the UCI World Road Cycling Championships. Picked up silvers in the same event in 2019, 2022.
Just really trying to get the most out of his tricycle through that first corner. As we're now back to the men's H1 individual time trial. And the Italian, he's out to chase the time of Woodies of Belgium. Finish line is approaching.
It is indeed. So,
fast time.
Cornigliani.
Can he match it?
35.11 is the time to beat. Should comfortably go under it. So the Italian will move into the gold medal position. And Woodies of Belgium currently sits in silver, but we've still got Nicolas Pieter Duprez to come, Patrick Jahara of the Czech Republic, and Benjamin Fru of Switzerland. More riders heading off though in this men's T1T individual time trial. The athlete out of Canada is Nathan Clement. He is the Pan American champion in the 2023 World Championship from Glasgow. Finished third in the road race at Tokyo 2020, did the Canadian. He is 29 years of age.
Also represented Canada in swimming at the 2016 Paralympic Games in Rio de Janeiro.
Patrick Jahoda of the Czech Republic now coming down onto Broadway. Finish line, he'll be well outside that lead time of 34.50. But a really gutsy performance. Got the longer cranks, the longer arm lengths, trying to just maximise that leverage. Powers all the way through. Really gutsy performance. Great job being done. 3 minutes outside of the gold medal, but what a performance from him. Now the Chinese athlete Chen Zhijin, two-time silver medalist in World Championships last year in Glasgow in both the road race and the time trial. And he won both divisions in Tokyo 2020, did this man. So he is on a mission to try and defend the title that he won in Tokyo 2020. Back to the women's H1, H3 time trial, women's individual time trial. And this is Porsatello, Francesca Porsatello of Italy, 54 years of age. And now, let's see if we can see if the South African here, Nicholas Peter Dupleix, can pick himself up a medal. Time that he needs to beat is 34.50 for gold, 37.50 at the moment for bronze. He will certainly move into the bronze medal position with this time. Now, still one rider left out on the course, Benjamin Frew of Switzerland, who could potentially change the order. And here comes the man now. So, the order at the moment is gold to Italy, silver to Belgium, bronze to South Africa. Comes down, crosses the line, will finish in fifth. So therefore, it will be Fabrizio Cornigliani who will win the gold medal. It'll be Maxime Hodes of Belgium who will pick up the silver, and Nicholas Peter Dupleix of South Africa the bronze. Courageous performance. So first across the line in the women's H1 to H3, Jadi Malavazzi, time of 26.34. And now the weight.
She's going to have a lot of competition on her hands. It's a waiting game now, isn't it? She's put her best performance out there. You can see all the best equipment. Absolutely exhausted after that effort, but she posted the fastest time, the time to beat in the women's H1 and to 3 individual time trial.
And now the final event of the morning session here at the time trial on the road racing. And this is the women's T1 to T2 individual time trial. So those riding the tricycles, those athletes with an impairment that clearly impede their balance. And so it's the Mexican athlete.
Good luck, Emma.
Yeah, so you'll just notice the cyclist in the background is more just there from a safety point of view, just to make sure that nothing does go wrong. They also can act as a guide in terms of just communicating, again, based on their level of impairment. This clearly cannot get in front of the rider, cannot draft the rider. As we go back out onto the course, number 183 out of Germany. And that is Annika Zayen-Gilles of Germany, the 39-year-old. She was 40 seconds back through the 5.8 kilometre time check over the fastest time through that, which was Katharina Brim of the United States. So Emma Lund now gets underway. And she was third in the time trial at the World Championships in Glasgow in 2023. 4th in the World Championships back in Canada in 2022. So she'd desperately love to get herself on the podium here. Such.
Some passing him out on the course there. That's always motivational, even if it's a rider from another category. It gives you that mental edge, being able to catch and to close in and to chase, to have a target there. And we can just hear the exhaustion now. The women's H1 to 3 individual time trial. All efforts out on course.
Yeah, fast little finish downhill, isn't it? This is great to see. Lovely little battle. That's the time to beat, 26.3429. And let's have a look at the time there. And it will be Anne Vincent, currently moves into 2nd place. And then Katarina Anstasova of the Czech Republic crosses the line too. She currently sits in 3rd. But I can tell you that JD Malavazzi of Brazil still leads, time of 26.34. So she has a 24-second lead over the silver medalist, Anne Vincent, but some of the big names still to come.
Yeah, and we've just seen Lauren Parker of Australia come in gold position at the moment. So she takes the top spot, the Australian Lauren Parker, ahead of JD Malavazzi and Anis Vincent of France for the top 3 in the women's H1 to 3. And we are now back watching the men's T1 to 2.
Yeah, it's all action. It's very, very busy indeed. I hope you are enjoying the coverage. Wonderful pictures coming from the eastern suburbs here of Paris on day 7 of Paris 2024 Paralympics. Now, Porzolato of Italy. What can she do? Can she change the order here of the women's H1 to H3? And she'll finish at the moment. She's 4th on the road, so it's still Lauren Parker of Australia who leads or who crosses the line in 1st place. 24.24 is that time to beat.
It'll be interesting to see the rider of the USA, Katrina Brim, come in. She was fastest at the checkpoint at 5.8 kilometres.
Here is Dulce Maria Gonzalez Guerrero of Mexico. Silver at the World Championships in Canada back in 2022. Was 4th last year at the Pan American Games in Santiago in Chile. And our next rider is the 33-year-old out of Switzerland, Celine Van Til, and she is the 2023 World Champion. She also previously has competed in para-equestrian. She did the dressage in Rio back in 2016, so multi-talented.
I see the pain face now on the riders. It's the German chasing Parker, the Australian.
Annika Zayan-Gillies looking to try and come down. Let's have a look at that time there from the German. And she does register the 2nd fastest time, so still Lauren Parker holding on to that gold medal, but Annika Zayan-Gillies in the silver medal position. And JD Malavazzi of Brazil now has been relegated to 3rd place, but there are still a number of big riders still to come, so that order could still change.
Majunki of Germany is now out of the gate.
And new fastest time, so Katarina Brim has now moved into the gold medal position with that performance, 24.14.59, 9 seconds ahead of Lauren Parker. Annika Zayan-Gillies of Germany in the bronze medal, but here we go. Now, let's keep an eye here on Mariana Garcia. She'll finish well outside Mul Garcia, so that currently puts her in 8th place. The standings at the moment, United States in the gold medal position, Australia in the silver, and Annika Zayan-Gillies of Germany currently sitting in 3rd place with just 2 riders still out on course, and they are both the athletes from Thailand. And if you do look at the form guide, you would suggest that Katarina Brim will win that gold medal. And now our women's T1, T2 individual time trial. Number 202, Emma Lund of Denmark, just negotiating these corners with the utmost of concentration. Now out of the seat just to get the power back up.
One of the big favourites from Denmark, Emma Lund. She was bronze in this event in the World Championships last year, and she won gold in the 2023
Celine Van Til here, current world champion in 2023. So nice setup there, and look at that, absolute delight, isn't it, on the face of our women's H1, H3 from Anika Zane-Gillies, knowing that she has picked up a bronze medal at the age of 39 in that women's H1 to H3 individual time trial. Now onto the difficult cobbles. Oh, no one likes the cobbles when they ride a bike. The most famous race in the world when it comes to cobbles, just north of Paris, of course, Paris-Roubaix. Absolutely brutal. That will send a few shudders through the body.
Denmark's Emma Lund. She's trying to pass the rider there.
Yeah, so that is Dulce Maria Gonzalez Guerrero of Mexico, the 27-year-old athlete who is in her infancy, I guess, when it comes to the sport of paracycling, looking to try and just really gain valuable experience and look to build on the experience over the next 4 years through to LA. Yeah, wonderful power, isn't it? Just chucking it down now. You can see big chainring on the front, small cog on the back, so she's probably pushing, whether she has a 53 chainring on the front, maybe 52. She might be pushing to 52.12. It would be the gear ratio, possibly a 53.11. And then now we go and have a look here at a very good performance coming from athlete out of Belgium here in the men's.
Yeah, it's Clan of Belgium, the 26-year-old. Age of 13, he joined the Paralympics Parasport Club in Giel, Belgium, and began competing in cycling. He said he tried to make the best of his impairment. He used to play football. He said that didn't work out so well with my disability, but then I started cycling. It soon became clear, people around me, that I really had talent for the sport. Tim Clenham of Belgium, he's one to watch.
Yeah, he was somewhat down though. Through the 5.8 kilometres, he was 54 seconds down on Chen Jiajin of the People's Republic of China. But as we've said, the second half of this course has got the climbs, it's got the hills. We've seen a lot of athletes who have pulled back some remarkable time over the last 2/3 of this course, just 14.2 kilometres of course.
Well, the real art of time trialling is strategy, isn't it? It's pacing yourself, and this is a hard course to pace on because after the halfway check, that's when the hill comes. You need to conserve a little bit of energy.
Yeah, just going back, we talked about the softer tyres these days on the bike and the wider tyres, and part of that is they absorb the vibrations a lot better too. And if you've got a lot of vibration running through your bike, that's vibration that comes up through the muscles. That means the muscles are constantly rubbing, and that is energy being lost. And so part of the science now, and particularly on the cobbles here, you can just see how much the bikes have been thrown around. Softer, wider tyre just means the body's not absorbing as much as that. Those muscles aren't rubbing together, therefore you are conserving or not burning as many matches. So going back here to Van Soest of the Netherlands, number 200 win. Again, just in that, you can just see the concentration. So it's gone with more of a spoked type wheel, and that's not a bad choice either sometimes on these courses. Just makes it certainly sometimes a little easier on the climbs. Often the disc wheels, you need to be sort of generating a certain speed to really feel the aerodynamics that they do provide.
Looks like the frame could be made of titanium. We've seen a lot of carbon fibre and steel bikes, but titanium being a lighter material. See Van Til of Switzerland in the zone. looking very smooth and comfortable. And as we said, some of these riders do have a guide or a car behind them because they are, in time trials, allowed to have race radio communication with the follow vehicle. 3 very deep dish carbon wheels for aerodynamics.
Yeah, and again, they would have looked at the environmental factors today, wouldn't they, Rochelle, saying, well, there's not a lot of wind out on the course. It's not coming from left to right. We can actually go with a deep carbon rim wheel. The last thing you want is have really bad crosswinds and have full disc wheels on, and they'll just pick up like a sail. So all of those things are factored in terms of the way they set their bikes up. So we go back to the men's race.
Yeah, it's Jager, the 24-year-old from Germany. Just staying so smooth and solid on this little rise and climb. That's showing some serious performance there, just using the strength of his legs.
Yeah, nicely balanced. Once he's got this bike going, that's it. Sometimes speed is your friend. You just want to keep that momentum going and just get into that rhythm. Keep the heart rate even. Look at your power meter. Make sure that your power that you're pushing also reflects your heart rate, so that you go, well, look, I'm holding a really high heart rate. My training data says that I should be at these watts, and if you can bind the two together on race day, you're doing pretty well. As we come back down to the finish of the women's H1 to H3 individual time trial. And this will be one of our 2 athletes out of Thailand. Really good performance from them, really gutsy. And again, pioneering for the sport in this country, and it is number 185, and that is Roglang Nafasakon Roglang of Thailand. And then the first of our riders coming through now behind her to cross the line in the men's T1, T2 individual time trial, and that was Juan Jose Quiroga of Colombia in a time of 25:06.46.
Which will be the fastest time, the only rider to cross the finish line. He'll set the benchmark. The Colombian.
And now back out on the course for our women's T1, T2 individual time trial. Number 201 there is Van Soest of the Netherlands. 204 here, Celine Van Til of Switzerland. 199, Pavlina Vodolfa of the Czech Republic, the 35-year-old. Just struggling a little bit on this climb. We talk about that. Some athletes will just be better suited to pushing bigger gears on the flat, maybe not so good on the climbs. Others, well, they'll just be naturally better climbers. You can see a slightly higher cadence here, so just turning those pedals slightly higher, doing a little bit easier perhaps, as Celine Van Til.
Yeah, she definitely does look very composed on the climb, very comfortable and in her rhythm, good pedaling revolutions. She's got a very aerodynamic bike, very good setup. Swiss rider Van Til. She competed in dressage at the 2016 Paralympic Games in Rio de Janeiro. In 2018, she began training for parathletics with a view at competing at the 2020 Paralympic Games in Tokyo. But she took up paracycling just afterwards in 2021. She began competing on the bike in 2022.
Well, it's always a good sign of your strength when you can be climbing still on the aero bars and you're not having to go to the drop bars. And so it's about a 5% gradient. So by international standards, it's yeah, a fairly moderate climb. But again, when it comes to having a level of impairment, it can sometimes feel a little bit like Mount Everest at 5%.
Sure can. We can see that. A little bit of labouring on that slight climb.
So going back to the men's T1, T2 individual time trial. And now see which of our athletes is about to come down. And it will be the athlete from the Czech Republic, Jindřich Masin. And so he's got a PhD in chemistry and will come down. He currently sits in the silver medal position of the 2 athletes that has finished. He's 25.6 seconds behind Juan Jose Quiroga of Colombia. Now they're starting to come in large numbers. Kim Yeol-ki of Korea, about to be overtaken by Dennis Connors of the United States. So let's have a look and see what Connors can do in terms of where this might just put him on the podium. Equally 2 for Kim Yong-ki of Korea. Time to beat is 25.06. He should do that comfortably.
You could see the power produced by Connors of the USA as he was passing those riders and coming out of the corner. He'll come and approach the finish line, pushing as hard as he can to take the top of that leaderboard.
Good performance, and that'll move him into the gold medal position, 24.37. Kim Yong-ki, that'll move him into 4th place, 25.5803. So Dennis Connors currently in the gold medal position, the 39-year-old out of the United States. The man who was road race champion at the World Championships in Glasgow in 2023. But now a really big challenge here coming from Tim Challen of Belgium. Let's have a look at the time here. This is a good performance from the big fella.
Yeah, he's one of the big favourites, Tim Challen of Belgium, and he's pushing very, very hard towards the finish line.
Yep, second in the road race in Tokyo back in 2:20. Third in the time trial at the World Championships in Canada in 2022, 23-25. He's going to do it comfortably, so he'll set the standard. Will the man from Belgium, Tim Challen, now demotes Dennis Connors to the silver. Juan Jose Bentancur Quiroga, the bronze, but there are still some superstars to come, including this man here, out of Austria, Wolfgang Steinbrichler. And Steinbrichler, nickname is Wolfie. He's going to be outside of it. A really gutsy, courageous performance from the Austrian. Maintained really good form throughout this time trial. Really good performance from him. So Tim Challen is in the gold medal position. That leading time 23.27.64 as we go back here. Have a look at number 131, Chen Jianxin of China. And now Giorgio Ferroni of Italy comes down, and that will move him into the silver medal position, 24.03. So Dennis Connors now moves into the bronze medal position. Tim Challen of Belgium still holding the gold medal though at 27.64.
Yeah, he's 35.8 seconds ahead of silver medalist Italian Giorgio Ferroni, and USA Dennis Connors in 3rd. With 4 riders left to cross the finish line in the men's T1 to 2 individual
And we've just seen Theodor Matacan of Romania cross the line in a time of 30.01, so he's currently in 8th place. And now Martin Heglund of Denmark, one of the real race favourites, comes down. What time can he do? No, we'll finish well outside of it. 33.25, 9th place for the man from Denmark. So at the moment, Tim Challen of Belgium leads. But 131, Chen Jianxin. Now, of course, because of the level of impairment, he has a factored time, so an algorithm's come into play here. He's looking pretty good. Yeah. And now Maximilian Jäger of Germany, number 139, comes down. And he will fall outside of the medals based on that, 24. So he'll be over at the 25-minute mark. So he's going to not be in the medals, the German. But what a wonderful effort from the 2023 world champion. What a performance. 131. This man here seems to be the athlete who has the ability to change this order. He is on a mission. The 37-year-old.
Yeah, the current Tokyo champion. What is he able to do?
Yeah, won the time trial and the road race in Tokyo 2020. Trying to do the double again here. Boy, look at the hurt. You can just see he has left nothing out there. Wow. Yeah, talk about the ability to suffer. I'm not sure you can coach that. I think that's an inherent quality sometimes. You've got to be slightly different to go that deep, that dark when it comes to hurt. Now he comes down to the line, 21.09. He'll do this comfortably by the looks of it. Based on that algorithm, it will be a wonderful performance from Chen Jianjun of China, the defending champion, looking to do the double. He'll see that finish line in the distance. He's going to do it comfortably. The people on the streets here acknowledge what they're witnessing. One of the greats, folks. What a performance. Champion in 220. Well, I'll tell you what, Paralympic champion now here in Paris. He goes back to back. And what a demolition, what a performance from this athlete from the People's Republic of China.
All the hard work that's been put in over the last few years to defend that championship. What an outstanding performance.
Well, we've still got Nathan Clement of Canada out there who can change the pecking order still, as he does come down now. And he was somewhat down on that 5.8 kilometre mark, and he will cross the line, and that will move him into the second silver medal place. So Nathan Clement of Canada now moves into the silver medal position. Tim Kellen of Belgium, the bronze medal, meaning that Giorgio Ferroni is now into fourth place. So it'll be Chen Jianjun of China, the gold medal, Nathan Clement of Canada, the silver, and Tim Kellen of Belgium, the bronze.
Godverdomme. Hey, kameraad. Ja, daar komen we mee. Hopla.
No, he's thrilled with his bronze medal.
Hopla. Go, go. Wat een dit, joh. Yes!
And just confirming, though, that it'll be Chen Jianjun of China, who won back in Tokyo 2020. He defends his title, the 37-year-old. It'll be Clement of Canada, the silver. And that man there you've just seen, with all the emotion, phoning family and friends back home, Tim Kellen, who picks up the bronze medal. And now we go back to the women's T1, T2 individual time trial. Number 203 here.
Yeah.
Jana Majunke of Germany, 34 years of age.
Looking at one of our favourites here from Germany. Definitely a medal contender if she has a good ride on the day. She was a gold medalist back in Tokyo at the Paralympic Games in this event. So we'll see factored times for T1 and T2 in this event.
Yeah, 5 kilometres to go. Now that'll feel either a relief or like, oh, I've got 5 kilometres to go. Can I hang on there? Can I dig that deep? Can I hold on to it? 14 kilometres. Well, it's not super long by time trial standards. It just means that it becomes even more intense. So 1:99 here, Pavlova Vivadova of the Czech Republic, 35 years of age. And she was 5th in Tokyo, 9th in Rio. But looking pretty smooth, looking pretty comfortable. Nice aerodynamic position, a comfortable position, well and truly over the top of her gears.
Yeah, one of the riders are maybe just out here for experience. No aero helmet, she's comfortable there in her position. Like you said, very stable and steady on the bike.
Well, I keep saying it, sometimes the best position is still the most comfortable position. I mean, you're ultimately trying to get the best aerodynamic, but you still got to feel like you can get over the top of your pedals.
Not too big of a big chainring on the front of her bike in comparison to some of the other tricycles that we've seen. And as you can see, on the front fork on the right side, there's a timing chip. So that's where we are getting all of our times for you from that timing chip.
And because of the factored time, so you'll see there that the 88%, that's based on her degree of impairment versus, say, other riders. And so there is an algorithm that has been operated to basically give her a more honest time based on the level of her impairment. But really nice shot here. Give you an idea of just the setup. A lot of technology goes into the design of the bikes, all carbon fibre these days, all titanium. As we just have a look here at Jana Majunke of Germany. .34 years of age. silver in the road race in Glasgow at the World Championships last year, the UCI World Road Cycling Championships. Also picked up silver in 2022 at those World Cycling Road Race Championships in Canada. Yeah, so just saying that the percentages you see there, it's just factored based on their level of impairment. So factored into that algorithm. And there's an even 62.65%, so even higher degree of impairment. So that the N4 is factored into that time. Yeah, and I think it's probably fair to say that, look, it's not just about winning, or some athletes come here to win. For a lot of these athletes, it is just simply about getting across the finish line, actually starting on this journey, finding, you know, a real pathway through sport. And for these athletes here out of Thailand, Shep Kokdan here of Thailand, what an experience for her, what a moment. You know, and they go away from this and then they build on it. And I just say they actually inspire the next generation of young athletes in their country to take up the sport. They show the way. They're the pioneers. And it's not easy to get out here and take up a sport and put yourself out on display and stuff. And absolutely wonderful performance from her. And she will finish in 9th place. And so to get yourself top 10, well, it's certainly something to go away with. And a really gutsy performance, real courage. Now 203, it is the German.
We've got a real race on our hands in the women's T1 to T2 individual time trial. Mayuki went through the intermediate time check of 5.8 in 6th position. So what can she do to bring it home in the final difficult part of this course?
Jana Mayanke of Germany.
Trying to offset the balance through that corner. Another corner coming up.
And the reason we should emphasise they are, again, if you've just joined us, on the tricycles, because their level of impairment really affects their balance. So being on a traditional road setup, it's just not viable for them. And that, I guess, is reiterated too when you just see the care they do take on these left-hand turns because of the balance side of it. And now down this downhill stretch here, they'll be enjoying this little run, but they're going to need to just tap on those brakes at the bottom here.
Well, she is the reigning gold medalist from the time trial and road race at the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. A lot of pressure on her shoulders.
Yeah, she'll be pleased she's through that little echelon. Now she can get back up to full speed, just gets out of the seat. Just puts a little bit more pressure on through those pedals. And so you've got to cut the apex, you've got to cut the corners. As we now come down here and have a look at Emma Lund, she will be the first athlete across the line. So there is no factor time for her. So she will set that standard, she will set that time. Looks still fairly relaxed. Again, pushes quite a big gear, not a high cadence there, so she prefers to ride with a little bit more power.
Well, bronze in the most recent World Championship, and today she moves to the top of the leaderboard.
Now, can she stay there? 28.52.13 is that time to beat. Now she has that sitting back, nervous little wait as more of these competitors start to come towards victory lane.
Yeah, and generally the start times are based off their UCI rankings. So Amber Lund has set the fastest time to beat, the only rider to finish at the moment, in 28.52.13.
Jana Mayanke, not too far away, the athlete out of Germany. And now we do have coming up Marieke van Zust of the Netherlands, number 201. So what can she do? Van Zust of the Netherlands, absolutely now chucking it down. You can see the hurt, you can see the pain face on, has left nothing out on the road. Another gutsy performance. And the factor time there is a very good time indeed. She'll be comfortably quicker than Emma Lund. She has left nothing out there. I think that facial expression says it all. Oh, the brutality of the time trial. Wonderful performance from her. 3 minutes and 4 seconds based on that factored time. So she is well and truly in the gold medal position at the moment. But the likes of Celine Van Til and González Guerrero of Mexico still to come, as well as Jana Mayanke of Germany.
Yeah, well, being the reigning Olympic gold medalist in the individual time trial and road race, there's a lot of pressure on your shoulders to come in and perform and to post a really, really fast time. She's now 3 minutes and 4 seconds ahead of the silver medalist, Emma Lund, at this moment, with still 4 athletes to complete this race. We only have 2 riders across the finish line, and it is Marieke van Zost of the Netherlands in gold position, and Emma Lund of Denmark in silver.
Now Celine Van Til crosses the line out of Switzerland in a time of 27.58. That moves her into the silver medal position, and Emma Lund now drops down into the bronze medal position. So Celine Van Til, a time of 27.58.13. Jana Mayanke of Germany, 34 years of age, out there on the course still. She'll be aware of what that time is, of what she needs to do. She'll be getting some updates from out on the course. Getting plenty of encouragement from the crowds here. Wonderful support for these entire Paralympics here in Paris. Been really, really remarkable. I was at the basketball venue earlier in the week. Every single game was a sellout of 12,000 people, and that's been very typical of a lot of the venues for all of the events. Okay, so plenty to look forward to. Can the great German do the unthinkable? Can she go faster than Marieke van Zost of the Netherlands? Settle back, because we are in for a very, very good finish as we now see Maria González Guerrero of Mexico coming down, the 27-year-old. What can she do? Look at the hurt on the face. Look at the pain. Well, it looks a little bit like the pain train at the moment, doesn't it?
Yeah, but look at the super fast time at the moment. She's outside, way outside the fastest time.
But again, it's just another one of these athletes pioneering the sport in their country, aren't they? Showing what can be done, inspiring the next generation.
Yeah, exactly. Inspiring the next generation, especially from their home country, that'll be glued to the screens watching what their fellow countrywoman of Mexico has achieved here today at the Paralympic Games. Well, she's in 4th position, and a big smile on the face, and a smile of relief and a smile of delight to have completed the women's individual T1, T2 individual time trial here at the Paralympic Games in Paris.
And now our next of our athletes, it is Jana Mayanke of Germany, trying to come down 29 minutes and 10 seconds. And it is a factored time, so she's going to be well outside of it.
Oh, she'll be disappointed with that after having won in Tokyo. However, she was only 4th place at the most recent World Championships in Glasgow earlier this year in March. So it'll be Marieke van Zost of the Netherlands who will still retain the gold medal. But what an athlete. I keep saying this. It's athletes like this who might not be having their best day today, but they are the reason why every other athlete gets up and trains as hard as they do. They're the reason why athletes don't push that snooze button, don't give up that 10 minutes a day or that 70 minutes a week, because it's these athletes that have created the legacy. It's these athletes that have set the standard. So she finishes 4th in a time of 29 minutes and 40 seconds. And now coming down is our last of our athletes, Pavlina Vejvodova of the Czech Republic. And again, she'll be well outside that time as well, but really good performance from her too. That factored time coming in. She's looked comfortable all day, nicely set up. And so the athlete out of the Czech Republic will round out our field here. Well, interestingly, with the factored time, she's out of contention here of the gold medal. However, so she comes in for...
And she will finish in 4th place in 28.53.78. So our gold medal will go the way of the Netherlands, Marieke van Zost. Celine Van Til of Switzerland, the silver, and Emma Lund of Denmark will pick up the bronze medal. And now she's just had word she's won gold. Oh, is it Emma Lund? In fact, Emma Lund's just heard, my apologies, that she's won the bronze medal. I thought the moment was the colour of the Netherlands from behind, but it is Emma Lund of Denmark, and that's what it means to win a bronze medal. Wow, wonderful to see. She can't believe it, and it's just a demonstration too, isn't it, Rochelle, that, you know, sport can be selfish, but it's not just about you, it's about the people in the background, it's about the family, it's about the coaches, it's about celebrating with them.
There's a huge team behind the rider that sets everything up, not just over the last couple of years, but the last few years, just putting all efforts into this one performance, and now she can take home to Denmark to inspire the next generation of young para-athletes to take up cycling. And that's what it's all about here at the Paralympic Games in Paris.
And very shortly we will bring you all the victory ceremonies for those events that have been staged this morning. That is officially the end of the morning program in terms of the races and the order in which they finish. And what a wonderful morning of racing it has been. So inspirational, lots of tears. We'll just take in some of these wonderful pictures. So we will just confirm that top 5 for you. So Mariake van Zost of the Netherlands, the gold medal. Celine van Til of Switzerland, the silver. Emma Lund of Denmark, as we've just seen, the bronze. Pavlina Vivadova of the Czech Republic finishes in 4th. And Jana Janke of Germany rounds out our top 5. And that's how it will end for our top 5 in that women's T1, T2 individual time trial. And that will be a pleasing sight from those riders that will participate in this afternoon's schedule in the time trial. Still seeing the wind is down. We've said it a few times throughout this morning, but every cyclist is allergic to the wind. No one likes the wind. And so really nice and even. Of course, the venue is Clichy-sous-Bois, an eastern suburb of Paris. And there we go, just confirming the results for the different events we have had today. So Dame Sarah Storey picking up the gold medal in the C5 individual time trial. Heidi Galgain the silver. Alana Forster the bronze for Australia. Nicole Murray of New Zealand finishing in 4th. And what a moment, there it is. Again, just confirming that result of the women's C5 individual time trial. The 13th Paralympic gold medal in the sport of cycling for Dame Sarah Storey. And she was under all sorts of pressure from Heidi Galgain of France. Alana Forster, always impressive. 38 seconds back, picking up that bronze medal. Really good close racing amongst all of our athletes. Wonderful support around the course. Plenty of encouragement. And now the women's C4 individual time trial, and this was exciting as well. Look at that, just 4.92 seconds separating gold from silver, but it was all Samantha Bosco of the United States, Meg Lamont of Australia, the silver, and Franziska Micheli-Doldig of Switzerland picking up the bronze medal, but only by the smallest of margins over Emily Petricola of Australia. Men's C2 individual time trial, Alexandre Lute of France. What a moment for the host nation. Ewald Vromont of Belgium, the silver medal. And the men's C1 individual time trial, Ricardo Ten Argelis, the veteran, the gold medal. Michael Tuba of Germany, the silver. And Machuski of Poland picking up the bronze, just 39.41 seconds back. Piasenska of Germany finishing in fourth. Women's C1 to 3 individual time trial. Mikey Halsberger of Germany, Fran Brown of Great Britain, Anna Beck of Sweden. One race that, well, went back and forward all day. And again, in the finish, it was the German who was just simply too strong. Women's H4 to H5 individual time trial, Oksana Masters of the United States, the gold medal, Chantal Heinen of the Netherlands, the silver, and Sun Bian of the People's Republic of China picks up the bronze medal. The men's H2 individual time trial, Sergio Garote Muniz of Spain in a dominating performance. Picking up the gold medal, Luca Mazzoni of Italy, the silver, and Florian Joannet of France, the bronze. The smallest margin separating silver from bronze. Men's H1 individual time trial, Fabrizio Cornigliani of Italy picking up the gold medal, Maxime Huidiers of Belgium the silver, and Nicolas Peter Duprez of South Africa, a well-deserved bronze medal. And this is how they finished in the women's H1 to 3 individual time trial. It was Katarina Brim of the United States in a time of 24 minutes and 14.59 seconds. Lauren Parker of Australia, the silver. Anika Zayangilis of Germany, our bronze, rounding out our podium. Equally exciting racing in the men's T1 to T2 individual time trial with Chen Zhijin of China winning in a time of 21 minutes, 35.78 seconds over Canadians Nathan Clement and Tim Challen of Belgium. In the women's T1-2 individual time trial, it was Mariake van Zost of the Netherlands who picked up the gold medal over Celine van Til of Switzerland, and Denmark's Emma Lund picking up the bronze. And we will bring you those victory ceremonies shortly here on day 7 of Paris 2024 Paralympics. And there we are, Mariake van Zost, the gold medal again in that women's T1 to T2. Those results official. Celine van Til, the silver. Emma Lund, time of 28:52.13, the bronze. And wasn't she delighted? So much emotion. Great to see family and friends surrounding her. It really was a very good performance. Well, it is now the victory ceremony for what has been a remarkable morning of time trial here on day 7 of Paris 2024 Paralympics. And first up, it will be the medal ceremony for the women's C5 and Dame Sarah's story. What a remarkable performance for her under so much pressure today from Heidi Galgan of France. But she would yet again win another gold medal, her 13th gold medal in paracycling. In a time of 20 minutes, 22.15 seconds. A really special day too for Heidi Galgan of France. A silver to add to the silver she won on the track earlier last week. Alana Forster of Australia will round out our top 3, finishing 38.33 seconds behind the great Dame Sarah Story. Nicole Murray of New Zealand, really good performance from her, finishing 4th to go with the bronze medal she won in the individual pursuit on the track earlier in the week.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs du contre-la-montre individuel femmes C5.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's C5 individual time trial.
So now the victory ceremony for the women's C5 individual time trial.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Monsieur Tony Salisbury, OBE, membre de l'Ordre paralympique.
member of the Paralympic Order.
Accompagné par
Accompanied by
Madame Marie-Florence de Prince, adjointe au maire de Clichy-sous-Bois.
Deputy Mayor Clichy-sous-Bois.
Médaillé de bronze, représentant l'Australie.
Bronze medalist representing Australia, Alana Forster.
What a performance. Came in as the #1 ranked athlete into these Paralympic Games. So Alana Forster of Australia, the bronze medal, to go with the silver she won at the World Championships last year in Glasgow.
Médaillé d'argent, représentant la France.
Silver medalist representing France,
Heidi Galgan.
And Heidi Galgan, the silver medal, the reigning world champion in the individual pursuit. What a superstar. She applied real pressure today on Dame Sarah's story. Great recognition. So Heidi Galgan, silver medal from the host nation France.
Médaillé d'or et championne paralympique, représentant la Grande-Bretagne.
gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing Great Britain, Sarah Story.
Dame Sarah Story, well, she picks up her 18th paracycling Paralympic gold medal to go with the 5 Paralympic golds she has won in the sport of swimming as well. So her 18th overall, her 13th in the sport of Paralympic cycling. Still a benchmark, still a standard. The legend grows, the legend continues. Dame Sarah Storey, the gold medal. And now the playing of the national anthem of Great Britain, God Save the King.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne de la Grande-Bretagne.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Great Britain.
Mesdames et messieurs, les médaillés paralympiques.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
So Alana Forster of Australia, Heidi Galgan of France, and Dame Sarah Storey. Now her 13th gold medal in Paralympic cycling to add to the 5 she has won in swimming. And maybe that says it all. It's all about the camaraderie. It's all about the competition and the friendship. Wonderful moment for Dame Sarah Storey in Great Britain. Great to see so much fun too on the dais. Women's C4 individual time trial. And there are our medalists: Samantha Bosco of the United States, Meg Lamont of Australia, and Francisca Michele Dorig of Switzerland. Emily Petricola of Australia finishes in 4th, but just 9 seconds separating all 4 athletes. Really good performance too from Keely Shaw of Canada. And their moment of recognition not too far away.
et messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs du contre-la-montre individuel femmes C4.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's C4 individual time trial.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists.
Medal ceremony now for the women's C4 individual time trial.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Madame Anne Gripper, membre du comité directeur de l'Union cycliste internationale.
UCI Management Committee member.
Accompagnée par
Accompanied by
Madame Samira Tayebi, première adjointe au maire de Clichy-sous-Bois.
First Deputy Mayor of Clichy-sous-Bois.
Médaillée de bronze, représentant la Suisse.
Bronze medalist representing Switzerland, Franziska Mathilde Dörig.
Special moment for Switzerland. Fourth at the World Time Trial Championships in Glasgow in 2023. Today, a bronze medal at the Paralympic Games. Franziska Mathilde Dörig of Switzerland.
Médaillée d'argent, représentant l'Australie.
Silver medalist representing Australia, Meg Lemon.
So Meg Lemon of Australia came in ranked second in the world. She was third in the time trial, Tokyo 2020. She goes one better today. What a moment for her. Silver medal for the nation of Australia.
Médaillée d'or et championne paralympique, représentant les États-Unis d'Amérique.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing United States of America, Samantha Bosco.
Gold medal goes to Samantha Bosco. She won a bronze in Rio. She's the current reigning Pan American champion and the two-time world champion from the UCI Road World Championships in Glasgow in 2023. She now adds Paralympic champion to her resume. What a performance. What a moment. So Paralympic champion Samantha Bosco in the women's C4 individual time trial. Look at the emotion. All that hard work now rewarded.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne des États-Unis d'Amérique.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of United States of America.
Wonderful moment for Samantha Bosco. She writes her own chapter in the United States' rich history at the Paralympics. Meg Lemon of Australia, the silver, and Franziska Mettili-Dodig of Switzerland, your bronze medal. The women's C4 individual time trial, and now the party begins. Oh, it's wonderful camaraderie, isn't it? Great to see the smiles. An hour ago it was anguish, now it's celebration. Men's C2 individual time trial is our next victory ceremony. Special moment for the host nation France, Belgium and Australia. Alexandre Viute, your gold medalist. A life-changing moment for all three athletes. Edvard Vromont of Belgium will pick up the silver. Darren Hicks, the bronze from Australia.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs du contre-la-montre homme C2.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's C2 individual time trial.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists.
The medal ceremony now for the men's C2 individual time trial.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Monsieur Olivier Klein, maire de Clichy-sous-Bois.
Mayor of Clichy-sous-Bois.
Accompagné par
Accompanied by
Monsieur Alan Aslan, adjoint au maire au sport aux Jeux Olympiques et Paralympiques de Clichy-sous-Bois.
Deputy Mayor for Sport, Olympic and Paralympic Games, Clichy-sous-Bois.
Médaillé de bronze représentant l'Australie.
Bronze medalist representing Australia,
Darren Hicks.
So bronze medal for Darren Hicks. He was the world champion in 2019. He won gold in this event, Tokyo 2020. He now adds bronze to his collection. A remarkable athlete, a really special day for Darren Hicks.
Médaillé d'argent représentant la Belgique.
silver medalist representing Belgium,
Ewout Vromant.
Ewout Vromant of Belgium, the silver medal. He won silver in Tokyo 2020. He defends that. And it was by the smallest of margins that he missed out on gold. What an athlete.
Médaillé d'or et champion paralympique représentant la France.
gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing France,
Alexandre Léoté.
The 24-year-old, a national hero now, Alexandre Léoté of France, that was bronze Tokyo 2020. Today, he takes the highest step on the dais. It is a gold medal. From this moment on, forever Paralympic champion. And now the playing of the national anthem of France.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne de la France.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of France.
Alexandre Léoté of France, your Paralympic champion. Ewout Vromant of Belgium, the silver medal, and Darren Hicks of Australia, the bronze. History has been written. French media, French public loving this, and so they should. Wonderful rivalry. Alexandra Leute, Edvard Vromont and Darren Hicks. The sport is in great hands with these three wonderful ambassadors. It will be the men's C1 individual time trial victory ceremony next. Ricardo Ten Aguiles of Spain, the gold medal. Michael Cuba of Germany, the silver. And Zygmunt Maciejewski of Poland, the bronze medal. Less than 40 seconds separating all three. Pierre Senska of Germany running at our top four.
Tronco, no quedas una mixta a pillar a Ricardo antes de mandarme. Vas por aquí, te digo eso, pero a no me dejan, aquí no me dejan ni que si vas a salir por ahí.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs du contre-la-montre homme C1.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's C1 individual time trial.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists.
The victory ceremony for the men's C1 individual time trial.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Monsieur Olivier Klein, maire de Clichy-sous-Bois.
Mayor of Clichy-sous-Bois.
Accompagné par
Accompanied by
Madame Marie-Florence de Prince, adjointe au maire de Clichy-sous-Bois.
Deputy Mayor Clichy-sous-Bois.
Médaillé de bronze, représentant la Pologne.
Bronze medalist representing Poland, Zbigniew Maciejewski.
So Zbigniew Maciejewski, what a moment for him, a breakthrough performance. 10th in the road race at the World Championships in Glasgow last year, without doubt his finest moment. A bronze medal placed around his neck. You can see the emotion and what it means to him.
médaille d'argent représentant l'Allemagne.
Silver medalist representing Germany, Michael Teuber.
So Michael Teuber, the 5-time world champion. He was 4th Tokyo 2020. Gold in Rio, gold in London, and now gold in 2024.
Médaillé d'or et champion paralympique représentant l'Espagne.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing Spain, Ricardo Tenarguiles.
Ricardo Tenarguiles, the gold medal, and wasn't it emotional? Bronze in the 3,000 metre individual pursuit. Silver in the 750 metre team sprint. He was 10th in the road race in Tokyo, but today on the highest step of the podium. Great moment for Spain. And he will forever be a Paralympic champion in the sport of cycling. One of the great performances. Ricardo Tenarguiles of Spain.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne de l'Espagne.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Spain.
Ricardo Tenarguiles struggling to hold back the tears. Your Paralympic champion, your gold medalist, Michael Teuber of Germany, the silver, and Zbigniew Majewski of Poland, the bronze. All the hard work culminating in this life-changing moment. I just wonder how many young generation of athletes with an impairment, with a disability, are inspired by these three fine athletes. Ricardo Tenarguiles of Spain, Michael Teuber of Germany, and Zbigniew Majewski of Poland. Women's C1 to C3 individual time trial. Mikey Halschberger of Germany picking up the gold medal. Fran Brown of Great Britain the silver. Anna Beck from Sweden the bronze. And you can just see the closeness there. Florina Riegling of Switzerland missing out by the smallest of margins and finishing 4th. Mel Pemble of Canada there in 14th, and great to have representation from India, Jyoti Gadaraya, who will learn from this experience, and hopefully again legacy will be to encourage athletes in her country to take up paracycling.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs du contre-la-montre individuel femmes C1 à 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's C1 to 3 individual time trial.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists.
Victory ceremony for the women's C1 to 3 individual time trial.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Madame Anne Gripper, membre du comité directeur de l'Union cycliste internationale.
UCI Management Committee member.
Accompagnée par
Accompanied by
Madame Catherine Gillet, directrice déléguée à la livraison des sites Paris 2024.
Paris 2024 Venue Delivery Deputy Director.
Médaillée de bronze représentant la Suède.
Bronze medalist representing Sweden, Anna Beck.
Well, adds a Paralympic bronze medal to such an impressive resume. It was silver in Tokyo, world champion in 2018, 2021 and 2023. What an athlete, a genuine superstar.
Médaillée d'argent représentant la Grande-Bretagne.
Silver medalist representing Great Britain, Frances Brown.
Remarkable performance from Frances Brown, two-time world time trial champion, and now adds Paralympic silver to her collection.
et champion paralympique représentant l'Allemagne.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing Germany, Maike Hausberger.
So Maike Hausberger, Paralympic champion 2022-2023, C2 World Time Trial champion and road race champion. She now has the complete set. He stands on that highest step and is about to hear the national anthem of Germany.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne de l'Allemagne.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Germany.
Well, it's hard not to get emotional yourself as a commentator. Watching Maike Hausberger there. What a moment for her. The gold medal, the silver for Fran Brown, equally as emotional. And Anna Beck out of Sweden, the bronze. One of the closely fought races today. Germany, Great Britain and Sweden create their own little piece of history. Women's H4 to H5 individual time trial medal ceremony, victory ceremony. Up next, Oksana Masters of the United States, Chantal Heinen of the Netherlands, and Sun Bian of China. Your three medalists. Jeanette Jansen, big future for her, finishing in 4th place. And wonderful representation from the nation of Italy with Anna Maria Vitellaro, along with Giulia Raffato.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs du contre-la-montre individuel femmes H4-5.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's H4-5 individual time trial.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists.
Victory ceremony for the H4-5 individual time trial.
The
Victory
medals
ceremony.
will be presented by
Madame Lynn Coudenais, membre de l'Ordre paralympique.
member of the Paralympic Order.
Accompagnée par
Accompanied by
Madame Samira Tayebi, première adjointe au maire de Clichy-sous-Bois.
First Deputy Mayor of Clichy-sous-Bois.
Médaillé de bronze, représentant la République populaire de Chine.
Bronze medalist representing People's Republic of China, Sun Bianban.
And representing the People's Republic of China, Sun Bianban won silver in this event at Tokyo 2020. Also picked up silver in the road race back in Tokyo 2020. Today, a bronze medal for her in a closely fought race.
Médaillé d'argent, représentant les Pays-Bas.
Silver medalist representing Netherlands, Chantal Heynan.
The silver medalist now goes to Chantal Heynan of the Netherlands. She was fourth in this event in Tokyo 2020. She won the World Championships in Glasgow in 2023. Was also World Champion back in 2021. Wonderful pedigree. An absolute class act.
Médaillée d'or et championne paralympique, représentant les États-Unis d'Amérique.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing United States of America, Oksana Masters.
She won the gold medal in Tokyo. She won the road race in Tokyo. She won the time trial and road race at the World Championships in 2022 and 2023. There is nothing this remarkable athlete cannot do. Oksana Masters of the United States wins the gold medal. She is your Paralympic champion in 2024 in the women's H4, H5 individual time trial.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne des États-Unis d'Amérique.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of United States of America.
Oksana Masters of the United States, the gold medal. Chantal Heinen of the Netherlands, the silver. And Sun Bianbian of the People's Republic of China wins the bronze medal. And wonderful camaraderie between all three. The smile says it all. Men's H2 individual time trial. Sergio Garote Munoz of Spain, the gold medal. Luca Mazzoni of Italy, the silver. And Florian Jouanet of France, the bronze medal. Really good performance from Ahmed Hazdai of Israel, finishing in 4th place. Rory Mead, Cody Wills rounding out our top 6.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs du contre-la-montre homme H2.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's H2 individual time trial.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists.
Victory ceremony for the men's H2 individual time trial.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Madame Anne Gripper, membre du comité directeur de l'Union cycliste internationale.
UCI Management Committee member.
Accompagné par
Accompanied by
Monsieur Anthony Piqueras, directeur des sites et infrastructures du comité d'organisation des Jeux Olympiques et Paralympiques de Paris 2024.
Director of Venues and Infrastructures of the Organising Committee of the Olympic and Paralympic Games of Paris 2024.
Médaillé de bronze, représentant la France.
Bronze medalist, representing France.
Florian Joigny.
So Florian Joigny picks up the bronze medal. He won bronze Tokyo 2020. He won gold in the road race. That is still to come. But what a moment for him. What a moment for the host nation. 32 years of age. Florian Joigny of France.
Médaillé d'argent représentant l'Italie.
Silver medalist representing Italy,
Luca Mazzone.
Silver medalist goes the way of the Italian Luca Mazzone. He won silver Tokyo 2020 in both the road race and the time trial. He won gold in Rio back in 2016. And his legend continues to grow. His legacy further enhanced with yet again another medal at the Paralympics. Luca Mazzone, the silver medalist.
Médaillé d'or et champion paralympique représentant l'Espagne.
gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing Spain,
Sergio Garrote Munoz.
Sergio Garrote Munoz, already emotional. Your Paralympic gold medalist out of Spain. He defended the title that he won in Tokyo 2020. World champion back in 2021, 2022. Sergio Garrote Munoz of Spain, your Paralympic champion. What a moment it will be for him to hear his national anthem being played.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne de l'Espagne.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Spain.
A very emotional moment for Sergio Garrote Munoz. Dreams do come true. Dream big.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Great things come with dreams and hard work. All three a metaphor for that. Sergio Garrote Munoz, the gold medal. Luca Mazzone of Italy, the silver. Florian Joigny of France, the bronze. Well, they'll always be connected to each other from this day forward. That podium photo, I would imagine, will go on the mantelpiece of their individual homes. What a moment. Men's H1 individual time trial. Fabrizio Cornigliani of Italy, the gold. Maxime Guedias of Belgium, the silver medal. And Nicolas Peter Dupree of South Africa picking up the bronze.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs du contre-la-montre homme H1.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's H1 individual time trial.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists.
Victory ceremony for the men's H1 individual time trial.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Dr Deborah Alexander, membre du conseil d'administration du Comité international paralympique.
Governing board member of the International Paralympic Committee.
Accompagné par
Accompanied by
Madame Anna Marks, présidente de Deloitte Global.
Deloitte Global Chair.
Médaillé de bronze, représentant l'Afrique du Sud.
Bronze medalist representing South Africa, Nicolas Peter Duprea.
Nicolas Peter Duprea, your bronze medalist. Gold in Tokyo, world champion in Glasgow at the UCI World Championships in 2023. Such a quality athlete, such a class act. Nicholas Peter Dupree of South Africa is your bronze medalist.
Médaillé d'argent représentant la Belgique.
Silver medalist representing Belgium, Maxime Hordis.
It was bronze, Tokyo 2020. He goes one better here in Paris. Silver medal to Maxime Hordis of Belgium. Maxime Hordis, your silver medalist. And look at the emotion. What a moment for him.
Médaillé d'or et champion paralympique représentant l'Italie.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing Italy, Fabrizio Cornagliani.
Fabrizio Cornagliani, it was a silver medal in Tokyo. He has been a four-time world champion. This is the one he so desperately wanted. Today he gets it. He fulfills his lifetime dream. Forever Paralympic gold medalist. Fabrizio Cornagliani of Italy is your Paralympic champion. And now he'll get to hear his national anthem, and I'm sure the tears will flow.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne de l'Italie.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Italy.
Fabrizio Cornagliani savouring the moment, a life-changing moment. Paralympic gold medalist. Maxime Hordis of Belgium, the silver. Nicholas Peter Dupree of South Africa, the bronze. All three come together now to commemorate a remarkable day for three remarkable athletes.
Peter!
Women's H1 to H3 individual time trial. Katarina Brim of the United States taking the gold medal. Lauren Parker, a silver medal to add to the gold that she won in the triathlon only a few days ago. Annika Zayen-Gillies of Germany, the bronze medal.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs du contre-la-montre individuel femmes H1 à 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's H1 to 3 individual time trial.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists.
Victory ceremony now for the women's
Les médailles seront remises par
H1 to 3 individual time trial.
Dr Debra Alexander, membre du conseil d'administration du Comité international paralympique.
Governing board member of the International Paralympic Committee.
Accompagné par
Accompanied by
Monsieur Renato Di Rocco, vice-président honoraire de l'Union cycliste internationale.
UCI Honorary Vice President.
Médaillé de bronze, représentant l'Allemagne.
Bronze medalist, representing Germany, Annika Zayen-Giles.
Annika Zion-Giles picks up the bronze medal. It was gold in Tokyo, silver in the road race. Superb athlete to set the benchmark and the standard for so long. Annika Zion-Giles, your bronze medalist.
Médaillé d'argent, représentant l'Australie.
Silver medalist representing Australia, Lauren Parker.
What a week it's been for her. She won gold only a few days ago in the triathlon. She won a silver in the sport of triathlon in Tokyo 2020. And now she turns her attention and focus to the individual time trial and picks up a silver medal. Lauren Parker of Australia. She is your silver medalist. Wonderful smile.
Médaillée d'or et championne paralympique, représentant les États-Unis d'Amérique.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing United States of America, Katarina Brim.
Well, she was world time trial champion back in 2022. Last year in Santiago in Chile, she won the Pan American Championships. And she now adds the greatest prize to her collection, Paralympic gold medal. Katarina Brim of the United States is your gold medalist. So, Katarina Brim, forever Paralympic champion. Incredibly proud of her gold medal. And now the national anthem of the United States.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne des États-Unis d'Amérique.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of United States of America.
Well, as the tears flow for Katarina Brim, your gold medalist, they also flow for Lauren Parker for Australia, your silver medalist. Annika Zion-Giles of Germany, your bronze. All three now come together to celebrate their little slice, their little piece of history at paracycling at the Paralympic Games. There it is. The United States, Katarina Brim the gold. Australia, Lauren Parker the silver. and picking up the bronze medal out of Germany in a very good display was Anika Zayn-Giles. Men's T1, 2 individual time trial. Jian Xin of China, the gold medal. Nathan Clement of Canada, the silver. And Tim Challen of Belgium, the bronze medal.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs du contre-la-montre homme T1-2.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's T1-2 individual time trial.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists.
Victory ceremony, men's T1-2 individual time trial.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Monsieur Stéphane Troussel, président du département de Seine-Saint-Denis.
President of the Seine-Saint-Denis Department.
Accompagné par
Accompanied by
Monsieur Oumarou Doucouré, premier adjoint au maire de la Courneuve.
First Deputy Mayor of La Courneuve.
Médaillé de bronze représentant la Belgique.
Bronze medalist representing Belgium, Tim Challen.
So Tim Challen of Belgium picks up the bronze medal to add to the silver that he won in the road race in Tokyo. He was world champion in 2022, 26 years of age. Thoroughly deserved. Tim Challen of Belgium, your bronze medalist.
Médaillé d'argent, représentant le Canada.
Silver medalist representing Canada, Nathan Clement.
So Nathan Clement of Canada, 29 years of age. He is the reigning Pan American champion. He won the World Championships in Glasgow in 2023. And now he adds the Paralympic silver to the collection. Nathan Clement of Canada, silver medal. Very emotional moment.
Médaillé d'or et champion paralympique, représentant la République populaire de Chine.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing People's Republic of China, Chen Qianxin.
Chen Qianxin of China, People's Republic of China. He defends the title that he won Tokyo 2020. It was such a dominant performance from the great one. Chen Qianxin, People's Republic of China, Paralympic gold medalist. And now the national anthem of the People's Republic of China. Isn't he delighted? And so he should be.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne de la République populaire de Chine.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of People's Republic of China.
And there they are, your medalists for the men's T12 individual time trial. Chen Qianxin from the People's Republic of China, the gold medal. Nathan Clement of Canada, your silver medalist. And Tim Sellen of Belgium, your bronze medalist. Women's T12 individual time trial. Marieke van Zust of the Netherlands picking up the gold medal. Celine van Til of Switzerland the silver. Emma Lund of Denmark the bronze.
And then another 8 later, but last one for now.
No problem. Bring more on, we love it.
One more time. Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs du contre-la-montre individuel femmes T1-2.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's T1-2 individual time trial.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists.
Women's T1-2 individual time trial victory ceremony.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Monsieur Olivier Klein, maire de Clichy-sous-Bois.
Mayor of Clichy-sous-Bois.
Accompagné par
Accompanied by
Monsieur Alan Aslan, adjoint au maire au sport aux Jeux Olympiques et Paralympiques de Clichy-sous-Bois.
Deputy Mayor for Sport, Olympic and Paralympic Games, Clichy-sous-Bois.
Médaillé de bronze, représentant le Danemark.
Bronze medalist, representing Denmark, Emma Lund.
Emma Lund steps on to the dais to receive her bronze medal to go with the World Championship bronze she won in 2023. 27 years of age. What a future she has. What a performance today. Emma Lund is your bronze medalist.
Médaillé d'argent, représentant la Suisse.
Silver medalist, representing Switzerland, Celine Van Til.
From Switzerland, your silver medalist, Celine Van Til. In 2016, she represented her country at the Paralympics in equestrian. World champion in 2023 in Glasgow. Today, she is your Paralympic silver medalist. Silver to Celine Van Til of Switzerland.
Médaillée d'or et championne paralympique, représentant les Pays-Bas.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion, representing Netherlands, Marieke van Soest.
Marieke van Soest, Paralympic gold medalist. World champion in this discipline in 2022. She switched from swimming to take up the sport of cycling. And from this moment on, she will forever be Paralympic gold medalist. Marieke van Zost of the Netherlands is your Paralympic champion, your gold medalist. And now the playing of the national anthem of the Netherlands.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne des Pays-Bas.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Netherlands.
What a moment for Marieke van Zost of the Netherlands, your gold medalist. Celine van Til of Switzerland, your silver medalist. Emma Lund of Denmark, your bronze medalist. And now an opportunity for all three to come together and commemorate a life-changing moment here, Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. Well, it's been just a remarkable day of road paracycling here on day 7 of the Paralympic Games. The individual time trial, arguably the toughest of all cycling events, where really it just comes down to yourself, mental fortitude and reward for all the hard work. So many nations represented, so many different countries sharing the podium in the downtown streets of Paris. The crowds have been out in force supporting all of the athletes. It has been an incredibly inspiring, aspirational day. And while the athletes pick up their medals, perhaps the greatest legacy is the inspiration that they leave the next generation of athletes.
Hello, welcome. It's the Saint-Denis, specifically Clichy-sous-Bois. The paracycling, the road disciplines are underway, and we've got another 8 medals to disperse today. And these are going to be enthralling in the 14.2 kilometer circuit that starts right here on the Émile Zola, Boulevard Émile Zola. And they head out into the Bondy Forest. The route will be not really flat. There are 2 climbs around just over 5 kilometers. They hit the Courteuil climb, 1 kilometer at 4.5%. And then back towards Clichy-sous-Bois by the Bois de Bonneuil. And they reach the last climb just before the finish. It's not particularly long, 850 meters at 4.7% gradient. And that will be perhaps decisive. Well, it is a wonderful day in Paris today, and it is the first day of the paracycling road disciplines, and the time trials are the focal point today. 22 degrees, moderate humidity. The wind is not going to be too much of a factor for these riders because at 5 kilometers an hour, it is very, very moderate indeed. So, road cycling, 51 medals all told across all the disciplines here in Paris at the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. 17 were decided in the velodrome, and the remainder to be decided in the open air on a beautiful day, starting here, the first of 4 days of para road cycling. Great Britain dominated in the velodrome with 14 medals. Well, they've got an opportunity today to add to that tally as the session in the individual time trials opens up with the men's B individual time trial for the visually impaired cyclists, then the men's C5 and C4, followed by the men's C3, women's B individual time trial, and then the men's H5, H4 and H3 individual time trials. We're in the Saint-Denis department at Clichy-sous-Bois, and this route is beautifully set up to produce some top-class performances by all these athletes. 14.2 kilometer circuit. The B individual time trials will do 2 laps of that circuit on the tandems with a sighted pilot guiding the visually impaired athlete. And these are the athletes involved in the men's B individual time trial. 11 riders from 8 countries. And the defending champion is Alexandre Rouveras from France, who, together with his pilot Johan Pelot, will go last of these riders. They'll depart in 1 minute intervals. It's a C5 individual time trial. Daniel Abraham is the defending champion here. He goes last for the Netherlands. He'll be challenged by Alistair Donohoe, the silver medalist from Tokyo. Men's C4 individual time trial. The defending champion in this category is also on the start line, Patrick Kirill of Slovakia. He'll be challenged by Kevin Lecomte, the French star. He's the current world champion. Also doing 2 laps will be the men's C individual time trial athletes, where Benjamin Watson is the defending champion. But look out for Jaco van Gas and his fellow British rider, Finley Graham, all 3 from Great Britain. That could be a really big day for the British riders. In the women's B individual time trial, the defending champion, Katie George Dunleavy, will be going with Linda Kelly as her guide and her pilot. On the track, she had Eve McChrystal, but a change up now. Nora Faki looking to pick up another medal here. She's got 5 Paralympic medals to her name. She'll be going in that B race as well. So Katie George Dunleavy, the world champion indoors on the track. Lizzie Jordan is in here as well. And Sophie Unwin, who was quite outstanding on the track, will be a serious contender for a medal as well. The men's H4 individual time trial. Well, Jetse Platt, what a games this man is having. He is the last to go here, the defending champion in road race and time trial. Already a gold medalist at these games in the para-tri competition, and he will be going in the marathon later as well. He's got his work cut out at these Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. And the men's H3 will be our final time trial on this opening day of para road action. And the world champion Mark Meckenkamp from the Netherlands is favoured to take the gold medal here. And paracycling falls under the UCI, the governing body of global cycling. Since 2007, it took over from the International Paralympic Committee. And they do have world championships every year where all these riders have the opportunity to wear rainbow jerseys. That was introduced, in fact, into paracycling back in 2009. And a year later, they introduced the World Cup Series. There are usually 3 or 4 World Cups around the world, very similar to non-paracycling. And the last paracycling World Championships were in Glasgow a year ago in 2023. The Netherlands were the dominant nation there. 10 golds and 5 silvers. Paralympic Games, 1994. At the Paralympic Games, the New York Stoke Mandeville Games. These events were first contested. Norway were the dominant team there, or nation. So, to begin the session in the men's B individual time trial for Argentina, Maxi Gomez and his pilot Sebastian Jose Tolosa. We're underway in the second session of action in the paracycling individual time trial, and this is the men's B individual time trial. And Maxi Gomez of Argentina and his pilot Sebastian Jose Tolosa are first on this course, a 14.2 kilometer route. And starting on the Boulevard Emile Zola into lovely parklands and the forests of Allée de Corbon and the Rue Jean Juarez, which is what they're on now. So 45-year-old Maxi Gomez will get to work here behind his pilot Tolosa.
Next rider is up on the start ramp, Damien Barraker with his pilot Mitchell McLaughlin.
Mitchell McLaughlin has been Damien Verrecke's pilot since last year. The Kenny rider Damien Verrecke was 6th in Rio. Didn't ride in Tokyo. He was on the track and took part in the time trial and the individual pursuit in the velodrome. Unfortunately for him, didn't qualify for the finals. So we'll get time splits. Remember, these B individual time trials do 2 laps of this 14.2 kilometer course. So we will get time splits for them at 5.8, at 14.1, 19.9, and then at the finish.
Our next rider is up on the start of the ramp. This is Carol Kotlich with his pilot Marcin Bielkowski.
Marcin Bielkowski is the pilot for 17-year-old Karol Kopicz of Poland. A young man who started tandem racing just 3 years ago, Kopicz, and went very well at the World Championships in Glasgow last year, finished in 8th place there. And impressed everyone with a really impressive ride at the Managio World Cup earlier this year in 4th place. Well, her eye keenly over these athletes as she has been watching all the para-cycling action is Rochelle Gilmore. Rochelle, this is going to be fascinating.
Yeah, absolutely love watching the tandem racing and how much cooperation and coordination it takes between the pilot and the stoker. In terms of communication, as the team from Great Britain and it's Bate that rolls down the ramp. They are an experienced duo and they absolutely look the goods out there.
Gold medalist in Rio, so you want to make amends for not finishing in Tokyo, and a former world champion, so do not discount Stephen Bate and Chris Latham, his pilot in the men's B individual time trial. Stephen used to ride a lot with Adam Duggleby, but since 2022 Chris Latham has been his pilot. And these riders would have done a recce of the course and know those speed humps and various issues along the road.
Yeah, look at that, just checking the front tyre, pressure on the start, not feeling very confident about that.
Not the best time to be checking the tyre pressure for these French riders, Elie de Carvalho and Michael Gouchard. Bronze at the World Championships in Glasgow last year. Look out for them here. This is a combination that buoyed and fired up by the local support could produce a very good result indeed.
Yeah, we've seen so much how the home crowd from France has really lifted the performance of the French team here at the Paralympics. So we are now watching Verrecke of Ireland and back into the starting ramp, the nervous Italians.
Yeah, they've got 2 riders in this field. This Federico Andrioli, he didn't take part in any action on the track.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Paolo Toto and Federico Andrioli. Andrioli, the visually impaired athlete, being piloted by Toto. And they are on course now as our 6th tandem on the route, and immediately into that left-hander. And this is the first team, the first rider on the route, Maxi Gomez from Argentina, the Pan Para Games gold medalist in Chile last year. In fact, he doubled up there, got the road race gold as well. Also was in action in the velodrome, that beautiful Saint-Quentin-Yvelines velodrome. 9th in both the individual pursuit and the time trial. This is a combination.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
of pilot and athlete Oscar Dennis and Kennedy Ogata. Kennedy Ogata and Oscar Dennis from Kenya. Only third of the World Championships. And Ogata, the oldest rider in this field at 52. Well, this is the Saint-Denis department, or Saint-Denis department, on a beautiful day for the athletes. Little wind to speak of, and there was a little bit of rain a couple of days ago here in Paris. In fact, just 24 hours ago. Thankfully, it is abated and they've got dry conditions.
3, 2, 1, go.
Oopsie, little wobble for Vincent Descure off the start ramp. One of two very, very strong riders from the Netherlands. Vincent Descure, silver in Rio and Tokyo, where he won the road race gold. A world champion from 2019. He'll want to make amends for finishing fourth in individual pursuit. Kopic getting to his work, the 17-year-old Polish rider. Oh, it looks so beautiful, doesn't it? Beautiful clean bike, and they're in a really good aerodynamic position here.
When they get to the Paralympics, they leave no stone unturned, these riders. They are so professional. Their equipment, you can just absolutely adore the sound of that disc wheel. So we have another Italian duo, Lorenzo Bernard.
2, 1, go.
Well, Lorenzo Bernard turned away from rowing, where he won a bronze medal at the World Championships and was fifth in Tokyo in that rowing, and decided that para-cycling was his pathway to more success at the Paralympic Games, and it certainly proved that way. He won a bronze in the individual pursuit with his pilot Davide Plebini. I'll tell you, though, that the first riders have gone through the first checkpoint, and Damon Verrecke, the Irishman, is fastest through there, nearly 30 seconds ahead of this rider, Maxi Gomez.
Well, we're going to have a race on our hands. A lot of the big names still to come towards the end of the seedings, which are seeded by the UCI World Ranking. Two more riders to come off the starting ramp. And this is a big one.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Well, 26-year-old Tristan Bangma has made no secret of the fact that he wants 3 gold medals at these games. He's already picked up one in the individual pursuit at the Velodrome, and this is goal number 2 for him on the time trial. So he's got to improve dramatically from Tokyo, where he was 6th, but he is the world champion.
Well, it does give you a really good indication when an athlete comes into the Paralympic Games in 2024 this year in fine form and prove over 3 kilometres, you are the fastest man. So that does give a rider a lot of confidence coming into this individual time trial.
Fastest through the 5.8 kilometre time check now is Steve Bates. Stephen Bates has gone through there 14 seconds faster than Verrecke, just over 14 seconds. So this is a good start for Great Britain. Last out of the start at
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
The gold medalists from Tokyo are on track. They're the hometown favourites, Alexander Lorberas and his pilot Johan Perot, and the physiotherapist who is with the military here, and their very strong sports academy, is chasing down another gold medal here. He'll have to work really hard, because already that Stephen Bates time at 5.8 kilometres has been overhauled by another French combination, Elie de Cavallo, by 6.26 seconds. So I think we're in for a really good competition here. Remember, 2 laps, they're doing 28.3 kilometres. So that's 2 laps of this 14.2 kilometre circuit.
It'll be so interesting to see over that second half of the first lap how much difference this slight rise, this hill makes for the athletes, because it's quite a significant part of the course. Riders can overdo it, they can go into the red There needs to be such good communication, and that's usually done through body language between the pilot and the stoker. So whether it's just a tap on the back of the leg or a double tap with the helmet, they need to really understand each other.
Yeah, and they'll have a strategy here. 2 laps. It's a not insignificant distance for these time trialers. So those who've gone out really fast have a different strategy, perhaps. As this is De Cavallo, who is fastest on course at the moment, having gone through that 5.8 kilometers at 6 minutes 4.02. So 6.26 seconds faster than Steve Bate of Great Britain. Andrioli, Verreca, Kopic, and Gomez.
Well, they were all spaced out, aren't they, after that first time check? But these two, they certainly do look extremely fast. You know, they've got some serious equipment there. No doubt, loads of wind tunnel testing to ensure that they're in the most aerodynamic position. Just ensuring that they don't have to put out as much power. They conserve as much power for the speed that they're doing.
And there's quite an intricate and involved drivetrain now. Verreca is making the catch, and he's passing Maxi Gomez here, his 1 minute man. Gomez started first, a minute ahead of Verreca, who's now made up that time already. Good quick catch and go.
It was very, very fast catch there. There was no chance of the Argentinian team getting in the slipstream or taking any advantage of that pass. So very, very well done by the Irish team. And Verreca is on a good ride, as well as these two. Still fastest out on course at this point.
Eli Cavallo didn't do any work in the track, and was a non-paracyclist before a nasty crash at the Tour of Beaujolais in 2017. Resulted in his impairment. Nicely cornered. They've got to get the apex right, and beautifully done, that right hand up.
I was introduced to the sport of cycling through his brother, who manages a bike shop in Toulouse, France. His brother really encouraged him to take up paracycling after Ellie's vision began to deteriorate. So it's a beautiful family story. As we are now watching the other French team that's out on course.
Yeah, this is Loveras, the defending champion.
And won't be he feeling the pressure on his shoulders.
Well, it's interesting how the French really have focused. They've built towards this games. Obviously, once they became known that they would be hosts of the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games, that all focus was trying to bring out the very best of their athletes, and they've certainly done that here. As we go back to De Cavallo here, and they are really giving the athletes every bit of support they possibly can. The velodrome saw plenty of success there as well.
Yeah, and Gerald, you were talking about the intricacies of these tandem bikes before, and how they need to be reinforced and so well built to manage the power of two very strong athletes. But the way they work is that the two athletes need to ride the same size chain ring to ensure that their pedal revolutions stay in sync. As you can see, they're pedaling at the same revolutions, same speed. However, the gear ratio that they are pushing, that requires a third large chain ring that is attached to the rear cog on the rear wheel, which will give them their gear ratio of what gear they're actually pushing out there. Of course, they'll have a number of rear cogs, so they have a selection of gears.
Well, they are doing a great job at the moment. You saw that 5 kilometre mark. That'll be bringing them around for their start of their second lap. But just getting the corners right. It's a beautiful course. This nicely sheltered here in this forested section. Now, Verreca. They're on a storming ride as well. Damon Verreca has already caught his 1 minute man. That's a tight corner.
They give them so much confidence as well, being have to have caught so early in the race a team going off ahead of them. at 1 minute intervals. That's a huge morale booster.
They're just hitting that the climb.
Well, it's Lavaris, the favourite, the last rider off the ramp.
Yeah, defending champion Lavaris, just 24, so he was 21 when he won the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games time trial. And on to take the bronze in the road race there as well. Didn't have a great World Championships in Glasgow last year, with 6th place there, having got the silver in 2021 after the Tokyo Games. Now Vereka on that drag in towards the conclusion of the first lap here, and you can see the cadence has changed dramatically here.
Yeah, and you could just hear the click of the gears as well. So using their gearing just to make sure they don't go too far into the red. They need to stay really calm, because they do need to complete this climb once again. And they're staying stable. So like I said, the communication's key here between the pilot and the stoker. The stoker really needs to let the pilot know what he is capable of and not allow himself to go into the red. We've seen so many incidents on the track where riders have just gone way too far into the red and blown up. And when we say hit the wall or blown up in these terms, cycling terms, we mean you just can't put out any more power. It's all over. You've hit the wall, you've blown up, you're finished. It's the end of the day. There's no chance of recovering during a race in order to produce any more power. All
your reserves of energy are gone, and there's a wonderful cycling term called bonk, and that's what it is. You just cannot do any more. Now, on track, this is the Italian pair of Andrioli, or the Andrioli and Paolo Toto. They went through the first checkpoint. In fact, they're now through the 14-kilometer checkpoint, and at least they went through 6th place, beg your pardon, at the 5.8-kilometer checkpoint. Andrioli, one of 2 Italian riders in this field.
Yeah, Andrioli, you can see that they're carrying 1 water bottle between the 2 of them. Some teams, like the rider of Ireland, Vereka, he's got no bottles on his bike. As we can see on the front fork there on the left side, as we look, so on the right side of the bike, there's a red tape. That's got the timing chip. It's giving us all the information of their split times. We've had no riders go through the second split just yet, but when we do, we will pass that information on to you. Well,
that should be them, yes, through the start-finish now, as you timed it beautifully there, Rochelle. 17 minutes, 57.44 seconds for Damien Vereka in the colours of Ireland. Ran the Dublin Marathon back in 2004, the pride of Camargue Cycling Club in Waterford. Andrioli, the Italian, he likes to do mountain biking as well. That's that tight little left-hander. But they are very adept at getting through those without any problems at all. First out of the start chute were the Argentine pair, Maxi Gomez and Sebastian Tolosa, his pilot, and they go through 1 minute and 49 seconds down on Damien Vereka. So they've lost 49 seconds to this pair who started a minute after them.
Yeah, which means it won't be long before we see Elie Cavallo of France. He's going to be coming through that time check pretty soon as well. But Vereka certainly flying today, going out quite fast. As we say, no drink bottles on the bike, no hydration for these 2.
And here's an interesting, this is Stephen Bate, and he is just behind and now has gone right to the top of the leaderboard. Stephen Bate from Great Britain by 26 seconds, the fastest through at halfway at 14.1 kilometers. So the B men are doing their second lap, or heading into their second lap. We go now to the start of the C5 individual time trial. The first of 13 athletes in the men's C5 individual time trial is Hernan Moya Contreras of Chile. 8 medals in Paralympic history. They've in fact won already 3 this year, all in the swimming pool, so a good start for them. So Moya Contreras of Chile. He did ride it in the velodrome in the time trial in the individual pursuit, didn't make the finals there. 17th in the time trial and 13th in the individual pursuit.
Well, he makes a good start, getting himself into the aerodynamic position very quickly and very comfortably.
In the men's B individual time trial, and France have 2 hopes here.
2, 1, go.
The start of the second rider in the C5 individual time trial, Yehor Dementiev, the gold medalist twice over, Rio and London. He's already got a medal here in Paris in the 4-kilometer individual pursuit, and is a 3-time world champion in this discipline. He is a contender for a medal here for sure. The Netherlands have 2 riders in the B individual time trial, and they have a serious opportunity for a couple of medals here, because Vincent de Schuur and his pilot Timo Fransen are very much in contention here. They've been riding together since 2014, this pair.
Yeah, they certainly look good. Both the teams from the Netherlands look good. So we're back on the ramp for the C5 individual time trial. It is Blaine Hunt with a big chance of a medal. He wants one here in the individual time trial.
Well, he was a silver medalist in the velodrome in the individual pursuit, Blaine Hunt, and a real contender on the road time trial as well. A 35-year-old who in another world may have been working at these Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. He's a television engineer before he turned to paracycling. So France has hopes of a medal in the B individual time trial. And the men rest here with this man, Alexandre Loveras, the defending champion from Lyon. And he'll be coming through that second checkpoint fairly shortly. I can tell you that Cavallo, the Frenchman, is through the halfway point as the fastest on track, faster than Stephen Bate. 4th rider out of the start hut in the men's C5 individual time trial, Zsombor Vermese from Hungary. 7th in Tokyo. And Vermese had 2 hitouts in the velodrome, 9th in individual pursuit and 10th in the 1,000-meter time trial.
I'll tell you what, that first left-hand corner, if the roads were wet, that would be a very hard corner to navigate with the white stripes, pedestrian stripes, before and after the corner. They are certainly very slippery in the wet. Oh, beautiful position. Yeah.
The C5 riders, movement is affected at a low level in one arm, or moderately affected at low level in one arm and in one leg.
3, 2, 1, go.
Now on to the course comes a very talented young man, Eloan Garon. He really didn't know anything about paracycling just over a year ago, and a young man from Washington was introduced to it and very quickly took to it, and this is problem for Dementiev. That is a serious problem.
Yeah,
now,
Dementiev being one of the favourites.
Absolutely. Well, that is a major issue for Yehor Dementiev from Ukraine. Medal prospect in the C5 category. They have come down there. Meanwhile, let's go to the Dutch pair of Tristan Bangma and his pilot Patrick Bos. Bangma, the world champion twice over the last 2 years, 6th in Tokyo. Want to make amends for that because he's chasing 3 gold medals here.
4, 3, 2, 1, go.
28-year-old Azimbek Abdullayev, fourth at the Asian Para Games in Hangzhou last year. He is on track now. He's got to be aware there are riders now. We're going to be seeing other categories on the course, of course, and steaming up behind him. The B individual time trial pair of Tristan Bangma and his pilot Patrick Boss.
That will be a big advantage to the team in Netherlands as well, for Bangma to have a rider in sight. Well, at least his pilot will have a rider in sight. Stoker Bangma on the back, just getting that information. We are approaching a rider.
I can tell you that Tristan Bangma went through the halfway mark as the leader. So he is the leader on course going into the second lap. This is meanwhile the start of our next rider in the C5 individual time trial. Carlos Andres Villanueva from Colombia. He says he's a fighter in sport. Well, he'll have to fight hard here. 12th at the World Championships. If he wants a medal, he's going to have to fight harder than perhaps ever before. This combination.
Lavaris.
Yeah, they're going to have to fight hard here as well. They go through, and they are just down quite considerably. So the defending champion has got work to do on the second lap. 26 seconds down on Tristan Bangma as they go through the halfway mark of this men's B individual time trial.
And I was just going to say, Gerald, that even though these two Frenchmen are the favourites on paper, Tristan Bangma is on great form, fantastic form.
A young man in great form as well as 26-year-old Dorian Foulon. Gold in the individual pursuit a few days ago in the velodrome at Saint-Quentin-Yvelines. He was the bronze medalist at the World Championships in 2023. And he is desperate to bring glory to France here in the C5 individual time trial. He heads off on his route of 2 laps of this course.
Well, here we see Tristan Bangma. And look at that bike. That's a piece of art in itself.
Yeah, they pride themselves, this Dutch pair, as indeed do Vincent Descure and his pilot, on being as professional as they possibly can. They run themselves as a professional team. Well, they do most of the work themselves. They make sure it's absolutely perfect. Well, this man made a bit of Brazilian history in Rio in 2016 at the Paralympic Games when he won the bronze medal there to become the first Brazilian to win a para road cycling medal. Lauro Shaman, two-time world champion 2017 and 2021. He's on course in the C5 individual time trial, as is this man, Blaine Hunt. He is a man on a mission of Great Britain, Blaine Hunt, because he is hunting down Iho Dementiev, who went through that first 5.8 kilometer mark 11 seconds ahead of Contreras. So he pulled ahead of the man who started a minute ahead of him.
Well, Blaine Hunt, he should be the next man through that time check. Will give us a good indication of how he is going on his bid for a gold medal here.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
And this man just missed out on a medal at the track. Franz Josef Lasser, fourth in the 4K individual pursuit. And he missed out to Elawan Gardon of the United States, who's on the course already, the men's C5 individual time trial. Lasser, Franz Josef Lasser, IT specialist.
Yeah, 23 years of age.
Head down and into that time trial mode as quickly as possible, and they are going.
They're certainly moving. Well, we are now back with the team from Ireland. We'll see how they are going out on course.
Damien Vereka, yeah. Well, they are through the third of the checkpoints at 19.9 kilometers, and they went through there as the fifth fastest combination. Third last out of the start hut in the C5 individual time trial. Martin van der Poel, the 33-year-old former marathon speed skater from the Netherlands. It's turned to para-cycling by the man who is the defending champion here, Daniel Abram. We'll be setting off in 2 minutes' time. This is Zomba Vermese from Hungary. Now, he's in the C5 category at the moment, Vermese. And he has gone through the 5.8 kilometer mark, that first time check, ahead of Dementiev. And we suspect that Dementiev would have obviously lost time through his issue. We saw him off his bike. We didn't see him fall, but you saw him getting up and straightening his bars. So there's a good chance that he did fall, which is really, really bad luck. He's had bad luck, which we'll elaborate on. Alistair Donohoe out of the start hut. And that brings us to Dementiev, because Donohoe and Dementiev have twice in the last 2 games in the road race crashed involving each other. One 200 meters from the finish line in Rio. So there is a bit of history there, but there's no chance of them seeing each other on course today. Donohoe, silver in Rio. He went on to take silver there and bronze in Tokyo. The world champion in the C5 individual time trial in 2019. Well, Vermese has blasted past Blaine Hunt here.
It's quite a surprise and won't be good for the mentality of Blaine Hunt, because this man from Hungary is on a mission. He is absolutely flying. Is he able to hold on to this pace? It's a fast pace.
Remember, 2 laps. Yeah, he's really got the bit between his teeth. Last out of the start ramp in the men's C5 individual time trial, it is the defending champion, Daniel Abram Gabru of the Netherlands, the world champion from Glasgow last year as well, 5-time world champion, the undoubted favourite for gold here, but much can happen over the next 28 kilometres.
This is what it's all about at the Paralympic Games. Anything can happen, no matter what results you have on paper. It's all about what happens during this time on the track at the Paralympic Games.
All the athletes are on the track now on the course in the C5 individual time trial. Likewise in the men's B individual time trial. That's the men's C5 individual time trial. So we'll be keeping you abreast of how they're all going as they come up on screen. This is Loveras, the defending champion, 4th through the 14-kilometer time check. His fellow countryman Eli de Cavallo went through the 19-kilometer time check in first place, leading there. So Bangma has lost a bit of time, it seems, to de Cavallo, 10 seconds behind them. Switched places after the halfway mark.
Cavallo certainly paced himself quite well to have gone through that 19.9 kilometre check mark faster than Tristan Bangma by 10.25 seconds.
Loveras is in 5th place. Meanwhile, in the C5 at 5.8, we've just heard news. Godon has gone through there 9 seconds ahead of Vermese. So the 18-year-old from the United States is on the move. What a ride. Absolutely relishing the opportunity to take part in his first Paralympic Games. Elouan Godon. For a young man who didn't know anything, didn't even know paracycling was a thing 18 months ago. And here he is with a medal already and in good shape, early stages yet in this C5 individual time trial.
Well, let's see if this man, Vermese of Hungary, can hold his speed. He has been out there flying until this point.
Yeah, you made that point about starting hot and starting a little too strong and getting a bit carried away with the excitement of it all, and that may come back to haunt him.
Well, he's in 3rd position out on the road at the moment. 4th now.
Yeah, time checks.
Time check.
Yeah, they keep coming through in the men's C individual time trial here, over 28.4 kilometres. That Lauro Chaman of Brazil has gone through the 5.8 checkpoint, 10 seconds ahead of Elouan Godon. Damien Verreca of Ireland now in the men's B individual time trial. Emptying it now. He is absolutely on the limit, and as he should be.
Well, they went out too fast. It looks like going through the first time check in first position and through the third time check at 19.9 kilometres down to 5th position. Lavaris, how's he going out on the road? Certainly looks good, but a bit of pain on the face for Lavaris. He would like to be in position 1, but currently 5th position after the 19.9 kilometre time check.
Well, Lavaris, he's the visually impaired stoker, blind athlete behind his sighted pilot. And his sighted pilot in this instance is Johan Peyot. And it is, for the purposes of the paracycling discipline, the visually impaired athlete who is the driver, the stoker here. And this is Damien Verreka, who is of Ireland, heading towards the conclusion of their ride here. Trying to empty the tank here, Verreka, with Mitchell McLaughlin. There is the line for Damien Verreka of Ireland and his pilot Mitch McLaughlin, and they set the benchmark time of 36 minutes 31.09 seconds. Well, I think we've just seen a catch here in the men's C5 individual time trial. Well, in fact, no, because that is the men's B individual time trial combination, I think, of Lavaris, who has just gone past a C5 individual athlete. And to the finish line comes Great Britain's Stephen Bate and his pilot Chris Latham. And not far behind them will be Eli de Cavallo. Verreka in the finish already. It beckons up front. Bate crosses the line, and he is fastest at the moment. Pushing hard is Cavallo of France, and they go to the top of the boards by 53 seconds. So, Eli de Cavallo of France has done a great job here, one of 2 French riders in this B individual time trial. This is the 17-year-old from Poland, Karol Kopic. And Kopic, well, what a good experience for him. 2 minutes and 22 down.
Currently in 4th position, so our top 3 are Cavallo of France, Steve Bate of Great Britain, and Damien Verreka of Ireland. He sits in 3rd position, bronze medal position at the moment, but the riders are finishing thick and fast at the moment. Lavaris, well, he might have some communication about how his teammate from France is sitting at the top of the leaderboard, and there is a lot of work to do for this man. Very important to note about the pilot and the stoker. The pilot is only capable of what gear ratio and strength the stoker has in his legs.
Well, excitement and delight here for Eli de Cavallo. They have to wait. Maxi Gomez of Argentina, then he was first off the start ramp, Gomez, and he's going to roll to the finish. He'll drive it to the finish together with his sighted pilot Sebastian Tolosa. And they'll be in 5th place, or 4th place for the time being, as they will roll into the finish line now. Or 5th place it is for the time being.
Yeah, they did well to keep their composure after being passed by another team. It's always very hard to keep it together and keep pushing hard for the line.
Andreoli charging towards the finish, the Italian rider Federico Andreoli and Paolo Toto.
They've done really well to finish in 3rd position at the moment as it stands.
Yeah, the teams to look out for are getting closer and closer. Tristan Bangma, here he comes. This is a man chasing 3 gold medals here. The start of the men's C4 individual time trial, and first off the start ramp of 13 riders is Jose Frank Rodriguez Hernandez of the Dominican Republic. 2 laps of this course for the C4 individual time trial athletes. These the athletes C1 to 5, C5 being those with the least impairment and C1 being those with the most impairment. So C4 just behind the C5s as we go back to the C5. That's Hernan Contreras of Chile. He's first out of that start chute, and Contreras, well, he's gone better in his second half of the first lap, and I think Tristan Bangma's just finished. We'll go back to the C4s.
Well, Contreras, he's done well to move up into second at the second time check of 14.1, just behind Dmitriev, who has made his way back from 8th position at the first time check and first position at the second time check. That's adrenaline. That's what happens after you make a little mistake, you have a little crash, you get back on the bike, the adrenaline's flowing. And what a comeback from Dmitriev of Ukraine. At the 14.1 kilometre mark, he sits at the top in front of Contreras of Chile. Many more riders yet to come through that second time check in the men's C5 individual pursuit.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Onto the course rolls Oscar Galis. At the age of 55, one of the older riders in the field, but very competitive, as Zombo Vermesa goes through the halfway mark and crossing the line. 12 seconds to the good. Tristan Bangma in the men's B1 individual time trial. Loveras is starting to catch Bernard here of Italy. So this is a good sign for the French. Perhaps they're going to finish strongly here. He needs it, does Alex Loveras, because he was under some pressure halfway through this B1 individual time trial. Makes the catch. So Tristan Bangma, 12 seconds to the good. As Eloin Gordon begins his second lap in the C5s. About to begin his first lap in the C4s. This is a very, very important rider in this field. Joseph Metelka, gold in Rio, silver in Tokyo. Lane Hunt goes through in the C5s.
So we still have 3 different competitions out on the course, with the men's B individual time trial, the riders on the tandem bikes, visually impaired on the back and the pilot on the front. We have the C4 men and the C5 men individual time trial out on course as well.
Now this is Loveras looking to get the better of Tristan Bangma here. Is the defending champions reign over? They're emptying the tank here. Loveras is absolutely powering towards the finish with Johan Beot. It's not going to happen for him, I don't think. He's outside it by some distance, and the defending champion is going to concede his title here on the home roads of Paris, and not only that, he'll be outside the medals. So there's no doubt now that Tristan Bangma is going to pick up another gold medal here at Paris. We'll give you those official results as soon as they come through. That's in the B men's individual time trial. Now, this is the men's C4 individual time trial, and Mohammed Fadli Imadun of Indonesia. And starting just a few minutes after him in the men's C4 individual time trial was Karol Edward Novak. C5s now. This is the Uzbek rider Abdullayev.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Big cheer from the fans of Ireland for Ronan Grimes, the 35-year-old who rolls off the line looking to improve on his 6th in Tokyo in the C4s. Abdullayev about to go through the 14-kilometer mark here for Uzbekistan. And he goes through in 4th place. And right at the top of the leaderboard is Dorian Foulon, who rockets through just behind him.
10-second advantage at the 14.1 kilometre mark for Foulon. He is in great form after we've seen on the track. Dementiev, well, we said he used a lot of adrenaline to move himself up into first. He's now in 2nd place through that 14.1 kilometre halfway time check. As we go back to the C4.
And the start ramp sees Timothy Zemp head off here. 7th in the World Championships in the most recent and the year before in 2022. Chaman of Brazil in the C5 individual time trial. Now, what time can he post? This is a man who could threaten the medals here. The bronze medalist from Rio, 4th in Tokyo. And he's gone top. He has gone 4.6 seconds ahead of Dorian Foulon.
At the 19.9 kilometre time check, so not too far to the finish now. Well, we're still looking at riders coming through the 14.1 kilometre time check at the moment.
5, 4, 3.
Dementiev being the only rider who's passed through that 19.19 kilometre time check. Atkinson.
Yeah, Atkinson, a 20-year-old from Great Britain, a real talent. And he already has a medal here in the silver in the individual pursuit. Oscar Galis also in the C4 individual time trial. Galis started paracycling in 2012, and the 55-year-old is amazing. Keeps powering as Lasseur in the C5 individual time trial. Franz-Josef Lasseur heading for the halfway mark here. So what is his impact going to be on the leaderboard? Well, not as he would have liked. He's 3rd fastest through the halfway mark.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
21-year-old Gatien Lerousseau, the silver of the World Championships last year, is on course in the men's C4 individual time trial. And only 4 riders to follow him onto the course. Well, France have a number of riders on course here in the individual time trials. This is Dorian Foulon, who's racing in the men's C5 individual time trial. Went through the halfway mark in 2nd fastest time at that stage, just behind Lauro Chaman. But well, the big hitters still to come behind him, the likes of Daniel Abraham, Martin van der Poel, Alistair Donohoe. So he's going to be under pressure. Dorian Foulon, the French favourite. Donohoe approaching the halfway mark from Australia. Medals in the last 2 Paralympic Games. Bronze in Tokyo, silver in Rio. Alistair Donohoe.
Well, he's on a good ride. He went through the first time check in 2nd place, but he has got that pain face on. He's using a lot of energy, and he's still in... let's have a look.
He's the fastest through the halfway mark at the moment, Alistair Donohoe.
He's definitely picked up the pace. He wants his gold medal, that's for sure. He's going to have a big task on his hands against this man.
Yeah, this is the man he's going to be racing against, you feel. Daniel Abraham. And he is driving hard. He is a multiple world champion and the current world champion, of course. Double gold medalist from the Paralympic Games, gold of the road race in Rio, and the time trial in Tokyo. Daniel Abraham
He's 9 years of age, and you've said it yourself, Gerald, there's a young generation coming through. But Donohoe, he's now in second through that time check because Abraham Gabru, the big favourite of the day, he is on form at 14.1 kilometre time check. He is the fastest, Donohoe second fastest. And it is the Brazilian rider, Milrocham, in third position through that 14.1 kilometre time check. That's halfway through this race for the men's C5 individual pursuits. We now look Metallic. He is one of the big favourites for the C4 individual time trial.
Yeah, this is the gold medalist in Rio, silver in Tokyo, and the world champion 2017 to 19, 3 years in a row. He's got a hunger for medals, has Metelka. Already got gold here on the track.
4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Kevin Lecompf of France, second last out of the start hut in the men's C4 individual time trial. Well, there's so much expectation on the shoulders of these French riders. The 36-year-old has got the experience, fifth in Tokyo. He did win the gold in the road race in the Chateau Mount Fuji. And he is the current world champion. The last rider on the course at the moment in the men's B individual time trial. Heading towards the conclusion of their ride, Kennedy Ogata and his pilot Oscar Dennis of Kenya.
Well, I'll be extremely excited to get through this event and celebrate finishing the B time trial at the Paris Paralympic Games.
Oh.
How exciting for these two riders.
Kennedy runs a bike shop and repair shop with his wife Millie and Tika. The 52-year-old is complete, and that is the men's B individual time trial complete, and the gold medal will be around the neck of Tristan Bangma. So part two of his pursuit of three is done. Elie de Cavallo of France will take the silver, and Vincent Descure the bronze medal in the men's B individual time trial.
Meanwhile, in the men's C4 individual pursuit, Metelka is absolutely on fire. He wants this medal. He has just overtaken the rider who started in front of him from India. So Mohammed of India has been overtaken by Metelka.
Well, he spends a lot of time in Great Britain, does Joseph Metelka, and is scientific, meticulous and professional about everything he does in this sport, including the prosthetics. He is involved in so many different sports: running, skiing, mountain biking, rollerblading, and of course paracycling. And a rehab center in Cheshire who specialize in making prosthetics. They have helped him design over a dozen different specialist prosthetics for all those different sports.
Yeah, Metelka, he's actually received a Golden Pedal Award for 2022 from the Slovak Cycling Federation, not only for his performances on his bike, but his commitment to the sport and many sports and athletes, and obviously the work that he's done with the advanced technology of the prosthetics. Unfortunately for Sweden, Henrik Marvik is off the starting gate, so that's disappointing for Swedish rider.
That was the start of the men's C3 individual time trial. Henrik Marvik was first to ride, but unfortunately he's turned away from the start. We'll bring you an update on that. Meanwhile, back onto the course, and this is
it's Lesser there,
Lesser,
Austria. Yeah.
Franz Josef Lesser.
He'll have big expectations. He looks good. He's got very aerodynamic everything. Aerodynamic bottle. You can see a filled-in chain ring there for aerodynamics. He's got a waxed chain, especially for this event. He's got his number nicely placed in his aerodynamic plastic. He's got the sock height. He's got the disc wheel, the deep front wheel. There's not much is left unturned here. An aero helmet. And at the moment, Let's see how he's moving out on track. He is in 3rd position on the road. What does he have left? He's labouring a little bit on this slight climb. You can see when the body movement starts to happen, they're just using every single muscle possibly can to keep those pedals turning.
Yeah, through that 19.9 kilometre mark, it was Dorian Foulon, then Schumann, and then Lasser. And we saw Vermeulen there, who went out so fast. He's faded a little bit. He's down in 6th place. This is Karel Novak.
Oh, yeah. A real massive celebration for France if Foulon can hold on for the win here. Not too far to the finish for Foulon in the C5 category.
Well, Karel Novak in 5th place at the moment. The Romanian in his 6th games. Novak, the 48-year-old. Silver in London and in Beijing, going all the way back to 2008. And he's still going strong here. Fantastic to see. A man who has never given up, the former speed skater until he had an amputation, and he committed himself to cycling, former Minister of Sport and Youth in his home country. Real inspiration. 7th in the time trial and the individual pursuit on the track.
And 7th through the first time check of this time trial as well. So most of the riders, I think 3 more riders through the first time check, and that'll be all riders through the 5.8 kilometre time check, so they're still on their way to the halfway point in the C4 category. Whereas the men's C5 category, they'll be soon coming into the final part, the pointy end of the race, they say. So Novak out on course.
Well, is
7th position through that first time check, 5.8 kilometres. However, we can't take too much notice of that first time check because it's 2 laps. The second half of the first lap, there's a climb they have to do twice, and that's where all the times change. And we can see after the 5.8 kilometre time check, the time gaps are not too big.
Well, in this C4 category, so far through that 5.8, it is Damian Ramos Sanchez, who's 11 seconds faster than Gatien Le Rousseau, with Louis Klinker from Belgium in 3rd place, just over a second and a half behind Le Rousseau. Metelka 21 seconds down, which will be of some concern to him.
Well, this is the Australian, Donahue, back in the men's C5 category.
Alistair Donohoe of Australia in the men's C5 individual time trial.
Well, we know he's got a really big favourite behind him. He wants to stay ahead of him.
Joseph Metelka of Slovakia heading towards the halfway point of the men's C4 individual time trial. Beg your pardon. Just seen Dementiev cross the finish line, and that was after a tough ride in the C5s. Donohoe head down, tucked in a very good time trial position. This man 2nd fastest out on course. Catch being made here. Foulon.
Well, Foulon, he is full on because he is full on course. He is full on speed out there. He is absolutely flying for the men's C5 category. He's passed a couple of riders.
Yeah, he needs to bring it back fast. He's improved over the first half of the 2nd lap. He's moved up from 4th to 3rd. But Yehor Dementiev is in the finish. His time 37 minutes, 17.98 seconds. Donohoe is a man who's going to chase him. He was 2nd fastest through the 19.9 checkpoint. Just behind, 9 seconds behind Daniel Abraham Gebru, there we go. Foulon, 40 seconds adrift, and he's under a bit of pressure from Chaman. So France hanging onto a medal for the time being there. Ronan Grimes here. He's rolling towards the bends here in the C4. Men's individual time trial. Grimes looks as though he's closing in here on Atkinson. Five-year-old looking to get in the medals here, having medalled at the World Championships in Canada in 2022. This is the man from Dominican Republic, Hernandez, confirming that Dementiev there is already in. Yehor Dementiev in the C5 individual time trial. Meanwhile, Rodriguez Hernandez is about to go through in the C4 individual time trial. And he's passed through the halfway mark. And he's managed to hold off his 1 minute man. But this is the man who's setting the pace in that C4 individual time trial. Damian Ramos Sanchez. And now with Daniel Abraham Gebru, who's hunting the gold medal.
He's also hunting down on the road Alistair Donohoe of Australia. That's his target, to try and chase down Donohoe.
Yeah, already into the finish. Now he's asking the bike to get past him.
Yeah, the motorbike just interfering a little bit there. So we now have 4 riders in. 3 riders in for the C5.
It's Metelka going through, I think, for his second lap in the C4s. And this is the Indonesian rider Imamuddin in the C4s, Muhammad Fadli Imamuddin. Onto his second lap. This is the Chilean rider Contreras in the C5s, and he has completed his ride. 5 minutes and 19 seconds down on Yehor Dementiev, who is in the lead at the moment in the clubhouse, if you like.
Yeah, four riders finished.
Yeah.
Dementiev fastest. Garon of USA second fastest. Versailles of Hungary, he's in the bronze medal position with the Chilean in 4th. So only 4 riders in for the C5 category. As we watch the favourite out here, Gebru, really, really powering. You see, riding a big gear. He's got that aerodynamic bottle. As we now turn to the rider of Latvia.
This is Gallis in the C4 individual time trial. Oskars Gallis. Steady as you like for the 55-year-old. Brilliant job. 1 more lap to go for him.
It'll be a painful lap as well. You can see he's already got the pain face on.
Already had 2 big races under his belt in the track program. Likewise, Novak. Here we go. That is crossing the line. Dorian Foulon in the C5 individual time trial goes top of the timesheets now.
Well, that's where he'll want to be, and he has an advantage of 28 seconds over the silver position at the moment. Dementiev of Ukraine, and a 54-second lead over Garon of USA. Vermasa in 4th position, and Contreras of Chile in 5th position for C5. Well, that car certainly in the way. Grimes' car, well, that would have definitely interfered with the ride.
Lane Hunt, yeah, that was very, very close. That was Ronan Grimes' car. Well, I don't think he's fallen as Dorian Foulon. I think he's lying down, absolutely exhausted. That's what the time trial does to you. It empties the tank. absolutely finished. Well done, Dorian Foulon. He's done the best he possibly can, everything he can. He's left it out there, and now he has to wait and watch. And this man is a man who could challenge Dorian Foulon, Mauro Shaman of Brazil.
He's just outside.
Not going to be there. 9.6 seconds, second fastest to Foulon.
We see this man now, Daniel Abraham Gabru of the Netherlands. Well, he's out of shot now, but he'll be the next rider in for the C5 category. Can he knock Dorian Foulon off the top of the leaderboard? It's the men's C4 we're looking at now. Metalka in the lead.
Zem goes through on, he started his second lap, and he is going to have to dig deep on this second lap to bring it back a little bit here, but perhaps that's his strategy, is Timothy Zem.
He certainly got all of the best advice and team around him, Timothy Zem, so he'll be strategizing.
So here we go, the race to the line. Absolutely everything out there. Lasser.
Definitely getting the advantage there off the back of the British rider to come in for a fast time.
Franz Josef Lasser.
Be just outside the fastest time. Puts himself into bronze medal position at the moment in C5 category. It's Foulon, Charman, Lasser, Dementiev, Garon, Vermasser. We only have 3 more riders to finish.
The red kite beckons for Daniel Abraham as he goes towards that glory. Meanwhile, the C4s continue to go through. Lecumpf goes through for France. Daniel Abraham of the Netherlands hunting down the victory here to defend the title he won in Tokyo. And he's going to make the catch and pass here of the C4 rider. Meanwhile, it is Abraham who's looking every bit a gold medalist here. Donohoe's going to try and prevent him. Australia and the Netherlands. This is Alistair Donohoe.
Well, he's putting everything he possibly can into those pedals. You can see he's got a very high cadence as he comes into the finish line. It's Alistair Donohoe, and he moves to the top of the leaderboard in front of Dorian Foulon of France. So we have now just Gabru. What can he do?
Well, Gabru will be coming in shortly. This is Martin van der Poel, who's making his way, I think, to the finish. But it is Abraham Gabru who's in his shadow just behind him.
And he'll do it. He'll take gold again.
Daniel Abraham Gabru of the Netherlands is going to soar to victory again here in the Paralympic Games, to the top of the leaderboard by 26 seconds over Alistair Donohoe of Australia. Another supreme performance by Abraham, the Dutchman who won gold in Tokyo and is the world champion. Well, he confirms his status as still the very best men's C5 individual time trialist. Donohoe in second place, and Dorian Foulon of France will take the bronze medal. 13 riders started, 1 non-finisher, Carlos Villanueva, who did not finish. So the men's C5 individual time trial. Gold medal, Daniel Abraham Gabru. Focus now on the athletes out on course in the men's C4 and C3 individual time trials, where it's evolving rapidly as we take you around the Seine-Saint-Denis region and Clichy-sous-Bois in particular. So Kevin Lecumpf in the C4 individual time trial, looking to come through this halfway mark ahead of Damian Ramos Sanchez, who is leading at the halfway mark. Lecumpf is the world champion. And Lecumpf does go through fastest at the halfway mark.
Yeah, he's on good form, Lecumpf. He looks good, he looks comfortable, and he looks like he's really in control of his strategy and timing here. just taking a little break, as you can see, on that slight downhill, giving the legs a little bit of a rest. It is Rousseau of France in the C4 that we just saw. Gabru celebrating his gold medal with Alastair Donohoe.
So, well, another gold medal it is for Daniel Abraham Gabru of the Netherlands. Another imperious performance in the C5 time trial. Gatien Le Rousseau is a 21-year-old Frenchman, one of a big band of young athletes making their way in paracycling. And Le Rousseau silver in the World Championships in Glasgow last year. Well, we want to make up for bronze in the individual pursuit. Well, that wasn't a failure by any stretch of the imagination, but he would love to pick up a gold or a silver medal in the C4 individual time trial. So in the C3, I beg your pardon, in the C4, that's Patrick Karul, the first sighting, in fact, of the defending champion from Slovakia. On my airborne camera. 44-year-old from Slovakia, multiple medalist and a double road race world champion in the C4 category.
Yeah, the winner at the last Paralympic Games in Tokyo, but only 8th at the World Championships in 2023 in Glasgow.
Gatien Le Rousseau here for France.
He'll definitely want to be in the medals. Metelka probably still looking like the favourite. Lecomte doing very well from France as well.
Le Rousseau went through the first time check in the lead, and now he's dropped down to third place going through the 14-kilometre time check. Kurul, the defending champion, coming through that halfway mark, and Karul goes through there in 10th place. Gatien Le Rousseau. Well, Le Rousseau is a man who's currently virtually was lying in third halfway through this time trial. However, he should be next, or perhaps 2 to go through the halfway mark, and then we'll get another realistic picture, because at the moment, after 19.9 kilometres, it's Joseph Metelka who sits atop of the timesheets ahead of Ronan Grimes, Timothy Zemp in the men's C4 individual time trial. Well, there's such a wealth of talent in the French paracycling setup at the moment. Many of them are in the armed forces sports setup or on the police force, and they get the opportunity to train and prepare for these events, particularly the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games.
Rousseau of France, who was looking strong out there, just making an approach on the catch of Archie Atkinson. Which will do a lot for his confidence out there. We're looking at our current Paralympic Games gold medalist.
He's not made the best start to the defence of his title after the halfway mark in this 28.4 kilometre course. He's in 10th place at the moment, long way back, a minute and 58 back. So he may have incurred some problems along the way. We're not certain about that. Otherwise, he's just not having the best day.
You can see Rousseau of France here. Le Rousseau, he is making his charge at the great British rider Archie Atkinson. Can he catch?
Well, Archie Atkinson, the 20-year-old, he's in individual pursuit to world champion on the track is Archie Atkinson, and a world record holder as well on the track.
Well, if indeed Le Rousseau is closing in on Atkinson, he's had a very, very fast last half of this race, because he's already gone through the 19.9 kilometre mark as the fastest rider.
Yeah, he has 27 seconds faster than Louis Klinker of Belgium, and the only rider still to go through that mark are Kevin Lecompf, the world champion, Damien Sanchez, and Patrick Curil, the defending champion, who's way off the pace, it must be said.
Well, this is going into a huge advantage of Le Rousseau of France, having a rider like as strong as Archie Atkinson of Great Britain to chase down and catch. You can see how aerodynamic Le Rousseau is still very much in control of this race. He is just absolutely obliterating the field at the moment. He is just on his own mission.
Well, it really is a brutally hard event, the individual time trial. There's nowhere to hide. It is commonly referred to as the race of truth, because you are out there alone, no drafting allowed, no teamwork, there's no one going to help you out there, just you and your bike, your brain and your body. And these athletes are absolutely amazing, the way they commit totally to getting the very best out of themselves. As Patrick Curil, the defending champion, well, Kevin Lecompf has just gone through the 19.9 kilometre mark, and he is the fastest through there.
By 24.55 seconds, that's huge. With just half a lap to go, there is a little climb.
Well, Kevin Lecompf, you feel, is putting himself in the bucket seat for a gold medal here. Gatien Le Rousseau is that man who's 24.5 seconds behind him. And the next rider, currently in third place on the course, Damien Sanchez of Spain, is a further 10 seconds behind Le Rousseau. This man, Patrick Curil, well, he's still digging deep to try and get to the 19 kilometre mark, and we'll get a perspective on where he is. It won't be, I'm afraid, I think anywhere close to Lecompf, judging from where his times when he went through the halfway mark.
It doesn't really seem to be Curil's day today, does it? 10th through the halfway mark, and waiting to see what his 19.9 kilometre time check will be. However, we don't think he'll be anywhere near the medal contentions for today, as we have most riders other than Curil through that 19.9 kilometre time check, with Lecompf fastest, then Rousseau, and then Ramos Sanchez of Spain. The three top riders through that final 19.9 kilometre time check before they head towards the finish. There we have it on screen.
Louis Klinker has to do something here if he wants to get in the medals. He is in fourth place at the moment, is the World Championship, the silver medalist from 2022. Didn't finish in the 2023 World Championships, had a very nasty crash during the road race. So looking to make amends with that here at the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. Steady as you like, but he has to find an extra gear and something special to take time out of Sanchez, who is currently in third place. This is the start of the men's C3 individual time trial. 11 athletes here representing 9 nations. First off the start ramp of the 11 athletes in this men's C3 individual time trial here at Clichy-sous-Bois. Paracycling road discipline. The individual time trial begins the program on the first day of 4, and this is the men's C3 individual time trial. And Henrik Marvig of Sweden is on course now. 10th in Rio. The engineer was looking to come back. He broke his shoulder in June, so he's obviously not had the best preparation for these Paralympic Games.
I have to laugh at what he says about post-accident after a year in a wheelchair and 3 years on crutches. He rode for the first time, but he said before that he couldn't run, he couldn't ski, he tried to swim, but he'd probably drown. He said, I sat down one day and I thought about, what can I do? What can I find to motivate myself to continue training? So he decided that he would call up the Swedish Cycling Federation and ask what his options would be. First rider out of the ramp for C3. Now we're up to Devon Briggs of New Zealand. He will be the next starter. No, Malaysia's. We've missed that. Malaysia's starter, third starter in the C3 individual men's time trial.
This is Mohammed Amir Zizan of Malaysia, 7th in the Asian Games.
Pure focus.
23-year-old did race on the track, 7th in the individual pursuit, 11th in the time trial.
10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Well, down the ramp. Only 23 years of age, very much here for experience. Amir Zizan of Malaysia makes his start in the men's C3 individual time trial.
Well, it appears that Devon Briggs of New Zealand did not start the men's C3 individual time trial.
Well, Kevin Lecumpf now in his final stages of the men's C4 individual time trial, and the Slovakian as well.
Telka looking to bring it home for Slovakia. Multiple medalist across various disciplines. Gold in Rio, silver in Tokyo. 3 times a world champion. Joseph Metelka, gold in the individual pursuit. And he's crossed the line here in 38:42.52, setting the benchmark time. Joseph Metelka. But you feel that might not be enough to put him in the medals. We'll wait and see. Rolling off the start ramp for Great Britain in the men's C3 individual time trial. This is Jaco van Gas, already a 5-time medalist in just his 2nd Paralympic Games. 3 medals in the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. And he's already picked up a couple more here in the track as well. Gold in the individual pursuit and the team sprint. So really great rider and an opportunity for his first medal on the road.
I was going to say a man of no introduction needed, as we have now seen the current Paralympic champion of the C4 go through the final 19.9 kilometre check mark.
Well, Lecumpf now is looking to go fastest in the men's C4 individual time trial.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Masaki Fujita of Japan. Well, he's had success in this discipline in 2 of his previous 3, silver in Rio and bronze in London. This is from the Dominican Republic, Jose Frank Rodriguez Hernandez in the men's C4. And he is going to complete his ride in the men's C4. And he will be over 4 minutes and 40 seconds down on Joseph Metelka's time. All eyes on this man, Kevin Lecumpf, the French hope for a medal here. He is the world champion, so there's such expectation on him. Just shakes the legs out before the corner here and the final drive for the line.
Well, he and his teammate, Leroux both looked most dominant throughout this time trial.
Grimes emptying everything out as he completes his individual time trial in the C4. The Ireland's Ronan Grimes comes in 19.5 seconds behind Joseph Metelka. In the C3, Finley Graham, silver medalist in Tokyo, rolls off their start. This is Kevin Lecumpf of France, trying to eke out every bit of time that he can as he makes his way towards the finish. Lekumf in the C4 individual time trial. Meanwhile, Muhammad Fadli Mahmudin of Indonesia has just finished. And making the catch here, closing in is Timothy Zemp, and with him Karel Novak. Shouts of delight. Zemp has done a time of 8.9 seconds behind Metelka, so second for the time being.
So as it stands in the men's C4, it's Metelka, Zemp and Grimes in the top 3 positions.
Lekumf. Could this be glory for France?
Le Rousseau comes through.
Rousseau, yep.
He goes to the top of the leaderboard. It's Rousseau. He is 1 minute and 5 seconds faster than second place Archie Atkinson, and in third Metelka. So things are changing very quickly at the top of the leaderboard in the men's C4 individual time trial. What a ride by Le Rousseau of France. He certainly was flying out there. And to beat his component, Archie Atkinson, by 1 minute and 5 seconds, who sits in second place, is unbelievable. In the C3, it is now Hayward of Canada. Alexandra Hayward.
Oscar Galis in the C4 individual time trial from Latvia. He's just rolling in to finish his individual time trial here. A race of pain this is, and he will know all about it as he completes his ride. Yes, great effort by Oscar Galis, and he will cross the line, and Galis will be some way off this time set by the race leader at the moment, Etienne Rousseau.
Well, an impressive lead.
Big cheer for the next rider off the start ramp in the men's C3 individual time trial, Thomas Perroton Dade. And the other end of the course, it is Louis Klinker of Belgium. Well, he was in the hunt for a medal. He was fourth fastest through 19, and he's come through as second fastest behind Gatien Le Rousseau right now, with 3 men still out there, Lekumf, Sanchez and Kuril.
Well, it's that time of Lekumf that we're waiting for. We know that his teammate Le Rousseau has had a phenomenal ride. Will he be able to match it? Will he come in second? He's flying. Lekumf comes to the top of the leaderboard. First and second at the moment go to France with 2 riders left to finish. It is Kevin Lekumf and Gatien Le Rousseau, and Belgium's Louis clinching third position in the bronze medal position.
And Sanchez crosses the line now, 1:19 down on Lekumf.
Bravo les gars. Il reste plus que Cyril, mais gros, les dixièmes étaient loin. Bien joué les gars. Non, non, non. Par là les gars. Ouais. Levez les bras un peu là. Ouais. Gueulez, non? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Ben Watson rolls off the start in the men's C3 individual time trial. Kevin Lekumf and Gatien Le Rousseau make it a 1-2 for France in the men's C4 individual time trial. Absolute glory and delight for 2 very talented young riders. They share in it a gold and a silver, with Damian Ramos Sanchez of Spain taking the bronze medal. So the defending champion, Benjamin Watson, is the last rider out of the start hut in the men's C3 individual time trial. So what can this young man do? 2 laps of the 14.2 kilometer course. Bumpy it is, and they must settle down very, very quickly. And then start pacing himself, not get too carried away by the early pace of other athletes. Just focus on your own job out here. This is Jaco van Gas of Great Britain, and he has gone through the 5.8 kilometer mark in the men's C3 individual time trial as the fastest on course, but by the narrowest of margins, by half a second from Masaki Fujita.
Well, early stages of this men's C3 individual time trial, they have 2 laps of this circuit, and they've just gone through the 5.8 kilometer time check, 4 riders. Van Gas the fastest. Van Gas is riding a big gear, slow cadence, just getting into rhythm, very aerodynamic on the bike. You can see he's got the aero drink bottle. He's got the aero chainring there. Disc wheel, deep rim on the front, disc brakes, and no doubt would have spent a lot of time in the wind tunnel, Jaco van Gas of Great Britain.
This man has made a huge impact on paracycling. Gold and silver medalist. It is a sensation for Kevin Lecomf on the right-hand side, and his 21-year-old teammate Gatien Larousseau. Back with Jaco van Gas in the men's C3 individual time trial. Well, in Tokyo, van Gas was in 6th place. He had a rather incident-packed build-up to the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. Focus on Kirill, the defending champion in the C4 individual time trial. Kirill, well, he's not had the best of days here. He's going to finish well off the medals here. Patrick Kirill started last, but it just has not been his day. And you cannot fault him for effort he's putting in here as he drives it to the line. Last few pedal strokes in the C4 men's individual time trial, and Kirill finishes in 9th place. So Great Britain have options in this men's C3 individual time trial. Jaco van Gas here has gone out very impressively, but they've got Finn Graham and Ben Watson, 3 riders who potentially could all medal. Perhaps the least likely would be Van Gas. Watson is the defending champion, and Finn Graham, silver medalist in Tokyo.
Yeah, and on fine form as well. So out of the 4 favourites that we have, you've just named the 3 great British riders, and the other one being Matthias Schindler of Germany, who'll be the 2nd rider out of the ramp. Well, let's hope Jaco van Gas, he's got an incredible name and set of palmares. Comes into Paris with some reasonable form. He's definitely got all the aerodynamics. And as we were talking a little earlier about the evolution of tyres and tyre pressure, they are now riding wider tyres. Instead of a 19 or 20, they're up to about a 24-inch wide tyre. Much lower air pressures than say 10 or 20 years ago when they were running 130, 140 PSI. Now down to around 80 to 90 PSI, depending on the weight of the rider. So some scientific knowledge there that a wider and flatter tyre with more surface area touching the road, propelling the bike forward. It may not feel as fast, but it certainly scientifically is much faster. Jaco van Gas, he is in quite a rhythm here. Motivation to stand on the podium at the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games.
Yep, Jaco van Gas, he did a recce of the course just a few days ahead of the track program beginning. He did a recce of the road course, and he got hit by a car. Serious enough to take him off to hospital, and there was some concern for a short period, and then he was deemed fit and ready to race, and wasn't he just? 2 gold medals on the track was evidence that he was in pretty good shape, and he's going to have to dig deep here as Jaco van Gas to get a medal on the time trial.
Yeah, he certainly has. He's gone through the time check in 6th position. 9 seconds, nearly 10 seconds off the pace of Matthias Schindler, who is one of the big favourites from Germany.
Van Gas had great support at the track. His sister made a trip across from Florida in the United States, and his wife Catherine was there. I'm sure she's still here at the start and finish of this race supporting him. But a man of incredible endeavour. 4 kilometres to go to the halfway mark of this lap. It's a 28-kilometre race. 2 laps of 14.2 kilometres completes this individual time trial. Also in this field, Alexandra Hayward, the 6th place rider of the World Championships for the last 2 World Championships. He was the bronze medalist in the 3K individual pursuit.
Well, if anyone's interested in this rider, Jaco van Gas, he has an amazing story, and he's released a book called Jaco van Gas, Unequivocal. It's his story which documents his life as a soldier and how he sustained his impairment and became an athlete. Very much worth a read. Jaco van Gas, born in South Africa, immigrated to Great Britain.
Yeah, he grew up in a little town called Middelburg in Mpumalanga in South Africa. Had eyes and hopes of becoming a Springbok rugby player maybe, and then decided to spread his wings and headed over to the UK after finishing school. First rider in the start hut for the women's B individual time trial over 2 laps of the 14.2 kilometre course. This is Sweden's Louise Jennering and her pilot, her sighted pilot, Catherine Nilsson.
15 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
The women's B individual time trial is underway at Clichy-sous-Bois in the paracycling road discipline at the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. And the first rider on course is Sweden's Louise Jennering, bronze medalist in this event in Tokyo, as well as the road race.
Yeah, definitely a medal favourite, outside chance, let's say, after a bronze in Tokyo 3 years ago, the 2020 Tokyo Paralympic Games. Jennering is the stoker on the back with vision impaired, and she has a pilot on the front who she communicates with. Pilot communicates with the stoker. Both riders will be riding the same size chainring as we now move to the second rider from Ireland. It is Josephine Hillon.
2, 1, go.
Josephine Hillion of Ireland and her stoker Eve McChrystal. Well, McChrystal rides on the track with Katie George Dunleavy. In fact, in Tokyo, McChrystal was the pilot for Dunleavy when she took gold in the time trial and the road race. Now we go back. This is Fujita, Masaki Fujita in the men's C3. individual time trial. And Saki Fujita went through the 5.8 kilometer time check in 8th place, 12 seconds behind the leader. It was Ben Watson, the defending champion, has made a good start.
Big roar from the crowd as Santos, the stoker on the back of this tandem bike, goes off the start. She is one of the favourites, 40 years of age. She cycled as a hobby before she lost her sight and a vision impairment. Her husband gave her a tandem bicycle and she was on her way. Jannering of Sweden. Well, she is a stoker on the back. And they've got a radio communication between riders and coaches. As we can see there, the two riders will be riding the same size chainring. However, that larger chainring is connected to the rear cassette, the rear gears, which is where they get their gear ratios from and what gear they're actually pushing.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
We'll call over from Danny Kahn on the front. She is the pilot for Elizabeth Jordan. Hugely talented young English rider. Lizzie Jordan is already a 3-time track world champion. And is on course.
I'll tell you what, Gerald, there is a huge number of favourites on my list for the women's B individual time trial, but Elizabeth Jordan and Danielle Kahn, they are a duo I think are out to prove something here in the individual time trial.
Men's C3 individual time trial crossing through the halfway mark, 14.2 kilometers. The first rider on the course was Henrik Marvig of Sweden. Goes through 22:34.
10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Nur Surya Mohammed Zamri of Malaysia. Not a bad sprinter, because it was silver in the World Championships in the sprint in 2022 and bronze in 2023. Now coming to the halfway mark is Jakob van Gas in the men's C3 individual time trial. Now looking to go faster, which he should do, because he started a long way behind him. That was Henrik Marvig, and he's gone 2 minutes and 3 seconds faster, Jakob van Gas. So he set the benchmark for Jita. Won't be far off that time either, the Japanese rider. Well, he knows what it's like. He's won a silver in this before for Jita. And he goes top indeed, 35 seconds faster than Jakob van Gas. So Fujita's making a solid start. Out of the start hut in the women's B individual time trial, Laura Faki and Corinne Hall. 5 Paralympic medals to the Chelsea fan Laura Faki. Now 35. Picked up another medal on the track in the 3K individual pursuit in the bronze. She was very disappointed with that. Perhaps she'll make amends here.
It seems that the Faki family have had a little bit of disappointment in Paris here on the velodrome, maybe hoping to make a bit of amends on the road events.
Seventh rider on course in the women's B individual time trial, the individual being Wacharabon Bunmarat and her pilot, visually sighted pilot Kanirat Quetzalolang. And they're from Thailand, and they're on course now. Josephine Hellianier and her pilot Eve McChrystal for Ireland. laying down the power early on in the women's B individual time trial. They've got 2 cards to play, Ireland, in this discipline. The favourites are the defending champions, Katie George Dunleavy and Linda Kelly. They'll go last.
There's not too many duos in this event on the tandem. In the women's B individual time trial that are not favourites. It's a very, very open race, as we now see Sophie Unwin and Jenny Hole.
Now this is a pair who really will be up there for the medals, you feel. If everything goes according to plan for Sophie Unwin and Jenny Hole out there. Remember, tandems are very tricky bikes to get everything spot on, and we've seen no issues so far, but this is a pair that really are in form at the moment. Gold on the track, and they, I think, could be going for better than their 5th place in Tokyo.
Yeah, a lot can happen in 3 years, can't it? We see a lot of new names. We see younger talent coming through. We see older talent coming through that have changed from other sports and come into paracycling. And this year in Paris, we've seen a lot of new riders performing extremely well, young and older.
Katarzyna
Konasiewicz and her visually impaired stoker Patricia Kuta of Poland, 2nd last rider to roll off the start ramp in the women's B individual time trial. And this pair, well, they are going to hope that they can put it together today and improve on their 5th place at the World Championships. Well, through the start finish of the men's C3 individual time trial, Thomas Peretondade has gone very impressively there.
Yeah, at the halfway mark, it is Dade. Alexandra Hayward's done well to come through 2nd fastest, and Eduardo Santos Asensio in 3rd position at the halfway mark. So a lot can happen. 13 seconds, 14 seconds, not much between the top 3, as we just see the team of Ireland, the favourites. They wobble a little bit down the ramp just due to a miscommunication of when the timing and the gate, the holder lets go. You need to have the pressure on the pedals. But it's a long enough race for these two to put it together. It is Katie George Dunleavy of Ireland, the rider to beat. Well, very quickly into rhythm, into position, comfortably.
Yeah, she won gold in the individual pursuit with Eve McChrystal, who is piloting Josephine Hellion at the moment. But this is Linda Kelly. She and Dunleavy were supreme in the Road World Cup last year, and the overall title there. They are a very formidable combination. The 2nd of the 2 Irish riders in this women's B individual. This is Hellion, Josephine Hellion, and she's closing in on her 1 minute rider above her, ahead of her, Louise Jannering.
Oh, Watson putting every single thing he's got in the tank. He's just going to be outside the finish line, a little bit too far away, but wow, so close.
Well, he's got time to try and bring it back on the 2nd lap here. Watson, the defending champion. Yeah, 8.6. He's got his work cut out. 3rd place at the moment, Ben Watson.
There's nothing between these top 5 riders that have gone through the halfway mark. They are all very, very close within 15 seconds, and it can make a huge, huge difference the 2nd half of this lap.
This is where it can get a little bit tricky with the riders passing, and now here's
and the motorbike in between.
Motorbike and the tandem.
Well, it's the Irish team.
Well, this is Josephine Hellion lining up Louise Jannering, the Swedish rider, up ahead.
Yeah, they want to make a clean pass, which means they're not really allowed to approach them in the slipstream. They have to move to the right or the left once they get about this close, because this is where they do come into the slipstream. And just the commissaires will keep a close look on how close they are to the riders in front, how much they can benefit from being in the slipstream. It's a very, very hard thing for a commissaire to judge. So I need to now move to the right or left, because they certainly are inside that slipstream. And they'll make their way past the Swedish team of Louise Jennering. So Hallie on a little bit of a benefit there, I think, chasing in the Swedish team.
Sophie Sentis is fastest through the 5.8 kilometre mark just at the moment in this women's B individual time trial. It's still early days yet. The start of the men's H5 individual time trial. This is Pavlo Bal of the Ukraine. Looking very calm and composed, 15 seconds from his start.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
So H5 individual time trial underway for hand cyclists that have movement to a low degree or absence of limbs. They can use all of their trunk to generate power into the bike, and with unaffected arms and hands, they use the hand cycle. Again, the classification is similar to the C125. 5, 4 and 3 we will be seeing starting over the next while here. The H5, 4 and 3. And the 5 being the least impaired of these classification riders.
5, 4, 3.
Oh, a huge cheer for Loic Vernago. Beg your pardon, 3 times a silver medalist in Tokyo in the road race, the individual time trial and the relay. Women's B individual time trial. This is Anne-Sophie Santis. Great disappointment in the velodrome when she didn't finish the individual pursuit, and she was perhaps a favourite rider to at least win a medal. She slipped a pedal on virtually 60 metres into the ride.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Adachai Srunichai of Thailand. Sets off in the men's H5 individual time trial. This is a category in which there are 7 athletes from 6 nations, 2 from the Netherlands, are particularly strong in the hand cycles. Pavlo Bal, the 38-year-old from Ukraine, 10th at the World Championships and 8th in the road race at the World Championships.
And how impressive that at the Paralympic Winter Games in Beijing in 2022 he competed in 6 events. So his best finish was 4th in the cross country, the 4 by 2.5 kilometre mixed relay.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, foi.
Well, Luis Costa, the 51-year-old from Portugal, has the rare distinction of having his countdown done in his home language by the starter.
Yep.
Times a bronze medalist at the World Championships.
We'll no doubt be expecting a medal here. Nice aerodynamic cornering there. A beautiful machine he's riding. Very, very aerodynamic. as we turn ourselves back to the women's B individual time trial.
Lise Delzin is the pilot for Anne-Sophie Santis. Well, delighted, I'm sure, now that her husband gave her a bike, Santis, that she took it up and started taking it seriously enough to get to a level where she could compete at our home Paralympic Games.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Oopsie, look over his shoulder for Tim de Vries as he begins, the 46-year-old from the Netherlands, one of the medal contenders for sure in the H5 individual time trial. 3 times a world championship in the road race, 4 times a silver medalist in the individual time trial. So they're back with the C3. And this is Hayward for Canada, setting the time and looking now as he gets past the Malaysian rider Amazizan. 19.9 kilometers. Fastest was Thomas Peradon Dardet by 7 seconds from Matthias Schindler, and then Ben Watson
11.43 seconds back, and then Eduardo Santos Asensio in 4th position. Alexandra Hayward down in 5th at the 19.9 kilometre mark. So the men's C3 individual time trial is coming to a close as we are watching the men's H5 individual time trial, where these riders have nearly a little tip there. These hand cycles are very, very delicate. It takes a lot of experience to learn how to ride them at high speeds and through tight corners. And the amount of power that goes through those cranks with the arms, the lactic acid will just be building up. A very equivalent type of sport to boxing, where it's just relentless, the amount of lactic acid they produce, and they don't have a second to let it
5, 4,
dissipate.
3, 2, 1, go.
Mitch Feliz starts his clock and starts his ride in defense of his individual time trial title in the men's H5 individual time trial here in Paris. And Feliz is the outright favorite here. Last 3 years he's been the world champion in road race and individual time trial. He is the defending champion in both those disciplines in the Paralympic paracycling disciplines, so he is, as I said, outright favorite here. But the man who started a minute ahead of him, Liu Chengli from China, well, he will make him work hard for it. Alexandra Hayward from Canada, the 27-year-old, he's leaking time. He was 3rd fastest through 5.8, then 4th through the halfway mark, and 5th fastest now through 19.9. So just not quite finishing it off as he would like, as that race comes towards its conclusion. And this is Lizzie Jordan and Danny Kahn for Great Britain in the women's B individual time trial. They have great hopes for this pair, for Sophie Unwin as well. So there's plenty of hope for Great Britain here, because they've also got Laura Faki. 3 opportunities for them onto the climb now. So where has that put them? So through the 5.8 kilometre time check, it was Sophie Unwin who went through there fastest. Second out of the start, it was Loic Bergenot of France in the men's H5 individual time trial. Race radio at the back of his jersey there, it looks like.
Yes, some of the riders prefer to put it between their shoulder blades for aerodynamics, because the air goes over the flow of the aero helmet and skips the back of the shoulder blades. But because they're not in such a tough position, there's not too much air drag where he has it positioned
the climb, and that first climb comes just after 5 kilometers. First of 2 climbs amounting to 140 meters of climbing in this lap. Optical chainring, it looks like, for Huguenot, and he's making it work beautifully. Beautiful rhythm. Dade making things difficult for his rivals in the C3 men's individual time trial. The Frenchman fastest through the 19.9 time check. Josephine Helian is fastest through the halfway mark in the women's B individual time trial. And Anne-Sophie Santis is not far behind, 21 seconds. Early days yet. Peloton Dade, so who's going to challenge him? Well, Matthias Schindler through 19 kilometers, 7 seconds adrift. And it's been that last, or the first portion of the second lap that Peloton Dade really put nearly 5 seconds into Schindler.
Well, given there's less than 12 seconds between the top 3 in this men's C3 individual time trial, and they only have the second half of the second lap to remain, a lot can happen. 12 seconds is not a lot between the top 3. Dade with the advantage. 7 seconds over Schindler and 11.4 seconds over Watson.
He's closing in on Alexander Hayward above, in front of him here with the Malaysian women's B team just between them. Huguenot in the H5 individual time trial for men. And he should just have gone through. He has gone through the 5.8 kilometer mark as the leader by 19.4 seconds over Luis Costa of Portugal. Well, the catch has been made by Peloton Dade of Alexander Hayward of Canada.
Well, has he benefited from that catch? Because taking over 4 riders in one go is quite a difficult task when there's 2 tight corners to navigate as well.
He's past Van Gas as well. Yes, and now Hayward gets past Jakob Van Gas.
Yeah, Hayward with a little bit of energy in the tank to just try and break himself away from that little cluster of riders and see if he can make any ground up on Dade.
Well, Peloton Dade now, he has that last climb up towards the finish, 850 meters at 4.7%. And yeah, he's out of the saddle now, looking to bring more glory to France in the individual time trial. They've had a pretty good day already. Fujita gets across the line as the first finisher for Japan in the men's C3 individual time trial. 40 minutes, 14.50 seconds. And chasing home behind him, this should be Ben Watson, or Finley Graham it is, beg your pardon, from Great Britain. 35 seconds he puts into Fujita's time. So Finn Graham now top of that leaderboard. They'll be coming in thick and fast now, these riders in the men's C3 individual time trial. This is Eduardo Santos Asensio.
Yeah, he was 3rd through the last time check. Let's see what he's done over the last finish. He's approaching the finish line. Oh, it'll be close. It looks like he might take the top spot. And he does.
Yeah. 26 seconds to the good. That's an excellent performance by Asensio. The women's B1 individual time trial, they are completing their first lap, and this is Sophie Unwin from Great Britain. Meanwhile, it is the first man off the start ramp, Marvik, who comes in for Sweden in the men's C3 individual time trial. The top three at the moment, Santos Asensio, Finn Graham and Masaki Fujita. Penultimate start group in the time trial here at Paris 2024 Paralympic Games, the men's H4 individual time trial. They're underway. Matt Tinley was the first of them out. Berton Dade now for France, driving towards the line. This is the possibility that we could see a medalist for sure, and if not, even a gold medalist. Thomas Berton Dade driving hard for the line here. He crosses the line and goes to the top of the standings by 43.91 seconds. Thomas Berton Dade of France.
Well, a significant lead, 43.91 seconds. Alexandra Hayward did very, very well to go out chasing Dade after he passed, and he is in third position on the leaderboard at the moment. Alexandra Hayward.
You get the idea from Jaco van Gaas. It's not going to be a medal for the Great Britain rider perhaps here. He is putting together, or putting the end pedal strokes to his individual time trial here. The multiple track medalist has yet to medal on the road at the Paralympic Games, and it's not going to happen today for Great Britain's Jaco van Gaas. He'll roll across the line, no great urgency, and he finishes at the moment down in 6th place.
With 3 riders left to finish in the men's C3 individual pursuit, we now see Brazil's Penali take off the ramp in the men's H5 TT.
So the races that we will be focusing on now, we've got the women's B individual time trial, the conclusion of the men's C3, and then 3 categories in the men's H time trials. And this is Sumas Panalai of Thailand. Rolls. This is Matthias Schindler for Germany. And he is very much a medal contender here in the C3. Schindler out of the saddle as he drives it towards the line. He's not going to get close to Berton Dade's time. And he will be in 3rd place as it stands right now. Some 52 seconds behind Berton Dade and 9 seconds behind Asensio.
And only one rider in Ben Watson to finish.
Ben Watson, he was 3rd at the 19K time check. Thomas Berton Dade is in the gold medal position right now.
Must be feeling confident.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
In the recumbent position, this is Joseph Fritsch of France, the bronze at the World Championships in 2023. He sets off. Ben Watson of Great Britain, the defending champion, driving to the line in the men's C3 individual time trial, and he's looking to unseat Thomas Berton Dade of France in the gold medal position as it stands now. The time to beat 38.2880, and it's not to be for Ben Watson. He finishes in 4th place. And Thomas Berton Dade will take the gold medal for France in the men's C3 individual time trial ahead of Eduardo Santos Asensio and Matthias Schindler of Germany in the bronze medal position. Back with the men's H5, and this is Luis Costa.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
5th down the start ramp in the men's H4 individual time trial, Alexander Gritsch of Austria. Bronze in the road race and in the time trial. The gold medalist in the C3 individual time trial, Thomas Berton Dade of France. Congratulated by his teammates. Well done to Berton Dade. Luis Costa in the men's H5 individual time trial. Terrific power from this man who is a bronze medalist twice at the World Championships, 5 years apart, must be said.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Travis Gardner from the United States, one of 2 American riders in this men's H4 individual time trial. 7th at the World Championship. Corners beautifully at that first bend. Nerves out the way, perhaps. As Ulysses Leal Freitas of Brazil is going very impressively here in the H4. He was 2nd off the start ramp. He'll be closing in on that first marker. Time check at 5.8 kilometers. 5th at the Parapans in Chile last year.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Getting down to the medal contenders now in the men's H4 individual time trial. Rafał Wilk of Poland, 3 times a world champion. Been at this sport since 2010 and with great success because he won gold in London and in Rio. Narrow into that first corner, does it well.
Oh, we are back now with Sophie Unwin, looking very much in control. Yet to see their time checks out on the road, but Sophie Unwin and her pilot Jenny Hall are looking very smooth, and they are leading at the 19.9 kilometre mark. So not far to go now with a 55-second lead. They are bound to be gold medalists.
4, 3, 2, 1, go.
The man who wants to upgrade from silver in Tokyo is Thomas Freuweth, the Austrian. He's off in the men's H4 individual time trial. Smooth as you like.
Yeah, he's won 3 silver medals across 2 Paralympic Games in 2016 and 2020 in Tokyo. He won't want another silver medal, that's for sure. That's the mentality of a rider who knows what I am capable of.
Well, Luis Costa went through the 5.8 kilometre mark at 5th place. 34 seconds behind the fastest rider in the men's H5 through that particular timing point, Mitch Valise, the defending champion.
While still the stages of the races, he might not be too comfortable with that position as we see the Belgian rider.
Jonas van der Sterne goes off for the start ramp, the bronze in the relay in Rio. Road race world champion from last year in Glasgow in this discipline, the H4 individual time trial. And this is the Thailand athlete Sumas Panalai. 23rd at last year's World Championships. I want an improvement on that. Fourth at the Asian Para Games in Hangzhou almost exactly a year ago. Switzerland's Fabian Reche in the men's H4 individual time trial. Well, finishing today will be an improvement on his Tokyo performance. Unfortunately, he didn't finish there. He's been doing this since he was 8 and he's now 25, so knows his way around these machines. Katie George Dunleavy and Linda Kelly. Katie George Dunleavy, the visually impaired athlete here, and they've just gone through the 19.9 kilometer mark, 46 seconds ahead of Sophie Unwin and Jenny Hall.
Unbelievable. The favourites have risen for the day. They are in incredible form. Katie George Dunleavy, well done at 42 years of age. She is rising to the occasion here. And the final rider from the Netherlands, Jets Platt, makes his way down the ramp. One of the big favourites for the gold medal in the men's H4 individual time trial is on his way.
Well, he is without question the favourite here. Gold in road race and time trial in Tokyo. 6 times a world champion in the time trial, 5 in the road race. He's already won a gold medal in the para triathlon here in Paris. Katie George Dunleavy. Well, this is a supreme athlete at the peak of her powers at the moment. Really is superb. She won a gold in the individual pursuit not long ago here in Paris.
That's a good indication, isn't it? If you can win a gold medal over 3 kilometres, you are in good form. You've arrived in Paris in fine form. And now Dunleavy is showing that in this women's B individual time trial. All the gear, look good, feel good, go good. That's what they say, and that's what we're seeing here from Katie George Dunleavy of Ireland. She is on her way to victory. We can't predict anything at this moment, though. There is still a few kilometres to go to the finish, with a little hill as well. Puts riders under pressure.
Well, Joseph Fritsch of France has just passed Sumas Panalai in the men's H4 individual time trial.
Yeah, Fritz, one of the favourites. Thomas Fruwith of Austria, favourite as well. Jets Platt, the big favourite. Oh, check out the carbon fibre technology on this bike.
Well, they'll get plenty of support out on the road, will the Frenchman.
It's that home crowd advantage as well. What can do for the Frenchman? And this is a reason we put him down as a favourite, because he's from France in front of a home crowd. Certainly done a lot of wind tunnel testing on this bike. And you can see how much air is going through the chest and lungs as he powers those pedals and cranks with his arms, big shoulders. He's got the water attached as well. A lot of the para athletes struggle with hydration, and that's why they are allowed to have water on board throughout through the camelback, as they call them.
And the bladder tucked in the back there. Now, Katie George Dunleavy of Ireland and Linda Kelly are on supreme form right now.
Well, just take a look at them. You can't find a fault, you can't find an error. They are absolutely looking fantastic.
She won para rowing world championships for Great Britain, and then turned to para cycling, and through her grandfather being born in Mount Charles in Donegal, Katie George Dunleavy was able to join the very impressive Ireland paracycling program. And hasn't she repaid that in spades, with medals, world titles, just an abundance of success for a very impressive and committed athlete.
We've spoken about it before, Gerald, about how coaches hang around the rowing sites to try and identify potential cyclists. And that was the case with Katie George Dunleavy. She was out rowing when she was approached by a cycling coach. So we now see a pass in the men's H4 individual time trial. It's the 2 riders from the Netherlands.
Tim de Vries here at the back for the Netherlands.
Well, Jets Platt's on a really good ride.
great. At least Mitch Verlies is the other of the Dutch. I mean, they've got so many athletes here. Standings at 14 kilometers. Verlies is leading. And well, de Vries still needs to get into some rhythm, but that is Mitch Verlies just ahead there. He's made the catch, in fact, of de Vries, and he's on his way. Well, difficult to look beyond Mitch Verlies, even at this stage, and much can happen. We don't want to throw forward that far, but he really is in great form, and he is the world champion. He's the individual time trial and road race gold medalist from the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games, and he's just disappearing from his teammate here, Tim de Vries. This is a hugely impressive ride. Josephine Hellion from Ireland, second out of the start, but they caught their 1 minute opposition, Louise Jannering, and they will come to the finish here as the first of the women's B individual time trial combinations to finish and lay down a marker, and then watch the others come in and hope and hope. And this has been a powerful ride by the 28-year-old Josephine Hellion and Eve McChrystal. Will stop the clock at 41 minutes 57.61. First team to complete the women's B individual time trial.
Well, they overtook this pair. It's Louise Jannering of Sweden, who now comes into the finish line.
And they started a minute ahead of Hellion and will finish 1 minute and 22 behind them. Starting third was Anne-Sophie Santis.
This could be a good time.
Yeah, this could be a very good time. They could well just go to the front of the top of the timesheets here for France. They will by 17.96 seconds. Anne-Sophie Santis and Elise Delzin, her pilot.
Well, we're back with the big favourites in the moment, who passed through the final time check at 19.9 kilometres, well ahead of anyone else, as we are now watching the riders off the ramp for the men's H3.
Away goes Espinosa Balzar, the first of those riders. We'll head off at 1 minute intervals. We'll keep popping back to there, but this is the H3 individual time trial. Highly effective movement in their trunk, legs and hands. They generate power using their upper arms, chest and shoulders. They do grip their handlebars well. Anne-Sophie Santis, having completed in 41.39, is at the top of the timesheets at the moment. The women's B individual time trial.
3, 2, 1, go.
Federico Mestroni, the world champion back in 2018, is on course now. The men's H3 individual time trial, also 28.3 kilometers, 2 laps of this circuit in the Seine-Saint-Denis department and the municipality of Clichy-sous-Bois. Driving towards the line now for Great Britain. This could be a very important time for Great Britain. Laura Faki and her pilot Corinne Hall. And they go to the top of the timesheets. Laura Faki by 58.35 seconds. Not far behind them. This could be a change in that very quickly, because this is Lizzie Jordan and her pilot Danny Kahn for Great Britain. Thick and fast they come. They're down though. They are fourth fastest at 2:18.
Well, didn't meet my predictions, Gerald. I had my hopes on those two, but already in fourth position with some strong teams still to come in as we go back to the men's H3 start.
Johan Coel of France rolls down that ramp. Here is that combination of Sophie Unwin and Jenny Hall. So they've got two Great Britain teams. One's at the top of the timesheets now. Can Unwin unseat her teammate Laura Faki? Sophie Unwin goes to the line now, and she is fastest. 101.
So close, isn't it, between these riders?
Well, this is the combination that can unseat Great Britain, and they look as though they're going to do that. It is Katie George Dunleavy and Linda Kelly of Ireland. They have been quite supreme. They went through the first time slot in their own time, second fastest there behind Sophie Unwin, but they brought it home in hugely impressive fashion here. Kelly emptying everything out, and Katie George Dunleavy, a supreme champion, and once again looks like she's going to be the gold medalist here by crossing the line 1 minute and 23 seconds ahead of Sophie Unwin. Well ridden, Katie George Dunleavy and her pilot Linda Kelly.
That's an unbelievable ride.
Now we go to the H5, Tim de Vries here, and well, the sheer exhaustion, no doubt, balanced out by what will soon become wonderful delight for Katie George Dunleavy.
3, 2, 1, go.
Mirko Testa, fifth rider off the start ramp in the men's H5, the last of the start batches in the paracycling time trial discipline on the opening day of the road events on what has been an absolutely perfect day for the discipline of cycling on the road. No wind, no rain, nice sunshine, not too hot. Could not ask for anything better, I fancy. Mitch Valise is the man in charge of the destiny of the gold medal in the men's H5 individual time trial at the moment. Beautiful rhythm and a state-of-the-art machine as well. Light way from Marvin Ordent.
2, 1, go.
And he engages and off he goes. Only been doing this for 3 years, says Marvin Ordent, but he started a program called Life on Wheels in Lepe in Belgium to bring attention and bring people towards paracycling. And he is looking here to try and get in amongst the medals. It's going to be hard. He's 7th at the World Championship, so history suggests he'll have to ride the time trial of his life here. World champion is still to start. And in fact, there are still 5 riders still to start in the men's H5 individual time trial. And this man could have a say in the medals. He was silver in the World Championships in 2022. Charles Moreau of Canada. We flick back to the images out on the trail of Travis Gartner of the United States in the men's H4 individual time trial. It's a Platt went through 5.8 as the fastest athlete. And he was 6.6 seconds ahead of Belgium's Jonas van der Sterne. Mathieu Bosredon of France. Silver at the World Champs in Glasgow last year in the men's H3. 4th last to start in this category. While rolling into the finish in the women's B individual time trial. This is Poland's Patricia Kuta. And Kuta will finish over 5 minutes down on the gold medalist, who is Katie George Dunleavy of Ireland.
Great to see Sophie Unwin take the silver, and Laura Faki with the bronze.
And the athletes being counted down in their mother tongue. Luis Miguel Garcia Marquina of Spain. And now 2 left to start of the men's H3 individual time trial.
And whilst the men's H3 time trial riders are still coming off the ramp, I've jumped the gun a little bit with the top 3 results of the women's B individual time trial because there's still 2 riders to come in. However, we are quite confident. Can never predict anything, but Katie George Dunleavy, Sophie Unwin and Laura Faki are the top 3 with 2 riders still to complete the course.
Martino Pini from Italy is on the move in the men's H3 individual time trial.
He's an inspirational rider. The 32-year-old, he said he took up the sport at the age of 18. He said, I knew if I wanted to regain my independence and freedom, then I had to physically be strong. Now, so very true.
Mitch Feliz, look how fast he is going here as he just charges past Luis Costa of Portugal. Lee's so economical in his movements, so smooth, a state-of-the-art machine. Everything is at the very, very cutting edge of the development of these hand cycles.
Yeah, well drilled. You can see how close his bike is to the ground as well. As we see the Netherlands, Mark, come out of the ramp very smoothly there. Meckenkamp, well, another Dutch rider.
Yeah, they've got the last three categories, H5, H4 and H3 individual time trials, and Dutch riders very much in contention for medals in all of them. And Verlies in the H5s. Of course, Jetse Platt in the H4s, and now Mark Meckenkamp has just started in the H3s.
Yeah, all seeded #1 due to UCI rankings.
And rolling towards the line for Malaysia in the women's B individual time trial, Nur Suraya Mohamed Zamri. And there'll still be one rider out on the course. But she's finished 12.5 minutes, just under 12.5 minutes down on the gold medalist. I think we can safely say that Katie George Dunleavy is the gold medalist there. And here is the last of the riders, Wacha Barabon Bunmalert.
Yes, they're already out of contention of the top 2 times. And we can safely say now our top 3, Katie George Dunleavy, Sophie Unwin and Laura Faki. Well, great effort there from Bunmalert of Thailand. She will happy to have completed her Paralympic campaign in the individual time trial.
So, Katie George Dunleavy winning that, with Sophie Unwin taking silver and Laura Faki the bronze medal in that women's B individual time trial.
Well, out on course now we have the men's H5, men's H4 and men's H3 individual time trials.
Rafael Wilk in the H4s, and he went through that halfway mark in 5th place. But you feel these categories, as we've been focusing and sort of highlighting the brilliance of the Dutch athletes here, absolutely amazing. We've seen them in other disciplines here in the time trial. particularly among the men's disciplines, they are supreme. Jetse Platt, there's no seemingly athlete like this man. He is something extraordinary. He leads this event through 5.8 kilometers. He's closing in on the 14.1 kilometer mark. And this is the Austrian Alexander Gritsch. I beg your pardon, Fruith. Beg your pardon. He is the 112 athlete. Yep.
He's through the 14.1 kilometre halfway mark with the fastest time so far from Jonas van de Steen of Belgium and Joseph Fritsch of France.
But Platt still has to go through there, so that'll be the interesting one. Here comes Platt through the mark, and he's gone through, and hasn't he laid down a marker? Halfway through, he's 18, nearly 19 seconds ahead. That is phenomenal.
He's a big favourite from the Netherlands in the men's H4.
Meanwhile, having just rolled across the line, Loic Vergnaud of France in the H5 has just been the first finisher there, 43.20. So he's the first man across the line in the H5s. Mitch Verlies is the favourite to take the gold medal there, having gone through all the time checks as the leader. And the leader by some fairly considerable margin. Back with the H4s.
Watching, I think it's Wilk here of Poland.
Rafael Wilk in 7th place.
Yeah, 7th place at the halfway mark.
Well, he was a gold medalist in London and in Rio, so little wonder that he's getting a little bit of attention, because he is a contender. This is Johan Quel of France in the H3. See the blue pipe from his bladder will feed him when he needs it. Have a drink as he's going. Update on that H4 time check at 19.9 kilometers is that Joseph Fritsch has gone through there ahead of Matt Tingley. Ends H5. And this is to the finish. Remember that Loic Vergnaud has gone through the finish line in 48.20. And this it's going to be close. Pavlo Bal of the Ukraine driving towards the line here. Is he going to get there? It's going to run away from him comfortably.
Yeah,
so
look.
Vergnaud is going to hold on to that position for a while still, but the real threat will come from Verlies.
Yeah, it looks like Vergnaud and a couple of other riders have passed Pavlov, Ukraine, but he will be very pleased to have completed his individual time trial. Now we see
into the finish. Woo! It's Mitch Verlies who posts 41.01.59. And he will punch of the air. He knows that it's going to take some effort to beat him to that time there. Luis Costa is in hot pursuit, the Portuguese rider. But he is not going to threaten Mitch Verlies' hold on that gold medal. He could be in the in position to take a bronze medal perhaps. And that finish time will put him in the bronze medal position right now, with 3 riders still to finish. Yu Qinglai, Tim de Vries and Atachai Sriwachai. So we're back on course now. And this is the man from China, Liu Qinglai. He was 3rd through all the time checks thus far. That final little drag up towards the finish line, 850 meters, just about 4.7% of an incline. And he's under the red kite, the 1 kilometer to go mark.
It'd be interesting to see if he could have held on to that bronze medal position that he went through, but it's not likely.
No, it looks like he's going to be out of certainly out of silver. The bronze stands at 44.26 now. So he's got a minute to complete the route if he wants to stay in the bronze medal position. Remember that Tim de Vries has still got to come. So, and Adachai Sriwachai. Here is Tim de Vries. Leans into the corner.
Well, Tim de Vries was 5th through that last time check, but a very fast finisher, strong man.
So de Vries, well, he's going to be outside. It looks like he's going to be outside the 44.26, outside the medals. Yep. At the moment, Costa is holding on to the bronze medal at 44 minutes 26.32. And de Vries, who was caught by Mitch Verlies halfway through this men's H5 individual time trial, he rolls in and he is 4th at the moment. Well, the effort of this last second lap has taken a toll on Liu Jinglai of China.
Oh, it absolutely has. I'm guessing he wishes that it was only one lap because he was doing quite well, but the length and distance fatigue sets in.
Liu Jinglai of China, he will cross the line here and he will be in 4th place.
Just outside the medals at the moment with one rider remaining.
And we'll go back out onto the course and pick up the athletes in the H4. This is Thomas Fruith. So Mitch Verlies looks to have sewn up the H5 individual time trial with Loic Bergano in silver and Luis Costa in bronze. H4 individual time trial. And Thomas Fruith has been engaged in a battle with Jetse Platt. In as much as he's getting to the time checks ahead of Platt, but he gets there and he goes top of the timesheets as he was at 19.9 kilometers. And then Platt comes past and absolutely obliterates that time. But Fruith can do nothing more than just give absolutely 100% here. Silver in Tokyo and Rio. And Jonas van der Sterne is the man from Belgium there. He was 2nd fastest through the 19.9 kilometer marker.
Likely to be bumped down once Jets Platt gets through that 19.9 kilometer time check. Van der Steen of Belgium, well, he's got the pain face on. Lactic acid in the arms, it's just burning, burning, burning. It's a pain, they must have a massive pain threshold.
The number 110 belongs to Brandon Lyons of the United States. And Brandon Lyons in the H3 category, which is the last of our races on course. And Lyons at the moment he went through the first time check in 9th place. Through the first time check leading the field was Mathieu Beauzredon of France.
By 21 seconds. Very close between 2nd and 3rd at that first time check, but very early on in the race for the H3.
Yeah. Mark Meckenkamp, the favourite there, just under 30 seconds down, but in 5th place. That's how tight it is still. So lots of opportunity for him to come back there. Very close to the barriers on the left-hand side by Lyons, but he does it beautifully. Well, you want to see power and skill in evidence. This is Mark Meckenkamp as he makes the catch of the Thailand athlete, and Meckenkamp just disappears up the road. Former motor racer and the current world champion. Here's the final rider crossing, reaching out towards the finish line in the H5 individual time trial. This is Atachai Sriwachai. And
you can see he's 10 minutes down on Valitz's time, but he will be very proud to finish. There it is, the finish of the Paralympic Games. What an achievement for the rider of Thailand. Relief and excitement at the same time. Oh, Mark McCamp from Netherlands, the big favourite in the H3. He was the last rider off the ramp. McCamp.
Looking so smooth, isn't he? Really in control here. The 51-year-old started paracycling back in 2014, and he's made these 10 years count, hasn't he? He's a world champion now. And keeping a beautiful rhythm and looking well set to put himself amongst the medals, if not at the very top of the standings. And
he's gone out quite controlled in 5th position through the first time check, but one of the favourites, so we'll see how he can pace himself and bring it home. Looks like he's approaching another rider out on the course.
His 1-minute rider was Martino Pini in this category, the H3. We still have just one other category still out on the route. That's the H4 individual time trial.
Well, even though it may not be the same category, it's still a rider to chase. It's still an advantage to have a rider out there to chase.
Very quiet part of the route this. Yes, they've got motorbike outriders here, but through the forest here. Very much on your own. Look at him blow past Meckenkamp, absolutely flying past the Brazilian Ulisses Leo Freitas, who's in the H4 category. Beautiful cornering. High-class exhibition of incumbent paracycling here. And at number 108 is Mirko Testa of Italy. Also in the H3, same category as Meckenkamp. And up the road is the Belgian Marvin Ordent in the men's H3. Now this is the climb. This is where it really gets hard. Ordent went through the first time check in 2nd place, 21 seconds down on Bosredon, the Frenchman. Heaving chest and breathing really hard, but this is the hardest part of the course.
Look at the speed difference there. Even though they're on different parts of the course, Platt is absolutely flying.
This man is an amazing athlete. As I said a couple of days ago, he was involved in the paratriathlon and won his class there. He's doing this, and before the Paralympic Games here in Paris is concluded, he will take on the marathon. That is what this man is hunting down. He is a supreme athlete. Golds in the paratriathlon in Tokyo, and now here in Paris, as well as in Rio. 6 times a paratriathlon world champion, and 6 times a time trial world champion on the paracycling road, and 5 times on the road race. So this man's achievements know no bounds. Belt drive, it looks like. So he's going beautifully. And Jetse Platt in the H4 category. Update you that he is now 12 seconds faster than Thomas Frowith through the 19.9 kilometer marker. So barring a spectacular loss of energy and power, Jetse Platt is looking very healthily on course here. Having had a fairly conservative start, he's gone out very well here.
Well, he said his parents bought him his first hand cycle, which in spot when he was only 5 years old. So he's been riding for a very long time. Super experienced in the hand cycle. But then it's just about adapting to professional sport throughout the years. And he's 33 years old, so still quite relatively young in terms of parasport and paracycling.
Very much so. Fritz just cornering at express speed. As Joseph Fritz gets to the finish of the men's H4. And the bronze medalist at the World Championships in 2023 has put in a really good effort here. He'll be first to finish. And what sort of time is he going to post for the others to have a shot at? 42 minutes, 1.45 seconds. And that is an excellent time for Fritz to lay down the marker.
Yeah, he started off fourth and he overtook 3 riders to be the first finisher. So that's quite impressive. And
absolutely finished as he should be, I would expect.
One thing they say about time trials is if you are not completely exhausted at the finish, you've not given everything. So it's very common to see riders not be able to move for a couple of minutes after they finish a time trial. Well, we're back with Platt.
Great support as he goes round the corner there for Jetse Platt. An absolute superstar. And it just seems nothing will stop him from pursuing records and medals. And this is Meckenkamp going in the H3 up that climb, and this is where it gets tough.
Well, it'll be very interesting to see in the H3 where he does cross in the next time check, as he went out quite conservatively. Well, he's not come through that second time check just yet.
He was nearly half a minute back of the fastest through that very early time check on Mathieu Bossredon.
And before they do that climb on the second part of that first lap, so it'll be interesting to see when he passes through if he's made back much of that 29.64 seconds.
H4, Tingley, who was the first to start in the H4s from the United States. Matt Tingley in towards the finish in the H4s. 42 minutes is the time in the hut for Fritz, and this is going to be well short of that, but another top-class ride. Matt Tingley, been doing this for 5 years.
Yeah, also an avid mountain bike cyclist as well. Really loves his cross-country mountain biking, road and cyclocross. And was injured in 2017 in that motorcycling crash.
So back on the time trial course, setting up for a high-speed corner, beautifully executed. And Jetse Platt in control of the men's H4. So Platt, well, he has, as I said, he's been the leader at every time check. And
well, if he ticks this box, Gerald, what a phenomenal athlete across the board. Absolutely amazing athlete. He is totally committed. Every different discipline. I mean, how he reset after the triathlon just 3 days ago and sets up for this. And within days, he'll be taking on the grueling marathon around the streets of Paris once again. Hunt another gold. And that's all he wants. You know, he'll be setting off for that, not to finish in silver or bronze medal position. He will want the gold medal because that's the sort of athlete he is. Well, there's many honours to his name in the Netherlands, but one of those was being the flag bearer for the Netherlands at the Paralympic Games in Tokyo. It would have been one of those highlights.
Well, this looks to be Alexander Grich as he crosses the line in the men's H4. Fastest time at the moment is with Thomas Fruith, 41.31, 41 minutes, 31.22 seconds, 30 seconds ahead of Joseph Fritz's time. We didn't see Froeth come through, but that's the benchmark at the moment. Travis Gartner from the United States is third, 156 down. And this is the Belgian athlete, Jonas van der Steen, I think. Yep, it is. Well, he was in the mix. He was second through the first time check, third in the next two. Where is he going to finish here? Jonas van der Steen of Belgium, and he's 21 seconds off Froeth's time. So he is second at the moment. Jonas van der Steen of Belgium, 21 seconds down. And nudges Joseph Fritsch, the Frenchman, down into third place. But this is the man that they all acknowledge as the superstar in this discipline. Whilst Ulysses Leal Freitas, it was the second starter, comes into the finish for Brazil. 44-year-old at this sport for 12 years. And he will stop the clock at 49 minutes, 39.70. And Thailand's Sumas Hanalalai gets across in 48.50. Not a bad ride by him. Into the corner goes Jetse Platt. Here we go, big crowd to welcome home a champion again, surely Jetse Platt. There's little this man seemingly cannot do. 200 meters to go in the men's H4 individual time trial. Jetse Platt is on his way to victory here.
Well, it's going to be close. 41.31. He's at 41.25.
He's going to do it.
Yes,
he's going to do it. Jetse Platt, the champion again, and by the narrowest of margins, 2.71 seconds. But Jetse Platt takes gold in the men's H4 individual time trial, just ahead of Thomas Froeth, with Jonas van der Steen in second place. And another championship performance by one of the great champions of parasport, Jetse Platt.
Well, Jonas van der Steen from Belgium finishing third. That's pretty impressive.
We are on the course for the men's H3 individual time trial, and this is the world champion and the man favoured at the start of the event to take the gold medal, but he still has to execute. Mark Meckenkamp, who hasn't shown through a halfway mark that he's in gold medal winning form. 6th place at that stage.
Yeah, he's not improving, is he? He went through the first time check at 5th position and the second time check halfway through the race in 6th position. And now we're just waiting for the riders to come through that 19.9 kilometre third time check before they have their final run into the finish.
Fabian Recher of Switzerland. He won't threaten the gold medal here as he crosses the line in 6th fastest time, 2.5 minutes down on Jetse Platt. Fabian Recher completes the finishes in the men's H4 individual time trial. Canada's Charles Moreau in action in the men's H3 individual time trial. Charles Moreau, the 42-year-old, slipped some time. He was 4th fastest through 5.8 Ks and 6th fastest through 14.1. Meckenkamp, well, what can he do? This will be interesting. He really has to turn on the afterburners if he wants to justify his position as world champion here and vault himself into gold medal contention.
There's a lot of work to do, doesn't he? 1 minute 38 down at the halfway mark.
Yeah, you feel that's probably a little too much, but we don't know what his tactics. A little bumpy around that bend. Now Meckenkamp has to dig deep here. Pockets of fans cheering him on his way. Quiet moment at in the back streets here. It'll all start opening up for him as he gets closer to that 19-kilometer mark. And we see how he matches up against the riders ahead of him. Mathieu Bozredon, beg your pardon, of France, and Johan Cruel are the fastest two through there. Bozredon is 1 minute and 19 seconds faster than Johan Cruel, his fellow countryman. Meckenkamp trying to eke out every second out of this course as the shadows start to lengthen in the afternoon here in Paris. Through the S-Pens, listen to the crowd as they cheer him on. Lovely fan zone. Moreau has just gone through the 19.9 kilometer mark, the Canadian at 31 at least 2 minutes and 12 seconds down on Bozredon. The Frenchman is looking every bit here a potential gold medalist, and the Netherlands have been impressive today for sure. This perhaps Meckenkamp might be the only surprising result for what is an all-powerful Dutch team. He came into this as the world champion, but it hasn't at this stage been a ride of world championship standing, but it may change. He's got time to do that still, but to make up 1 minute and 38, well, over the full lap he could do that, there's no question. 10 kilometers to go, but it'll be an immensely impressive effort if he's able to do that. The rider still to get through that marker is Martino Pini.
We have to remember this Dutch rider, Meckenkamp, is 51 years of age. He's had a huge career in sports. Obviously a motor racer before he sustained his impairment. Took up hand cycling because he likes sports that involve speed. He tried out several other sports that he could still practice despite his severe impairment, but he loved the hand cycling. In between that, he played wheelchair basketball for a little while. He wasn't that much into ball sports, so he just found himself really loving the hand cycle. Now, after such a wonderful career, he's just about to go through that final time check, where we'll get an indication. 5th in the first time check, 6th in the second time check. What will he be in the third and final time check before the finish? Well, Garcia, he is sitting in 6th position at the moment at the 19.9 kilometre time check on his way to the finish line.
Yeah, this is that last drag towards the finish, up and over, and then they will roll to the finish. 140 meters of accumulated climbing on this lap, so 280 meters over the 28 kilometers.
You can see again that they've got that bladder down the back where they can keep drinking water. It was affecting 21% heat exhaustion of athletes at the Tokyo Olympics, and there's been a lot of scientific work done for impaired athletes who do suffer, especially those with spinal injuries, suffer from hydration issues.
Well, Meckenkamp has now gone through that 19.9 kilometer mark. As we look at Luis Miguel Garcia Marquina here, Meckenkamp has gone through, well, he's in 5th place there, and 2 minutes and 8 seconds down on the time of Mathieu Bozredon of France. So well, there he is, Meckenkamp, getting a close look at his metrics on his computer. So,
well, these are big time differences.
Yeah.
We're seeing we could nearly call the race after 19.9 kilometres. Nothing too rational happens out on the course. They are very significant time differences.
Yeah, so if he were to consider a medal here, Meckenkamp, but he's well outside at the moment, to be fair, at this stage, 14 seconds behind 4th place. And, well, 20 seconds down on the bronze medal at the moment, sitting in the hands of Martino Pino of Italy. But there is the Italian, Martino Pino, the 32-year-old. He's moved up well after a slowish start. Once he settled into his rhythm after the first time check, he went through the second time check, vaulted up Pino from 7th to 3rd, and he's held on to that at 19 kilometers. Meckenkamp, though, is really working hard here.
Hasn't France really risen to the occasion at the Paris Paralympics? Unbelievable. They're sitting in 1st and 2nd place here in the men's H3 individual time trial. Likely to take gold and silver. Anything can happen out there in the final part of this race. However, the crowds have been phenomenal, and they have really lifted the athletes' morale, and they've been able to get that extra bit out of themselves. Apart from knowing, Paris is going to hold your home Olympic Games and having that 2 or 3 years of motivated training and getting themselves into condition, it all has to come together on the day. And I think the crowd really helps that mental state and the mentality of, I've done the hard work, I've put in the hard work. All I need to do is execute what I'm capable of on the day.
And don't discount the influence of success within the
among the team.
They and obviously across the board, all the sports at the Paralympic Games, but also in the track. They won 3 gold medals there. They were a sensation in the velodrome. And that overflows, gives the confidence and the belief here. So we're seeing them performing brilliantly here. Not unexpected, it must be said. They're not surprising results, but the pressure of coming into home games as a favourite or as a leading contender does bring with it the difficulties.
Yeah, it can go either way, can't it? But it just seems to have really gone in the favour of the riders here in Paris with such an enthusiastic crowd as we watch Pino of Italy make his way through the last part of this race. Currently sits in 3rd position.
Yeah, so this perhaps of all the events is going to be a slightly surprising result, because Mark Meckenkamp is the world champion from Glasgow last year. Well, he is not likely to be a Paralympic champion, and he's going to battle to get onto the podium. Mathieu Bosredon of France. Well, he was the silver medalist behind Meckenkamp at Glasgow's World Championships, and he is putting himself, he's in position at the moment as the race leader. But this is Pini of Italy, the European Championship 2 years ago.
Pini. Well, he's certainly got everything dialed in for this Paralympic Games in regards to aerodynamics and positioning. Well, Meckenkamp, he can nearly call it impossible to win the gold medal or to even move into the medal contention. He'd have to pull out something very, very big in the last part of this race.
Yeah, it's not obviously gone quite according to plan for Mark Meckenkamp, but it certainly has for Mathieu Bosredon and Johan Quayle.
Yeah, the 2 Frenchmen, they have certainly performed on the day. Bosredon, 33 years old. He took up paracycling at the age of 14. He initially took up paraswimming, but thought the paracycling would give him a better chance of realising his dream of competing at the Paralympics, which he has realised. And he trains 6 times a week, very dedicated to his sport. And he competes in the paraswimming at national level. In 2022, he took part in an Ironman triathlon in Italy as well.
Well, the Italians have got a medal on the track through Bernard, and they may get onto the podium here through Martino Pini. And their other rider is Federico Mestroni and Mirko Testa. So they've got 3 options here. That was, this is, I think, Bosredon coming towards the finish line at the finish of the men's H3. In fact, it's Quayle. Well, the crowd now welcoming Johan Quayle towards the finish in the men's H3 individual time trial at Clichy-sous-Bois. France are enjoying a fantastic day in the first day of that competition in the paracycling road. at the individual time trial. And Johan Crail is likely to put them within reach of another medal here as he finishes off the men's H3 individual time trial in very impressive fashion. Crail starting third out of the start ramp. He will cross the line now, Johan Crail, and post the early time, the first time across the finish line, 45 minutes, 33.41 seconds. And that could well stand up as a medal-winning ride.
Yeah, he's taken over 2 riders on his way to the finish. And now it's a waiting game. He's the first across the line in the men's H3 individual time trial. This could well be the last man to cross the finish line. However, we have many riders to come in, and could well be Bourdon and Quayle of France taking the gold and silver. Let's see what happens out there on the road in what we could say is the hardest part of the circuit.
It's quiet out there. You're on your own with yourself. This is Luis Miguel Garcia Marquina from Spain. Good speed from him, and he was going through the last checkpoint in 7th place. He's keeping a very steady rhythm at the moment. This H3 is providing plenty of incident and slightly different results, because we're looking at the silver medalist at the World Championships in 2022 and the bronze medalist in Tokyo, Marquina, but he's likely not to medal here. Mestroni, one of the 3 Italians in this race in the men's H3, Federico Mestroni, 8th, going through the final checkpoint before getting to the finish line here. He's going to be well outside the time of Quayle of France, but he'll hold hopes for his teammates Martino Pino and Marco Testa. But Mestroni.
And Mestroni was one of those riders that was overtaken out on the course by Quayle of France.
Yeah, just under 3 minutes behind Quayle. So he rolls to the finish, the 44-year-old Italian.
It'll be interesting to see if his Italian teammate can take the bronze medal here in Paris. Here's Bourdon. Well, he's coming in towards the finish. He has overtaken quite a significant amount of riders. And we'll see a very, very fast time.
Yeah, he started with just 3 riders still to go, and Bourdon is putting a superb ride to bed here, the 33-year-old from France, and this could be a medal, if not a gold medal winning ride from Matteo Bourdon of France. First through the time checks at 5.8, 14.1 and 19.9 kilometers, and he's going to cross the finish line now, Bourdon, and post a time of stunning significance, 43 minutes, 33.22. He's a full 2 minutes ahead of his teammate, and at this stage is in the gold medal position. What a ride by Matteo Bourdon.
Wow. To be the 4th last rider to start and to come in 3rd as a 3rd rider is super, super impressive.
Marvin Audin of Belgium now. So what can he do to try and make a dent in this French dominance at the moment? They've got the 2 fastest times at the moment on the timesheets. Audin, well, 46 minutes. He's outside the silver medal. Right now he will be in 3rd place, 2:47 down. And he has given his all out there, as every one of these athletes do. On a day like today, you do not spare anything. It is the day you want to have your very best form. And unfortunately for this man, it perhaps hasn't been forthcoming. Mark Meckenkamp of the Netherlands. Well, maybe he's kept something in the tank whilst he puts the finishing touches to this ride. Lyons, well, he missed Tokyo due to an infection. It became septic, and he also missed out on the 2023 World Championships. So this is just redemption for Brandon Lyons from the United States. 49 minutes plus. He's going to finish behind the fourth place rider at the moment, Federico Mestroni. At this stage anyway. So Brandon Lyons of the United States rolling towards the finish here, the 34-year-old, second at the Para Games in Chile, and today's time of 49.34. Well, it puts him, for the time being anyway, in fifth place in the men's H3 individual time trial. In towards the finish line is Espinosa Balza of Venezuela, and Bosredon's time is not going to be threatened by him, but the Italian just alongside him could well, and that is Mestroni, and well, it's now Pini's the only one who can still threaten it, as also finishing now is Charles Moreau of Canada. Moreau just outside the top three, so three riders still out there: Pini, Meckenkamp and Makina.
Well, it's the Italian Martino Pini.
Well, just he's being roared along as Meckenkamp by his Dutch supporters. Family perhaps, not sure, but they were certainly trying to encourage him towards the finish. This is Pini.
Yeah, he's the man that said that he knew if he wanted to regain his independence and freedom, he had to physically be strong. And the desire that he had to not give up made him understand that sport would help him face all of his problems. So he took up hand cycling, and here he is, perhaps a potential medalist at the Paralympic Games here in Paris. Let's see what the Italian can do. It's the Spanish rider now, Garcia.
Aquina looking as though he's going to finish outside the medals here. I don't think there's much doubt about that, Luis Miguel Makina. But it is all about Martino Pini for the time being, because he is a man who could displace Marvin Ordent in that bronze medal position. Makina, though, makes his way to the finish of Spain. He was 6th, 7th and 7th at the three checkpoints. Where's he going to be at the finish line here? The 45-year-old Spaniard. Huge effort from him, from every one of these athletes, as they have a really demanding program here. Time trial and road races in quick succession. Makina finishes 3:33 down, and that'll be good enough for fourth place. But this is Pini, who would put himself into the bronze medal position. 2:40 down on Matteo Bosredon. One rider still out on the track and on the course. That's Mark Meckenkamp of the Netherlands. Well, it is very unlikely that this man from the Netherlands is going to repeat the success he had at Glasgow in 2023. It's not been his best day. He has made up time on the second half of this ride, but he gave himself a little too much to do when he went through the 19.9 kilometer mark with 9 kilometers to go at 2 minutes and 8 seconds behind the lead.
Well, I'm not sure, Gerald, but the facial expression shows me that he's emotional about this ride. Still trying to give everything he's absolutely got on the day to finish off the best he can.
At the moment, the gold medal is in the hands of Matteo Bosredon. Then it's Joan Quayle of France, his fellow Frenchman, in the silver medal position. Martino Pino has the bronze medal at 46.13.69, and that has gone. So Meckenkamp is not going to be in the medals here. And it is going to be France, silver and gold and silver, Italy in the bronze medal. Meckenkamp, though, the world champion, is bringing it home as the final rider on the course in the men's H3 individual time trial here at the paracycling road discipline to Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. Mark Meckenkamp of the Netherlands crosses the line now, and his time will be 3 minutes and 18 seconds behind that of the gold medalist Matteo Bosredon. And it is glory once again for France, gold and silver. Disappointment, unusually for the Netherlands, who've had such a good day here in the time trials. Mark Meckenkamp not quite getting it all in place today. Well, a quite extraordinary day it has been in the first day of action in the paracycling road discipline in the men's and women's individual time trials. 19 medals decided on a truly spectacular day around the Seine-Saint-Denis department, and in particular the Clichy-sous-Bois area, a course of 14.2 kilometers marked out, and these riders have produced amazing performances today to marvel at and to entertain a good crowd out on the route, and a route they'll know well because it'll be used through the road race disciplines here, which will be the road races over the next couple of days, as well as the very entertaining mixed relay, which will close the paracycling disciplines off. Matteo Bosrador is the gold medalist in the men's H3 individual time trial, winning by a margin of 2 minutes over his teammate Johan Quayle.
It's a difficult regulation, isn't it, when you're not allowed to jump the fence, but your partner is confined to his very, very scientific machine.
Oh, Matteo Bosradon, congratulations, the gold medal in the men's H3 individual time trial. Well, what a day of riding and racing. It's hurly-burly stuff as they go through those forests there, out of the suburb and into the forest and back in here. But a beautiful course and some great racing.
Yeah, absolutely stunning course. And as you said, a little bit quiet through the forest there, but absolutely perfect conditions for a bicycle race, any type. Here at the Paralympics, we have been blessed today with the paracycling individual time trials, and what excitement for the French to finish gold and silver in the last event of today's program.
They had a particularly good day because they won gold and silver through Kevin Lecomte and Gatien Le Rousseau as well earlier in the day, so medals are plenty. Likewise for the Netherlands, particularly in the hand cycle disciplines. Road races, a different kettle of fish altogether. Mass start, and we'll see some strategy and teamwork perhaps there. Much longer races as well.
Definitely some exciting road races to come, especially on a course like this. A couple of little climbs, climb each lap. Well, we see the riders labour a little bit on those climbs, so after several laps it could get quite tiring.
They're not, and there are those tricky climbs, aren't there? Because they're not very steep and very long, so you might feel the energy and go hard at them in the first cube, but they take the more laps, they take a toll, and that fatigue builds up. So it'll be fascinating to see how they go in the road races. The time trial disciplines are complete here at the Paris 2024 Paracycling Road Disciplines, and the victory ceremonies will follow very shortly. confirming the results of the men's B individual time trial, and another brilliant performance by a man chasing 3 gold medals here at the Olympic Games as the Dutch throw down a marker there, and it's Bangmo who takes gold in emphatic fashion. In the C5 individual time trial, a second consecutive gold medal for Daniel Abraham Gebru, the world champion, ahead of Alistair Donoghue, and Dorian Foulon of France took the bronze medal in 58 seconds adrift of Gebru's time. In the men's C4 individual time trial at the paracycling road events here, Kevin Lecompf and Gatien Lerceau made it a glorious day for France, taking gold and silver. Damien Ramos Sanchez for Spain took the bronze medal. The C3 individual time trial, another gold for France. Thomas Perreton Dardet, 43.9 seconds ahead of Eduardo Santos Asensio of Spain, with Matthias Schindler in the bronze medal position. Defending champion Ben Watson out of the medals in 4th place. Quite supreme was the ride of Katie George Dunleavy, and Linda Kelly, her pilot, 38 minutes and 16 seconds. They put 1 minute and 23 into Sophie Unwin, with Laura Faki picking up a bronze medal, her 6th medal at the Paralympic Games. In the men's H5 individual time trial, the Dutchman Mitch Valise defended the title he won in Tokyo with supreme ease. Loic Verneau took the silver, and Luis Costa for Portugal was the bronze medalist. Jetse Platt added yet another medal to his gold medal to his collection, adding this to his para-tri-gold medal a couple of days ago, as he finished just ahead of Thomas Freuweth, the closest race of them all, 2.171 seconds. Jonas van der Steen of Belgium is the bronze medalist in the men's H4 individual time trial. In the men's H3 individual time trial, another 1-2 for France, the host nation, through Matteo Bosredon, ahead of Johan Coel by 2 minutes, with Martino Pino 40 seconds further back, collecting the bronze medal for Italy.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs du contre-la-montre individuel homme B.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's B individual time trial.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists.
A bit of Dutch dominance in the men's B individual time trial victory ceremony.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Madame Aurélie Merle, directrice exécutive des sports du comité d'organisation des Jeux Olympiques et Paralympiques de Paris 2024.
Sports Executive Director of the Organising Committee of the Olympic and Paralympic Games of Paris 2024.
Accompagnée par
Accompanied by
Madame Clémentine Ducrot, directrice expérience collaborateur Paris 2024.
Paris 2024 Staff Experience Director.
Médaillé de bronze, représentant les Pays-Bas.
Bronze medalists representing Netherlands.
Vincent Terschure and pilot Timo Fransen.
Well, this combination have been together for over 10 years. And Vincent Terschure, well, he's a perennial medalist, won the road race in Rio and Tokyo, silver medal in the time trial in both those Paralympic Games, and has a silver medal in the individual pursuit on the track from Rio. So he now collects medal number 6 at the Paralympic Games. Vincent Terschure.
Médaillé d'argent, représentant la France.
Silver medalists representing France.
Elie de Campano and pilot Miguel Guichard.
First time on the podium for Elie de Cavallo and Michel Guichard, his pilot. Well, Cavallo only took up paracycling seriously in 2021. And I think he certainly has justified that decision, following up a bronze medal at the individual time trial in Glasgow just under a year ago, with a silver medal at the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games.
Médaillé d'or et champion paralympique, représentant les Pays-Bas.
Gold medalists and Paralympic champions representing Netherlands.
Tristan Bongma and pilot Patrick Boss.
Well, Tristan Bangma is having an incredibly successful Games. A second gold medal for him, having taken gold in the individual pursuit on the track over 4,000 meters. He's now the individual time trial gold medalist on the road. To a silver medal in the road race in Tokyo, and 2 other track golds in Rio and Tokyo. And he has ambitions on making it 3 golds at these games by taking the road race gold as well. Don't put that out of their reach. He and Patrick Boss are a formidable combination.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne des Pays-Bas.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Netherlands.
messieurs, les médaillés paralympiques.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Tristan Mangma and Patrick Boss evidence again that they are the dominant force in this form of the sport. Elie de Carvalho and Miguel Guichard, the silver medalist, and Vincent Descure adds a 6th Paralympic medal to his collection.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's C5 individual time trial.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists. medalists.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Monsieur Xavier Van der Bies, maire de Courtry.
Mayor of Courtry.
Accompagné par
Accompanied by
Monsieur Renato Di Rocco, vice-président honoraire de l'Union cycliste internationale.
UCI Honorary Vice President.
Médaillé de bronze, représentant la France.
Bronze medalist representing France.
Dorian Foulon.
Well, he's already won a gold medal at these games, Dorian Foulon, in the velodrome, the C5 4,000 meter individual pursuit. And this, well, it'll feel absolutely fantastic because he was unable to finish both the individual time trial and the road race in Tokyo in the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. So a redemption of sorts for Dorian Foulon, a third Paralympic medal for the 26-year-old. Aim is to try and compete in the non-para track cycling at the 2028 Games in Los Angeles.
Représentant l'Australie.
Silver medalist representing Australia.
Alistair Donohoe.
Also a multi-medalist now at these games, Alistair Donohoe, adding a silver in the individual time trial on the road to his team sprint bronze medal. He and his teammates won in the velodrome. Taking his Paralympic medal tally to 6. Yet to win a gold. But this is his 4th silver medal to the bronze on the track and then bronze in this event in Tokyo. 2nd time he's a silver medalist, having taken the silver in Rio as well.
Médaillé d'or et champion paralympique, représentant les Pays-Bas.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing Netherlands.
Daniel Abraham Gebru.
Well, his story is remarkable. He fled Eritrea and Ethiopia in 2000, thinking his parents had moved away from the war-torn countries to Europe. And he did finally get there, a long, arduous journey through Kenya. But his parents were not there. He learned his father had died in an Ethiopian prison, and his mother had gone back to Eritrea. He did meet her again, and he's become one of the dominant forces in C5 cycling. A 2nd gold medal to back up his gold in Tokyo and his road race gold in Rio. So 3 golds to Gebru, and he'll hunt another one in the road race.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne des Pays-Bas.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Netherlands.
And a moment of joy for
Mesdames et
Gebru.
messieurs, les médaillés paralympiques.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Gebru won his medal in Rio. He was a stateless person, still didn't have a passport from the Netherlands. He did finally get his passport in 2017. And now does a huge amount of work with youngsters who are in a similar situation to the one he found himself in 2001 as a refugee in Europe. What an amazing role model he is too.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs du contre-la-montre individuel homme C4.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's C4 individual time trial.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists.
Oh, delighted they all are. Damien Ramos-Sanchez.
The medals will be presented by
Madame Anne Gruber, membre du comité directeur de l'Union cycliste internationale.
UCI Management Committee member.
Accompagné par
Accompanied by
Monsieur Ludovic Taureau, maire de Coubron.
Mayor of Coubron.
Médaillé de bronze, représentant l'Espagne.
Bronze medalist representing Spain.
Damian Ramos-Sanchez.
The pride of La Coruña today is the 38-year-old Damian Ramos-Sanchez. In his very first Paralympic Games, he's on the podium, the European champion. just outside the medals in 4th place at the Glasgow World Championships last year. Now on the podium, and what a delight. He's absolutely thrilled.
Représentant la France.
Silver medalist representing France.
Gatien Le Rousseau.
Well, Gatien Le Rousseau is just 21. He's got 2 Paralympic medals already. He's a real talent, this young man. Gave up triathlon in 2018 because he wanted to compete at the Paralympic Games and thought the paracycling would be the best opportunity. Part of the extensive French National Police Force and their sports unit.
Médaillé d'or et champion paralympique représentant la France.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing France.
Kevin Lecoeuf.
Well, frustration at finishing 4th at the track in the individual pursuit and the team sprint has now transformed into glorious gold for Kevin Lecoeuf. Road race and time trial world champion and road race champion from Tokyo at the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. He's now the gold medalist in the individual time trial in Paris. Congratulations, Kevin Lecoeuf.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne de la France.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of France.
Mesdames et messieurs, les médaillés paralympiques.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
The day that Kevin Lecoeuf and Gatien Rousseau won't forget in a long, long time. Likewise, Damien Ramos Sanchez. Today they shared a podium at Paris 2024 as the gold, silver and bronze medalists in the C4 individual time trial.
I'm about to make it clear. It's going down like I told you. I'm the baddest mother up in here. I'm gonna rock you. I'm gonna rock you. I'm gonna rock you. I'll have you begging for mercy, begging for mercy. Oh. I'm dangerous. So dangerous. I'm dangerous.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs du contre-la-montre individuel homme C3.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's C3 individual time trial.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Monsieur Gilles Pou, maire de la Courneuve.
Mayor of La Courneuve.
Accompagné par
Accompanied by
Madame Anne Gripper, membre du comité directeur de l'Union cycliste internationale.
UCI Management Committee member.
Médaillé de bronze, représentant l'Allemagne.
Bronze medalist representing Germany,
Matthias Schindler.
Well, stepping up as he did in Tokyo at the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games when he took the individual time trial bronze. Same again for Matthias Schindler. Hugely committed to his sport, the 42-year-old, up to 30 hours a week of training at its peak. And that beautiful medal justifies all those hours of commitment.
Médaillé d'argent, représentant l'Espagne.
silver medalist representing Spain,
Eduardo Santos Asensio.
Well, a third Paralympic Games for the 35-year-old, but a second medal. It's the bronze medalist in the team sprint in Rio de Janeiro. His first medal on the road. He's fifth in this discipline in Tokyo now. Has a stunning medal to take home to his family in Tarazona, Zaragoza.
Médaillé d'or et champion paralympique représentant la France.
gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing France,
Thomas Perroton d'Arte.
Another first-time Paralympian at the top of his sport, Thomas Perroton d'Arte. 2 serious accidents as a non-paracyclist. Got his impairment and now he's a gold medalist.
Si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne de la France.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of France.
Mesdames et messieurs, les médaillés paralympiques!
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Well, there can be few better moments in a sportsperson's life than hearing your own national anthem in your own country. In your pinnacle event, the men's C3 individual time trial gold medalist Thomas Perez-Ondare sharing the podium with a Spaniard and a German. France certainly enjoying a vintage year in the paracycling.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs du contre-la-montre individuel femmes B.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's B individual time trial.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Monsieur Gilles Pou, maire de la Courneuve.
Mayor of La Courneuve.
Accompagné par
Accompanied by
Madame Chantal Lanier, directrice déléguée Talent et Diversité Paris 2024.
Paris 2024 Talent and Diversity Deputy Director.
Médaillé de bronze, représentant la Grande-Bretagne.
Bronze medalists representing Great Britain, Laura Farkey and pilot Corinne Hall.
Oh, what a way to celebrate your 36th birthday for Laura Farkey. A bronze medal as a wonderful gift. A second at these games for Laura Farkey to add to her burgeoning collection. Bronze on the track a few days ago. She's got a couple of gold medals from the track in Tokyo and Rio, and a silver and a bronze from Tokyo and Rio in previous individual time trials. Left her husband Neil with the babysitting duties of their son Fraser, who was born in October last year.
Médaillé d'argent, représentant la Grande-Bretagne.
Silver medalists representing Great Britain, Sophie Unwin and pilot Jenny Hall.
This pair now have a full collection from these games alone, and with one race to come, there's no reason to believe they won't get another medal there. But adding to the gold medal in the individual pursuit on the track, as well as the bronze medal in the time trial, they now have a silver medal in the individual time trial. Sophie Unwin now with 5 career Paralympic medals.
Médaillé d'or et championne paralympique, représentant l'Irlande.
Gold medalists and Paralympic champions representing Ireland, Katie George Dunleavy and pilot Linda Kelly.
Well, Katie George Dunleavy is one of the most prolific of Ireland's Paralympians, and she just shows so much joy. Richly deserved. Alongside Linda Kelly, the gold medalist in the women's B individual time trial. Silver medalist in the individual pursuit. And Katie George Dunleavy, well, she's got a collection of medals, having won this event in Tokyo as well as the road race and this event in Rio. Silver in Rio in the road race, and 2 track silver medals as well. Born in the UK, but proudly an Irish Paralympic champion.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne de l'Irlande.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Ireland.
Mesdames et messieurs, les médaillés paralympiques.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Lady George Dunleavy, Sophie Unwin and Laura Faki and their respective pilots, the medalists in the women's B individual time trial.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs du contre-la-montre individuel homme H5.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's H5 individual time trial.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Monsieur Gilles Pou, maire de la Courneuve.
Mayor of La Courneuve.
Accompagné par
Accompanied by
Madame Marie-Florence Deprince, adjointe au maire de Clichy-sous-Bois.
Deputy Mayor Clichy-sous-Bois.
Médaillé de bronze, représentant le Portugal.
Bronze medalist representing Portugal,
Luis Costa.
What a moment for the 51-year-old Luis Costa. was in Portimao. And well, he was inspired by one of the greats, Alessandro Zanardi, a gold medalist in London and Rio, the former Formula One racing driver who transformed into a wonderful paracyclist. Well, he was the man who inspired this man. Bruce Costa saw Zanardi racing at London in 2012 and decided he wanted to do this. He could do it. And here in his third Paralympic Games, he finally makes it onto the podium.
Médaillé d'argent, représentant la France.
Silver medalist representing France,
Loïc Vergniaud.
Well, a para-football seven-a-side international for France. Well, into paracycling in 2010, improved pretty quickly. And now, as part of the Customs and Excise Department in the French government, he has an opportunity to train and do a little bit of work, but it's more about training, he says. And it's paid off handsomely for him. Fourth silver medal in the Paralympic Games.
Médaillé d'or et champion paralympique, représentant les Pays-Bas.
gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing Netherlands,
Mitch Valise.
Well, Mitch Valise, 29-year-old Dutchman, deals pretty much exclusively in gold medals. 2 in Tokyo. And he has 6 World Championship gold medals, including 2 from the last World Championships. He is undoubtedly top of his class in the men's age 5 individual time trial and road cycling disciplines. Mitch Valise, the gold medalist.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne des Pays-Bas.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Netherlands.
Les médaillés paralympiques.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Well, Mitch Valise was one of a clutch of highly decorated Dutch paracyclists reaching the peak of his powers and his sport here at the Paralympic Games in Paris.
pression ici, donc si vous voulez faire une photo en tant que journaliste, il faut décaler, laisser la place. Malheureusement. Est-ce qu'il y en a un de vous deux qui veut se mettre là?
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs du contre-la-montre individuel homme H4.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's H4 individual time trial.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Madame Anne Guiper, membre du comité directeur de l'Union cycliste internationale.
UCI Management Committee member.
Accompagnée par
Accompanied by
Madame Mathilde Meurice, directrice déléguée opérations sportives Paris 2024.
Paris 2024 Sports Operations Deputy Director.
Médaillé de bronze, représentant la Belgique.
Bronze medalist representing Belgium, Jonas van der Stene.
Jonas van der Stene, well, what a step up it is. He was 9th in Tokyo and 10th in Rio in this discipline, and now he's the bronze medalist. And from the heart of cycling, Ghent in Belgium. Second bronze medal in Paralympic Games for him. He was part of the bronze medal winning Belgian team at the team relay in Rio de Janeiro at the Rio 2016 Paralympic Games. In 2014 he went to compete in Lanzarote in the Canary Islands. Liked the island so much he decided to stay there, and he still lives there.
Représentant l'Autriche.
Silver medalist representing Austria, Thomas Fruwerth.
It was the closest race of them all, 2.7 seconds in it, and this man gave it his all, the 43-year-old Austrian. But for the fourth time, he misses out on gold. A third consecutive silver medal in the individual time trial. He was a silver medalist also in the road race in Tokyo. And the gold medal eludes him at World Championship level as well. 4 silvers and 4 bronze there as well.
Médaillé d'or et champion paralympique, représentant les Pays-Bas.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing Netherlands, Jetse Plaat.
When you're competing against a man of this caliber, then it's very difficult to earn that gold medal, because Jetse Plaat is champion once again. He won his third para-triathlon gold medal a few days ago. And now his third paracycling gold medal at the Paralympic Games. And he's going for the road race and the marathon. And that's not a cycling event, that's part of the athletics program. He set himself goals in winning medals in all 3 sports.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne des Pays-Bas.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Netherlands.
Well, Jetse Platt watching
les médaillés paralympiques.
the Dutch
Ladies and gentlemen, the
flag
Paralympic medalists.
rise into that silver sky with a gold medal around his neck. He's going to take some beating in the road race, but Thomas Frueth, the Austrian, in the silver medal position, proved in this closest of all the time trials that he has what it takes to put Jetse Platt under real pressure. We'll wait and see.
Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie des vainqueurs du contre-la-montre individuel homme H3.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's H3 individual time trial.
Veuillez accueillir les médaillés.
Please welcome the medalists.
Les médailles seront remises par
The medals will be presented by
Madame Anne Gripper, membre du comité directeur de l'Union cycliste internationale.
UCI Management Committee member.
accompagné par
accompanied by
Madame Mathilde Meurice, directrice déléguée opérations sportives Paris 2024.
Paris 2024 Sports Operations Deputy Director.
Médaillé de bronze représentant l'Italie,
Bronze medalist representing Italy,
Martino Pini.
Significant moment for the 32-year-old from Grosio in Italy. He yet to win a medal of any real significance at the Road World Championships. So this a very, very big step for him. The European champion in Austria in 2022. But now a bronze medalist at the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games in the C3 individual time trial, Martino Pini.
Médaillé d'argent représentant la France,
silver medalist representing France,
Johan Kell.
Johan Kell, also a first Paralympic medal for him, but he is a road race silver medalist from the World Championships. And he and his French teammates won the gold medal in the team relay there. Been doing paracycling for 11 years, but really only got into it very seriously in the last 4 years. And they're clearly hugely committed and prepared to make the sacrifices to reach the top.
Médaillé d'or et champion paralympique, représentant la France.
gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing France,
Mathieu Bosredon.
As if he wanted to pause to hear his name, to believe that it was him, it was true, that he is the gold medalist here in Paris on his home Paralympic Games. Mathieu Bosredon ascends to the very highest point in his sport. For the very first time, twice a silver medalist in World Championship level, but now a gold medalist in the Paralympic Games. Gave up swimming because he thought this would give him a better opportunity at realizing his Paralympic aims, and that was just to compete here. Well, it's done more than that. It's delivered a gold medal. That was his ambition as he set out as a paracyclist, and he's achieved it.
Mesdames et messieurs, si vous le pouvez, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne de la France.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of France.
Mesdames et messieurs, les médaillés paralympiques.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
The medalists celebrating their achievements in the men's H3 individual time trial. Mathieu Bosredon, Johan Kiel and Martino Pino. Gold and silver for France. Not for the first time on the opening day of the paracycling road discipline here in Paris in 2024.
Attention caméra, be careful caméra.
Thank you for your participation in the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. Please take your generation of being as remember, Paris 2024 staff are here to help you should you require any assistance.
19 medal events on this opening day of action in the para road discipline here at Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. And a really fantastic day of racing around the roads of Clichy-sous-Bois to kick off 4 days of paracycling on the roads of Paris. Triumph and celebration, a bit of a heartbreak as well around the first day of action in the roads of Paris, the paracycling road discipline in the individual time trials. 19 medals decided. France with 4, Netherlands with 5 golds, USA with 3 and Spain 2, the multiple medalists. And all told in the paracycling, we've now had 36 of the total of 51 medal events. And it all starts with the road events. We have 6 more on day 2 of the road around the beautiful Clichy-sous-Bois area, and that will be fantastic racing. It's mass start racing and much longer events than these and plenty of tactics. It should be really worth watching that. Join us for it.